Perhaps she wouldn't recognize him. As the only daughter of Donghuang the Great Emperor and the most distinguished woman in the divine prefecture, Princess Donghuang probably wouldn't pay much attention to a random person she met years ago. But he could never forget her. Both encounters with Princess Donghuang made an indelible impression on Yi Futian. She killed the Snow Ape Emperor the first time they met and took away his master during their second encounter. How could he ever forget that? Yi Futian had a special emotional bond with both the Snow Ape Emperor and Mr. Du. Therefore, Yi Futian hardly had a good opinion of Princess Donghuang. Dazzling and haughty, she could dictate other people's fates with ease. Even now, Princess Donghuang was able to simply decide if Yi Futian should live or die. In addition, Yi Futian believed that he should be on the opposite side of Donghuang the Great Emperor because of Emperor Yiqing. Nevertheless, he only heard stories about the legendary Great Emperor from time to time and had never met him in person. Since he didn't know what exactly happened between Donghuang the Great Emperor and Emperor Yiqing in the past, he couldn't convince himself to detest the Great Emperor wholeheartedly. Yi Futian only hoped that Princess Donghuang didn't remember who he was now that they were about to meet again. Did Princess Donghuang come because of the disputes in the 9 realms? Lord Taishan asked Xiao Dingtian. Probably, Xiao Dingtian nodded and said, "The divine priest said she ordered that we can't have any more conflicts in the next 7 days. I think she is trying to stabilize the situation in the 9 realms. This is likely to be the reason why Princess Donghuang went to the empty imperial palace in person and summoned the cultivators in the 9 realms and from the divine prefecture. But we don't know how she will deal with this situation." Lord Taishan nodded slightly. A million thoughts ran through his head. Everyone else was disconcerted as well. They hadn't fully recovered from the recent battle and didn't expect this turn of events. They were ready to fight to the death just moments ago. It was not a bluff when they said they would attack the Shin clan if the enemies dared to make a move. "You should come to the Xiao clan so we can go to the empty imperial palace together when the time comes," Xiao Dingtian said to Yi Futian and others. The teleportation Grand Matrix in the Heavenly Mandate Academy conveniently led to the Central Emperor realm by a direct route. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded in agreement. The news soon spread around. The groups in the 9 realms all received the message from the divine priests. The intense situation in the 9 realms quickly abated while people enjoyed the temporary peace. After all, top forces were locked in confrontations in many places in the Central Emperor realm and the Ziwei realm when the Battle of the Divine Palace broke out. A large-scale war might be triggered off at any moment at that time. But it looked like they didn't have to worry for the next 7 days, at least. No one dared to disobey Princess Donghuang's order. Even the groups from the Divine Prefecture, which were not under the direct command of Donghuang the Great Emperor. 7 days passed in a twinkling. When the day arrived, the top forces in the 9 realms all sent cultivators to the Central Emperor realm. Some people even set off ahead of the time and already arrived at the Central Emperor realm. Yi Futian and the others first went to the Xiao clan in the Central Emperor realm through the teleportation Grand Matrix. After resting in the Xiao clan for a while, they left for the empty imperial palace, along with Xiao Dingtian and other cultivators of the Xiao clan. Yi Futian and the Xiao clan were not the only ones. Countless cultivators in the Central Emperor realm who were not even affiliated with top forces were also heading to the empty imperial palace. Princess Donghuang came to the empty imperial palace. They would never miss the chance to catch a glimpse of the stunning princess of the divine prefecture, daughter of Donghuang the Great Emperor. Who didn't want to sneak a peek at her? Yi Futian led a mass of people marching toward the empty imperial palace in the Central Emperor realm. They met more and more powerful cultivators as they approached the empty imperial palace. Carrying their weapons, all of them were racing toward the same destination from all directions. Occasionally, Yi Futian and his group drew the attention of the passerby. It was as clear as day that they were extraordinary cultivators, even if they were not recognized right away. Some smart ones soon came to understand who they were and would shoot them an odd look. Nowadays, the Alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was absolutely one of the most influential groups in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. "It appears that these people are going for the princess," Xiaomu said with a smile. Wearing a long black dress, she was among the crowd and looked graceful yet standoffish. "She is the most beautiful woman in the divine prefecture and the only one who is truly a princess. Naturally, everyone wants to have a chance to see her," Yi Futian replied. "I heard that Princess Donghuang has unparalleled beauty and talent. I wonder if it's true." "We can finally meet her today," Xiaomu said softly. "I don't know about her talent, but her beauty is indeed impressive," said Yi Futian. "Have you met her before?" Xiaomu looked at Yi Futian, surprised. Yi Futian curled up his lips, but didn't explain. Xiaomu saw the smile in his eyes and turned to speak with the woman who was holding hands with Yi Futian. "Masteress, are you going to ask the master?" Hua Jiu blinked her eyes when she heard Xiaomu. She was used to being called the masteress by now. Everyone considered her as Yi Futian's wife. She had gradually accepted it and was not repelled by the feeling. Xiaomu was not surprised by her silence. The masteress had always been reticent and only chatted with the master from time to time. The disciples were all used to it. "Everyone says the princess is exceptionally beautiful. Masteress, you need to keep an eye on the master." Xiaomu laughed. "Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Dingtian turned back and said to Xiaomu, "It was fine for her to joke around here, but they would be in trouble if anyone else heard it. After all, she had to pay extra attention even if she was joking about Princess Donghuang. What if the princess didn't take it well?" "I know," Xiaomu replied with a smile. Yi Futian remained silent. More and more cultivators showed up as they approached the empty imperial palace. People from various forces stopped outside of the palace. More powerful cultivators from top forces were still coming one after the other. Yi Futian saw a team of people forging through the crowd not so far away when they arrived at the periphery of the empty imperial palace. He had met many of them. Yi Futian exchanged a look with them and slightly lowered his chin to send his greetings. A young man among them smiled and nodded back. Then they walked directly toward the empty imperial palace. They were cultivators from the Tianqian Academy in the Central Emperor Realm. The young man who nodded back was Jian Qingzhu. Yi Futian stared at their receding figures with a pensive look. The Tianqian Academy seemed to be faintly aloof to him. Even so, he didn't take it personally. Who would be willing to get involved with him under the current circumstances? At the moment, another line of people brushed past them. Yi Futian sensed that someone was watching him, so he turned around and saw Di Wu among the cultivators from the Solar Divine Palace. Di Wu's eyes were burning with divine fire and fixing on Yi Futian. Di Wu was severely injured by Yi Futian during the battle of the Divine Palace on the Sea of the Path. It was surprising that he recovered so quickly. The Solar Divine Palace was truly capable, based on the strength of their connection with the upper worlds. Nevertheless, Di Wu turned his eyes away in a short moment and moved toward the empty imperial palace along with the rest of his group. A succession of cultivators descended from the sky in all directions. Yi Futian also saw people he was not very familiar with. It looked like the representatives from top forces in the Divine Prefecture arrived as well, who wouldn't comply with Princess Donghuang's request. Yi Futian and the others also made it to the empty imperial palace. Someone was waiting outside of the palace to greet them and guided them into the empty imperial palace. The empty imperial palace once was Donghuang the Great Emperor's temporary imperial abode in the Void Realm. It was a massive and imposing palace. The cultivators were guided to walk ahead and reached an impressive, ancient golden palace. Countless people stopped and gathered in a large plaza. Yi Futian saw many familiar faces among them, who were all from the most powerful forces in the 9 realms and the divine prefecture. The forces were divided into different camps. Some camps seemed close-knit, while some were in a strained state. Numerous people from both the 9 realms and the divine prefecture cast their eyes on Yi Futian the moment he arrived at the plaza. The battle that happened 7 days ago was already well known. Everyone had heard how Yi Futian killed 2 high-level renhuangs and several middle-level renhuangs. On top of that, he proved that he obtained God's inheritance in God's relic and was the most talented cultivator in the Void Realm. He also defeated master cultivators from the Holy Land of Taichu in the past. How could people not fix their eyes on such an outstanding man? "Is that Yi Futian?" Someone asked people around. Yes. White robe with silver hair. How dashing. Quite a few people expressed their admiration, while some young men smiled arrogantly with a funny look. At the moment, several people appeared on top of the stairs in front of the plaza. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace was among them. The palace lord of the empty imperial palace looked at the crowd and said, "Let's wait for a little longer. Everyone should be here soon." More people arrived after that. At high noon, a person slowly walked out of the ancient golden palace. They immediately drew the attention of the crowd. A young woman wearing a red robe walked out at a leisurely pace. Setting aside her prestigious status, her face alone was breathtakingly beautiful. Everyone's eyes were glued on the young woman. She stepped forward and stopped at the position next to the palace lord of the empty imperial palace. Her striking eyes looked out on the mass below. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Princess Donghuang. She seemed even more gorgeous now. The Princess Donghuang he met in the past was still young and childish, albeit her apparent beauty. Now she was truly a stunning and irresistible woman, as glimmers of divine light radiating from her body. Princess Donghuang glanced at the cultivators who were gaping at her. Yi Futian sensed that her eyes stopped for a second on him and Hua Jiu by his side. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion or if everyone else felt the same way. Hua Jiu had an odd look on her face as she transmitted her voice to Yi Futian. "She seems to be looking at me." Yi Futian was stunned when he heard what she said. Did he hear her right? Just now, had Princess Donghuang really noticed the two of them? So, was it possible be that Princess Donghuang remembered him after their 2 previous meetings? However, that was decades ago. If it weren't because Princess Donghuang was so dazzling herself, he would never remember someone from decades ago. Therefore, he did not think that he would leave any impression on this princess from the divine prefecture. Gai Cheong greets Her Royal Highness. Gai Cheong, from Golden Divine Nation, was the first to bow and salute in the direction of Princess Donghuang. Although he served under Donghuang the Great, he hadn't actually seen the princess too many times before. He only knew that in the Imperial Palace of Divine Prefecture, the status of Princess Donghuang was quite elevated. Anything that she wanted to do would be unconditionally approved by Donghuang the Great. Greetings to Her Royal Highness. The rest of the people followed suit and saluted. Whether it was the divine nation or the top power of clans, they had to respect her as the princess because what they were seeing in front of them was the only princess in the divine prefecture. Yi Futian's reaction seemed to be a bit slower than the others. When he saw that majestic woman with dazzling divine light all around her, perhaps subconsciously he didn't want to bow down to her. Or perhaps because of Emperor Yi Qing, the Snow Ape Emperor, and his teacher, Mr. Du, that he even had the brief thought to compete with Princess Donghuang. His foster father claimed that he was born to be an emperor, but all along the way, there was nothing but hardships. However, the woman in front of him was born into nobility. Were they fated to be mortal enemies? If there is someone whom he considered fated as a mortal enemy, then perhaps Princess Donghuang would be that person. It was just that he still couldn't figure out the relationship between the two of them, who he was, what was his relationship with Emperor Yi Qing, and what kind of grudges existed with Donghuang the Great. He didn't move, and next to him, Hua Jiu followed his lead. But then Yi Futian lowered his head slightly and followed others' examples. In this brief moment, many things went through his mind. Even though his mood was contentious, he thought of his foster father, who had kept a low profile, unwilling to reveal everything for many years. He didn't want to be discovered because of his pride that would not do justice to those who cared about him the most. In any case, now that he had come to the point where Princess Donghuang was within his reach, the truth shouldn't be hidden much longer. As if noticed Yi Futian's hesitation, Princess Donghuang glanced in his direction but said nothing. She surveyed the crowd and said, "Have the forces in the 9 realms and from the divine prefecture outside the original realm all arrived?" "As far as we know, except for the hidden land realm, which is controlled by hell, everyone else should have arrived," answered the palace lord of empty imperial palace, who was next to her. More than 300 years ago, there was turmoil in the divine prefecture. It was said that the original realm was in chaos, which many of you here must have experienced personally. Later, when the world was settled and order was reestablished, all principalities preached, and the original realm was united. Now that the passage to the original realm had opened, and the forces of the Dark Court is interfering once again, reigniting the disputes in the 9 realms. I heard that everyone is busy launching wars to fight for the control of the 9 realms, Princess Donghuang said, standing in the sky above and looking at the crowd. Her voice carried some coldness, but it gave her audience an indescribable sense of arrogance. A few words from her, who was surrounded by divine light, actually brought a slight pressure to those cultivators from the top forces. Furthermore, I heard that several forces have already been destroyed and erased from the original realm. Princess Donghuang continued. She looked in the direction of the golden divine nation among the crowd and said, "Gai Qiong, isn't that right?" Gai Qiong was taken aback for a moment as he looked up at Princess Donghuang. He stood up straight and saluted Princess Donghuang. "Your Royal Highness, there are indeed struggles in the 9 realms now. Although there has been quite a bit of damage, there are many forces here that acted out of consideration for the future of the original realm. Now that the passage is opened, the Dark Court has invaded, and the order of the 9 realms will need to be re-established. Many forces from the divine prefecture are far stronger than the forces from the original realm. If they gain control of the original realm, they will consolidate and reshape its overall strength." Princess Donghuang nodded as she took a step forward. Looking down at Gai Qiong below, she said, "There is some logic in what you are saying. You have been summoned here today. All the top forces from the original realm and the divine prefecture are now gathered here. Why not re-establish the order of things right here and let the battle decide? Those who survived will have the control of the original realm, while the fallen are counted out. This way, the order will be restored without further quarrels. What say you?" Gai Qiong dodged her inquiring look, his head slightly lowered, and he did not answer. Obviously, the princess seemed a little dissatisfied with this arrangement, and her may directly affect the decision of the great emperor. It could even be said that since Princess Donghuang had come down here herself, she could certainly represent the will of Donghuang the Great. People from the other forces didn't say much. Were they going to fight a battle right here, right now? Who could leave here with their lives when this day was said and done was still an unknown? Many of these forces had brought with them their best from the younger generation, so it was possible that they had some ideas of their own. Although they understood that there was almost no chance, they were hoping to leave an impression, so that there may be opportunities in the future to interact with Princess Donghuang again. After all, no matter how outstanding the princess was, she was a woman after all, and she may meet someone she liked. However, there was no one in the land of the divine prefecture who could match the status of Princess Donghuang, so there was no harm in having high hopes. However, when they saw the magnificence of Princess Donghuang, they had a feeling it would be very difficult. Princess Donghuang, as surrounded by divine light, was a powerful and majestic being with the demeanor of a future empress. Perhaps she might become the empress in the future. Your Royal Highness, the Solar Divine Palace was originally a branch of our Solar Divine Mountain. Now that we have come here just to bring the Solar Divine Palace back to the fold of the Divine Mountain. Presently, the solar realm is weak in cultivation, so I summoned all the forces in the solar realm as they are willing to follow me to cultivate with the Solar Divine Mountain as a united front. From now on, the Solar Divine Mountain will preach the divine flames of the great path in the solar realm, adhering to the will of the great emperor, to make the cultivators of the solar realm even stronger. We will not interfere with other realms, said the cultivator from Solar Divine Mountain, attempting to justify himself. But clearly, since the solar realm had already gotten what they wanted, they would not easily let it go. His statement was a hint that now the solar realm was under the control of the Solar Divine Mountain. As long as the princess didn't object, there would not be many changes in the future. Moreover, in this case, the princess wouldn't be able to say much. Princess Donghuang glanced at the other and did not say much. She knew that the solar realm meant a great deal to the Solar Divine Mountain, and that was something they wouldn't reveal. What about the others? Princess Donghuang asked again. I called you here today to let you choose for yourselves how to restore the order to the original realm. After Donghuang the Great unified the divine prefecture, there was peace in the land. Now that discords reigned once again in the original realm. It was enough to compel Princess Donghuang to come to the lower worlds personally to restore the order. Everyone knew that it was because those in charge didn't want the original realm to fall into endless chaos again. However, the matter of restoring order was not an easy one. Donghuang the Great could directly appoint a ruler in each realm, but this would be an unpopular move that was sure to displease many people and principalities. Moreover, doing so could be regarded as breaking some of the rules long abide by in the world of cultivation. After all, in the ruthless world of cultivation, even if the great emperor were to appoint someone to manage it, if that person's power was not enough to convince the others, it would be a great cause for concern. The princess came to the lower world in person. It must be because the princess didn't want to see the original realm destroyed. The world of cultivation operates by its own rules. Now that the passage to the divine prefecture is opened, the future of the void realm will be forever changed. Even if all the same forces were allowed to remain in control of the 9 realms, if their strengths were not enough, the Dark Court still has a chance to overtake them. At this time, someone stood up and spoke, and the speaker was from one of the forces from Divine Prefecture, which had spearheaded the war against the Divine Palace. It was the Mo clan from the Divine Prefecture, which was extremely powerful. Therefore, if the princess wants to re-establish the order, I suggest following the natural rules of the world of cultivation, and let those who possess the ability to preach in the original realm. This way, the original realm can be more stable and will grow to be even stronger in the future. I agree, too, the cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu said. We agree, too. Some other forces from Divine Prefecture also expressed their opinions. In terms of overall strength, the top forces of the Divine Prefecture would undoubtedly overpower the top forces of the Void Realm. Those who had come to the lower worlds were only part of the whole. Therefore, as far as these forces from Divine Prefecture were concerned, they certainly hoped to use their strength to determine to whom the 9 realms should belong. Princess Donghuang listened quietly. She looked at the cultivators who had spoken and understood clearly. With the passage to the original realm now open, these forces would not easily pass up this opportunity. Even though the original realm had long been in decline, but here was the origin of the world after all. It was a primal realm, the beginning of the heavenly path. Everything in the world had its own rules of operation. Original realm, as the beginning of heavenly path, no matter how desolate it was now, its own existence represented something far more. Where about the others? Princess Donghuang looked at the forces from the original realm and asked. The weak were eaten by the strong, and strength was what had always been prized in the world of cultivation. Even if she did not interfere, everything in the void realm would eventually evolve in the same direction. Whoever was the strongest would control the dialogue of the 9 realms. This was the rule of all things, and she would not be the one to break it first. You are summoned here today to establish order. Any opinion is welcome. Princess Donghuang continued. I don't agree with the others, Yi Futian said. Princess Donghuang lowered her head as her sight fell upon Yi Futian and asked, What is your reason? The top powers of divine prefecture in the upper worlds have been developing for a lot longer, so of course they're stronger than the powers in the original realm. If the decision is simply based on strength, then there is no reason why everything should happen the way it did. The great emperor rules the whole world, so the imperial palace is naturally the strongest of all in divine prefecture. According to the logic of the opponent, the empty imperial palace has already been assigned the great emperor to watch over the original realm. So all the forces in the original realm just need to follow the orders of the empty imperial palace, Yi Futian said to Princess Donghuang. The great emperor is busy enough ruling the divine prefecture. How can he have the time to oversee everything that happens in the original realm? Gai Qiong answered coldly. You are right. The top powers of divine prefecture have already been established outside of the original realm for countless years. How many will really spend their time in the original realm to preach? Yi Futian responded nonchalantly. If this is the case, why bother to launch a war? All you needed to do was to come down to the lower worlds with your entire force and preach in the original realm. I'm sure it would attract the interest of countless cultivators. If any force in the divine prefecture did this, even the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be willing to submit under its control. That's right. The forces that came from divine prefecture are not native to the realm and have no stake in the original realm. To say that their purpose is to make the original realm stronger is just an excuse for their invasion. In reality, their goal is really to gain control of the original realm for their own purpose. In this way, they can obtain the greatest benefit with the least cost. Once they have the control of the original realm, those top figures who have come to the lower worlds will probably leave right away. Lord Taishan also added, the Holy Land of Taichu, for instance, wanted to lay hands on the Heavenly Mandate Academy once. It is clear that these foreign principalities do not really have the best interest of the cultivators from the original realm in mind, much less whether they lived or died. I agree that if there are forces from divine prefecture that are willing to relocate here to preach and cultivate, there is no need for a battle. The divine palace is willing to assist in their efforts in preaching, said the palace lord of the divine palace. So, you mean that the forces from the divine prefecture should not interfere in the original realm? Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and asked him. They can, Yi Futian said. However, since they truly want to base themselves in the original realm to preach and cultivate, the cultivators from the divine prefecture are willing to come and help the original realm to resist the invasion of the Dark Army. I would propose that within a certain period they should stay and guard the original realm as their own, just as the cultivators based in original realm. It won't do if they just take control and then leave. Princess Donghuang nodded when she heard what Yi Futian had to say and responded, This is a good suggestion. Do any of you have any other suggestions? When His Majesty unified the land, his hope was that the world could cultivate in peace. Tianshan Academy has been preaching in the original realm in accordance with the will of His Majesty. We did not expect to face these changes again today. However, no matter how the original realm evolves, it will only get stronger in the end. We only hope that when the forces launch its battle for control of the original realm, Everyone can restrain themselves somewhat, so that no more clans would be obliterated completely. It is cruel and meaningless, and contradicts His Majesty's will, said an elder in the direction of Tianqian Academy. That person was the college chief of the Tianqian Academy, also the clan lord of the Jian family. Once, he was instructed by Dong Huang the Great to lead his clan to migrate from the divine prefecture to the original realm. Over the years, he had been diligent and conscientious in his duties. It wasn't until he had seen the arrival of Princess Dong Huang that some other ideas began to emerge in his mind. The Jian family has been preaching in the original realm for many years. We are much indebted, said Princess Dong Huang while looked at the college chief of Tianqian Academy. It is an honor to serve your Royal Highness, said the college chief of Tianqian Academy. Princess Dong Huang nodded. Any other suggestions? People whispered among themselves. What these people said before, in fact, had already included most of their thoughts. In this case, according to all of your suggestions, the future order of the original realm will be as follows, Princess Dong Huang continued. Going forward, I will not forbid any forces from Divine Prefecture that wants to fight for control here. However, such an endeavor must be reported to the empty Imperial Palace. Afterward, each side will need to reach an agreement on when to dispatch cultivators to battle. Fighters automatically forfeit their lives. The winner will control the territory they fought for, but they shall not kill others who did not participate in the battle. In addition, all those from Divine Prefecture who participated in the war must guard the Void Realm for a period of 10 years. They are not allowed to leave within these 10 years. Everyone was a little surprised at the speed with which Princess Dong Huang made those decisions. She took everyone's opinions into consideration so fast and re-established the order so quickly that it was somewhat astounding. However, it was indeed quite perfect. As such, the fighting would be done with the regulations of rules, so that it would not lead to complete chaos. For example, in the previous battle, if forces such as the Golden Divine Nation wanted to launch a war against the Divine Palace, they must first report to the empty Imperial Palace, then notify the Divine Palace. Each side would then designate cultivators to participate in the fight, regardless of life or death, but those who did not participate would not be affected. Forces from Divine Prefecture were not barred from participating because it would be impossible to prevent them from fighting for a chance to win. But the premise was that for those from the Divine Prefecture, participation in the war meant that they were willing to guard the original realm. Within 10 years, they were not allowed to leave its boundary. In this way, the forces from the Divine Prefecture would be greatly restricted. Otherwise, the top forces from the Divine Prefecture could send even stronger reinforcement to the original realm, to the point that those in the original realm would not be able to defend themselves. In that scenario, it wouldn't take long for them to become the vessels of the top principalities in Divine Prefecture, just like the Solar Realm. One could say that the order established by Princess Dong Huang was relatively advantageous to those in the original realm. Do you have any opinions on this? Princess Dong Huang asked all the cultivators who were present. The crowd was silent. Such rules were hard to refute because it was very reasonable. And it was impossible for the forces in the original realm to refuse to accept the arrangement on the basis that they were weaker. If so, they would not be worthy of retaining their command of the realm under the current circumstances. Princess is judicious indeed, the college chief of Tianqian Academy said loudly. Many people had a surprised look on their face. The college chief of Tianqian Academy was an extraordinary character himself, but today it seemed like he was full of flattery. However, the heads of many top principalities knew a bit about the origins of the Jian family, so they weren't really surprised. They were a force that was dispatched directly from the Divine Prefecture. Princess Dong Huang had already made her decision, and it was seconded by the college chief of Tianqian Academy. There was not much for the others to object. Even though the princess was young in age, but as the only heir of Dong Huang the Great, none of the principalities from Divine Prefecture dared to disagree with her. More importantly, the rules specified by Princess Donghuang were well balanced, so there was really nothing to object to. Such rules did not only contradict the rules of the cultivation world, but were still able to maintain the order of the 9 realms. No unnecessary killings could ensue, leading to the collapse of order and the completely and utterly annihilation of many more forces and cultivators. Since you do not object, then it is decided. In the future, anyone who disobeys and violates the order of the 9 realms will do so at his own risk. Princess Donghuang's voice was clear but cold, and her words were full of authority. All the cultivators were now immersed in their own thoughts. As such, it would be impossible for them to do whatever they pleased as before. Yi Futian and the others did not say anything. The divine palace was destroyed not long ago, and they came out of that the losers with a great disadvantage. Ganged up by their opponents, they had no advantage to speak of and not in a position to question these rules. They would not have their revenge now, even if they were given a chance. So, it seemed that they could only fight against the others within the bounds of these rules. Furthermore, they knew that it was to their advantage that the forces of divine prefecture were restricted in this way. After all, the power of divine prefecture was strong beyond question. If the army that came was from the holy land of Taichu, then the outcome of that battle might have been very different. In addition, the empty imperial palace will distribute the rules. In the future, anyone from the divine prefecture who come down to the original realm neglected these rules. Please do your part to remind them. Princess Donghuang continued. Now that the passage is open, the original realm is in turmoil with all forces eagerly watching for their chances. As principalities of divine prefecture, you should do your utmost to protect and maintain the order of the original realm. The Jian family guarded Tianqian Academy these years, did as we were ordered, and we cultivated some good people for the original realm. Now that the original realm is unsettled, Tianqian Academy will take the lead in restoring the order. In addition to preaching, we will call up the cultivators from all sides to protect the original realm together, continued the college chief of Tianqian Academy. Many people looked at him again. They seemed to be rather verbose today. It seemed that he couldn't wait to show off his merits, so that he could be allowed to return to the divine prefecture. Some principalities wanted to come to the original realm, but they wanted to return to divine prefecture. Of course, those principalities that wanted to come to the original realm just want to stay momentarily, not settling there for the long run. Everything that the Jian family did, the imperial palace is well aware of, Princess Donghuang said. Princess, I have one more matter to report. At this moment, Gai Qiong walked out, bowing with both of his hands together. Proceed. Previously, in the battle at the Sea of the Path, Yi Futian was rescued by Mei Ting, the devil general from the devil world. Later, he was returned to the heavenly mandate realm unharmed. I felt that Yi Futian might have some relationship with the devil world. A lot of people were there at the time and saw it for themselves. Gai Qiong said, That's right, Mei Ting took Yi Futian from the Sea of the Path. The cultivators from the Shen clan also added. Now, under the rules established by Princess Donghuang, it was even more difficult to kill Yi Futian. So it was worth trying to see if they could get rid of this thorn at their side some other way. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian as her long black hair flying in the wind, exuding noble beauty. She did not speak, as if she was waiting for Yi Futian to explain. Yi Futian looked up at her and didn't say anything. The cold and aloof look in her eyes caused some disturbance in his heart. Deep down inside, he sensed some desire to compete with her. Are you not going to explain? Princess Donghuang asked. Mei Ting did take me away from the Sea of the Path. I can't explain that. Yi Futian replied. As for the rest, I believe the princess will be the judge of that. Since they said that many people were there and everyone had seen it, why would I come back if I did collude with the devil world? What Yi Futian said seemed logical enough. Then, Why did Mei Ting save you and send back someone who has unlimited potential to the divine prefecture? Gai Qiong continued his query. Perhaps Mei Ting from the devil world is more confident and cherishes talents more than the likes of Gai Qiong. Yi Futian responded, I, too, think it's ludicrous. Your kind came to disturb the void realm and wanted to kill me, but a devil general of the devil world came to my rescue. It is somewhat ironic. Princess, it is prudent to check it out. Maybe he is hiding something. Xin Gao of the Xin clan said at this time. His calm voice was sinister. If there was to be an investigation, Yi Futian had to be arrested first. But doing so would cause a rift between the two sides. To probe the privacy of a Ren Huang in such a manner was not a great way to ensure the loyalty of the others. If Princess Donghuang did that, it meant that Yi Futian's future was effectively over. That was why they accused Yi Futian of colluding with the devil world. Sometimes doubts were enough to ruin a person. It all depended on how the princess would handle the situation. In God's relic, did you receive the inheritance of the great emperor? Princess Donghuang asked Yi Futian, but it was about an entirely different matter, which surprised many cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation and the Xin clan. As expected, the princess already knew about it, and if she cared enough to watch over Yi Futian, it would be difficult for them to have another chance to get rid of him. Yes, I had an opportunity in God's relic. The ancestors passed the will of our great emperor down onto me. Yi Futian continued. Even in God's relic, I seem to have seen the tombs of the gods. Princess Donghuang nodded slightly. Her beautiful eyes surveyed the crowd and said, If the devil world wants to fight me for him, what the devil world can do, the divine prefecture would certainly do better. I believe him. Princess, Gai Qiong was taken aback. It seemed that the princess had the heart to cherish this talent, which was a blow to them. Enough. Princess Donghuang interrupted Gai Qiong and said, In the past few years, there have been a group of talented cultivators in the original realm. Now the time is changing. Everyone from all forces ought to cultivate harder, so that all of you will have the opportunity to travel to the divine prefecture. Certainly. The people nodded. As the college chief of Tianqin Academy spoke again, Princess, my descendant, Jian Qingzhu, from the Tianqin Academy, had also reaped fruitfully from God's relic. He and Yi Futian were the two people who opened the last door of the relic together, and he had seen the relic of the great emperor. His talent is also satisfactory. Now he has proven as Ren Huang with perfect divine will and had studied and read all the classics that were housed inside Tianqin Academy. There's not much to teach him at the academy. I don't want him to get stagnant here. So may I ask the princess for a favor to arrange a position for him, either as a guard or as a valet, so that he can witness the glory of the top cultivators in divine prefecture and expand his horizons. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Only then did they understand why the college chief of Tianqin Academy, as one of the strongest figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, doled out flattery so often today. It turned out that he did it for his descendant. This realization made the others felt sympathy for him. The Jian clan, who was once a prominent force in divine prefecture, was exiled to Tianqin Academy. Now the family must have pinned their hopes on Jian Qingzhu to send him out and follow Princess Donghuang to cultivate. Even just as a valet, there would be great opportunities waiting for him if he performed with excellence. Jian Qingzhu was also among the crowd at the Tianqin Academy, and many people looked at him. This was someone who was known as the most outstanding figure of the Tianqin Academy. However, at this moment, he did not display his full glory only because there was one Yi Futian from Heavenly Mandate Realm. But in reality, Jian Qingzhu was rumored to be extremely talented, definitely an extraordinary genius in his own right. Otherwise, the college chief of Tianqin Academy would never have the audacity to recommend him to Princess Donghuang. I don't need another person. Princess Donghuang glanced at the other and bluntly refused. The college chief of Tianjin Academy was not deterred as he bowed his head instead, saying, "I know that the princess is guarded by divine generals, but Jian Qingzhu must have some opportunity to serve the princess in the future. Any random duties will suit him fine right now." Princess Donghuang was silent for a moment, but right then many people raised their heads and looked into the distance. Those who stood behind Princess Donghuang frowned, and their eyes suddenly became extremely cold as they looked at the place far away. The sky suddenly changed colors, and the world darkened and dimmed. It was as if darkness had descended and shrouded the space. Dark Court. All the cultivators from the divine prefecture focused their attention there. Today, Princess Donghuang had personally summoned all the cultivators of the 9 realms to the empty imperial palace. If anyone dared to make trouble, there could only be forces that were at their same level. The devil world shouldn't dare. Now, in the original realm, it seemed the only possibility could only be the Dark Court that was now in control of the hidden land realm. I didn't expect Princess Donghuang to come to the Void Realm, so I have not had time to make my welcome. A voice came from the darkness. In the dimmed sky, the light was gradually suppressed. But at this moment, a group of figures suddenly levitated into the air. Suspended in the sky, an extremely blazing divine light bloomed from them. The darkness seemed to be expelled little by little in an instant, and light above the empty imperial palace appeared once again. So, a spectacular sight was before them. The sky was divided into 2, one side bright and the other dark with clear distinction. In that dark world, dark figures appeared like a great army emerged from the darkness. Suddenly, there was a very depressive atmosphere that enveloped the empty imperial palace. Yi Futian and many others looked at the great army of darkness, slightly surprised. There were much larger troops this time than the one that marched into the heavenly mandate realm last time. Last time, when the great army of darkness had gone to the academy, it was not long after they had taken control of the hidden land realm, and there were not many of them that came to the lower worlds. The army in front of them at this moment was much stronger, presumably as all realms had been embroiled in chaos during this period of time. The hidden land realm had not been idle either. The leading cultivator of the Dark Court was the leader of the throne of the underworld, who had descended upon the heavenly mandate academy back then. Around him were various top figures. However, the person who stood closest to him was a young man. The eyes of this young man were glistening with dark light. His gaze was fixed on Princess Donghuang. He had always been wanting to meet this daughter of Donghuang the Great in person. She seemed even more charming in person compared to portraits of her. Her peerless temperament was something that a portrait could not capture. "Qi Yi meets Princess Donghuang." This youth greeted Princess Donghuang while bowing slightly. "I have long heard of Princess fame. I have admired Princess for a long time. Finally, my wish to meet Princess is granted today. Princess is even more graceful than I have imagined. I have fallen in love with Princess at first sight. Qi." The people around Princess Donghuang instantly knew who this youth was when they heard his name. There were 7 kings of darkness in the Dark Court. Each king groomed a successor to take over their throne in the future. These 7 successors were crowned proud sons of darkness. They were the heirs of the 7 kings. If they fell, their positions would be replaced by another cultivator. Each and every proud son of darkness was chosen after rounds of extremely cruel selections. Their abilities were very powerful and were recognized by the 7 kings. Their status in the Dark Court was also very high. This Qi Yi was the heir of the Lord of the Underworld. He was the proud son of the Underworld. Even so, his status still paled into insignificance as compared to that of the daughter of Donghuang the Great. Hence, he showed some manners in front of her. However, people around Princess Donghuang still frowned when they heard him say that he admired the princess. Clearly, the audience disdained him. Fell in love with the princess at first sight. Even if he was the proud son of the underworld, he was still unworthy of her. Princess Donghuang cast an indifferent glance at Qi. She didn't respond to his greeting. A divine general who stood behind her wore divine armor and was surrounded by a brilliant divine light, which cast away the darkness. He looked at the Lord of the Underworld and said, "In the past, the Dark Court had been defeated. The Void Realm is currently under the rule of the Divine Prefecture. Now, the Dark Court has gone against our agreement. Are you trying to stir up a war? In the past, we had indeed agreed to close the passageway. However, the gate of hell has been opened by the cultivators from the original realm," the Lord of the Underworld replied. "Hence, the original agreement has been broken. The original realm no longer belongs to the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, the Dark Court is not the only external force which is in the original realm now." As far as the Lord of the Underworld knew, a few forces from the upper worlds had sent their representatives here. Not long ago, he had encountered Mei Ting from Devil World in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "Since that's the case, we will banish you for the second time," the Divine General said with a harsh tone. "Let's put this matter aside for now. Qi is the proud son of the Underworld, and he has always admired Princess Donghuang. Today, I brought him here to meet Princess. Princess, what do you think of him?" The Lord of the Underworld said with a smile. His playful tone revealed hints of disrespect. Many people frowned in disagreement. The Lord of the Underworld, one of the 7 kings of darkness, was bold. "Presumptuous," a cold voice barked. A figure moved forward. He was not a follower of Princess Donghuang. Instead, he was the college chief of the Tianqian Academy. His clothes fluttered while his long hair danced in the wind. He seemed to be extremely angry. The might unleashed by him was powerful. The Lord of the Underworld glanced at him. His dark eyes revealed the glint of a mocking smile as he said, "I was wondering who was speaking. It turns out to be the person who has been banished to the lower worlds. The person who was defeated and was cast away from here is not qualified to give comments here," the college chief of the Tianqian Academy retorted. "When the Dark Court left here last time, you left behind piles of dead bodies. Are you planning to repeat the same mistake this time?" "You speak so arrogantly," the Lord of the Underworld replied coldly. The might of dark light suppressed the space. Many top figures who were in the parties beside him unleashed their might too. In an instant, the space became suffocating. "All right, let's get back to business." The Lord of the Underworld looked at the youth beside him and called, "Qi!" Qi nodded in response and took a few steps forward. He looked at Princess Donghuang and said, "I have long heard of Princess fame. When I knew that Princess was coming to the original realm today, I rushed here immediately, hoping to get some pointers from Princess. Donghuang the Great is the leader of the Divine Prefecture, and his might is renowned far and wide. But Princess is his only descendant. I wonder whether or not Princess is capable of inheriting the Emperor's throne." Everyone was curious about Princess Donghuang. On top of her beauty, naturally, people paid attention to her ability. She was the sole descendant of Donghuang the Great and the only heir to his throne. In the future, she might become the female emperor. Everyone praised her as someone with extraordinary talent and said she lived up to the expectations of Donghuang the Great. However, few people had actually seen her in action. Since the proud son of the underworld of the Dark Court encountered such an opportunity, he would certainly not want to miss it. He wanted to see how monstrous this Princess Donghuang was. Gazes swept towards his opponent. The members of the Dark Court wanted to witness Princess Donghuang's ability. However, for the members that had come from the Donghuang Imperial Palace, they couldn't allow the princess to exchange blows with Qi Yi. It would lower her status. "You are not qualified," commented the Divine General, who was beside Princess Donghuang. "We will only know after we try," Qi replied with a smile. His aura of a Renhuang emanated. Dark light surrounded his body as he stood looking down at everything else. "Princess, are you afraid to accept his challenge?" the Lord of the Underworld mocked. His words were clearly goading the princess into action. He was confident that his words would work. A proud son of the Dark Court had challenged Princess Donghuang. The princess would need to respond to their request, one way or another. Qi Yi is only a proud son of the underworld. He is unworthy of the princess personally taking action. "Qingzhu, you go and exchange a few blows with him." Someone took the lead to recommend a replacement. The speaker was still the college chief of the Tianjin Academy. He asked Jian Qingzhu to accept Qi Ye's challenge. Aside from Jian Qingzhu, a few other cultivators walked out too. They were all cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. They were all young cultivators who were sent by their respective forces to fight Qi Yi on behalf of the princess. Naturally, all of them had the same goal in mind. Hence, in the blink of an eye, there were actually a few cultivators of the same generation who took a step forward. All of them wanted to fight on behalf of Princess Donghuang. No one would give up such a good opportunity to showcase themselves. On the other hand, Yi Futian stood quietly to one side. Not only was the situation unclear now, even if all these people were defeated, but Yi Futian also would still not fight for Princess Donghuang. He also wanted to see how powerful Princess Donghuang was. It didn't bother him at all that someone had challenged the princess. He also intended to witness in person how talented the only daughter of Donghuang the Great was. The Lord of the Underworld revealed a scornful look when he saw many people volunteering to fight for the princess. He had expected this. With Princess Donghuang's status, naturally, many people wanted to promote themselves before her. The Lord of the Underworld did not say anything. From various directions, many people stepped out. They were cultivators from the alliances of the Dark Court. Streaks of terrifying aura permeated the space. The Lord of the Underworld said arrogantly, "Since everyone wants to give it a try, then we will not hold back too." As for Qi Yi, the proud son of the underworld, his gaze was still dead set on Princess Donghuang. Extremely sharp, dark, divine light shot out from Qi Ye's eyes in the direction of Princess Donghuang. He took a step forward. However, another silhouette blocked him. It was the Tianjin Academy's peerless proud son of heaven, Jian Qingzhu. Jian Qingzhu was not trying to win Princess Donghuang's good graces. He was already shouldering some responsibilities. This was his mission. Now that the clan had placed all their hopes on him, he naturally had to work hard to bear these responsibilities. Everything was going well for the clan when passing on teachings in the Void Realm. As for the clan's goal of wanting to return to the Divine Prefecture, he would be the one to achieve it. He would bring his clan and their mission to the Divine Prefecture. Qi Yi swept an indifferent glance at him. Another silhouette also appeared in front of Jian Qingzhu. This silhouette was jet black from head to toe with a burly, domineering figure. It seemed to be clad in dark armor and was imposing. Destructive dark light flowed on the divine armor. Just looking at it gave people an extremely pressured feeling. This was a member of a very powerful dark force of the dark world. They had special talents and were very powerful. This silhouette charged directly at Jian Qingzhu. Jet black light swept across the space like a bolt of divine light. He punched out, and endless jet black light descended from the sky. It covered the space and pierced through everything, crashing towards Jian Qingzhu's figure. Jian Qingzhu was expressionless. An extremely dazzling scroll of the Great Path suddenly flew out from his body, shining brightly. Divine light circled around him. The scroll of the Great Path resonated with the heavens and the earth. Its light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. The golden divine light instantly blocked out the sky and the sun. This scroll of the Great Path was the divine wheel that Jian Qingzhu had forged. Its divine light was flawless and lit up countless patterns. Immediately, this part of the sky was enveloped in the halo emanated by the scroll of the Great Path. Jianqingzhu was surrounded by the halo too. He extended his palm, and a gigantic golden palm print was unleashed. In the scroll of the Great Path, countless huge golden palm prints covered the space and stuck forward. They were domineering and similar to the giant palm of Buddha. Rumble. Two forces collided. The huge golden palm print crushed the dark light. Jianqingzhu managed to fully block the opponent's menacing attack in an instant. This scene caused many people to reveal surprised expressions. Everyone in the 9 realms knew that Yi Futian was very powerful. On the contrary, even though Jianqingzhu had great fame too, he had never participated in any battles after proving his way. He had been training devotedly. Now, he impressed the crowd with only one attack. The power of his attack was definitely very overbearing. Since the college chief of the Tianjin Academy intended to send him to train under Princess Donghuang, naturally his ability would not be weak. When Yi Futian saw the enchanting scene, he thought of his 2 older brothers, 4th older brother, Luo Fan from the cottage, and 2nd older brother, Nanjai from Dali. However, Jianqingzhu was clearly much more powerful than both his older brothers. With this attack, Yi Futian sensed that Jianqingzhu's ability was not weaker than that of Diwu. Of course, Yi Futian always had a good impression of Jianqingzhu. This person had a nice personality. However, the 2 of them had seldom encountered each other and could not be considered friends. When the palace lord of Divine Palace saw Jianqingzhu's attack, he praised him, saying, Tianjin Academy is the #1 academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Its book collection is innumerable. I heard that Jianqingzhu has read all the books. He is actually proficient in Buddhist combat techniques too. This Buddhist technique is somewhat useful in countering the dark power, said Lord Taishan, who stood beside the palace lord. Jianqingzhu opened a door of the relic when he was the god's relic, so he reaped huge benefits too. According to what I know, he obtained a library, Yi Futian said. I'm sure there are countless manuscripts stored in the library. Moreover, they were all left by the great emperor. The crowd slightly nodded their heads, showing their comprehension. Back then, Yi Futian obtained a palace hall full of divine arms. All of the divine arms stored in the hall were extremely powerful. From the looks of it, the book collection received by Jianqingzhu was surely very powerful too. Right now, Jianqingzhu had most likely merged all his learnings into his techniques. At the moment, on the battlefield, the dark aura emanated by the strong cultivator from the dark court became even more menacing. His jet-black armor expanded as his body transformed into a war god of darkness. When he sent out a punch, a terrifying will of destruction erupted. Everywhere the punch passed, things returned to the void. Jianqingzhu was bathed in the divine light of the scroll of the Great Path. Countless patterns and words intertwined and shone. Circles of halos moved forward and transformed into runes of swastika. The swastika runes circulated in the space and advanced, intertwining with each other to form an illusory figure of a Buddha. Golden light shone brightly for miles, casting away all the darkness. The Buddha materialized. Under the halo of swastika, it became extremely majestic. The runes clashed with the dark light. The Buddha chanted in Sanskrit and sent out a palm strike to its opponent. The space seemed to be ripped apart. The war god of darkness, transformed by the other party, pounced at the Buddha. Dressed in jet-black armor, his eyes were full of dominance and brutality. When their attacks collided, gold and dark lights swept out to the surrounding space as though they were forming patterns of light. The Ren Huang from the dark court was knocked back from the shockwave. However, his gaze was still very overbearing. He took a step forward and used the domineering power to actually advance. He withstood the attack from the various swastika runes as he charged towards Jian Qingzhu. It was as though he wanted to tear Jian Qingzhu apart. Jian Qingzhu formed a seal with both his hands when he sensed the domineering power from the other party. Waves of light patterns surged forward. The light patterns actually felt like huge shock waves. It was a power faintly similar to the war god's true will of waves. The light patterns continually slapped against the opponent's body, impeding his menacing momentum. Circles of light wheels appeared in the scroll of the great path. These light wheels interweaved and resonated with each other, emitting streaks of light beams. The light beams were similar to lightning, but they were much thicker in size. Streaks of terrifying lightning flashed in the sky even though it was broad daylight. A dooming will of destruction permeated the space. Everything along the path where the white light passed was blasted into dust. Each and every light will shot out a beam of white light at the same time. The beams were focused in one direction. When Jian Qingzhu gestured out a madra with both his hands, the beam of light intensified. The audience who were observing the battle from below sensed the strength of the power. A dazzling divine light flooded the battlefield, making it hard for the rest to see Jian Qingzhu clearly. They could only figure out what was happening on the battlefield through their will. At this moment, even the proud son of the underworld looked at Jian Qingzhu. The former revealed a surprised expression. This cultivator was strong. It seemed like the original realm still managed to give birth to a few monstrous figures. Jian Qingzhu floated in midair, his finger pointed downwards. Immediately, the beams of divine light focused on the same spot. They transformed into a white beam that could pierce through the heavens and earth and slash down without hesitation. Rumble. A thud sounded. The white beam hit the opponent's jet-black divine armor. In an instant, the body hidden under the armor was wrapped in white light as the cultivator looked like he had been struck by a horrifying attack. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard. The jet-black armor cracked and turned into dust. Bang! The domineering cultivator of the dark court was sent flying backward. A hideous, bloody hole could be seen on his body. He retreated to his clan immediately. He surrounded his body with dark light to control the bleeding. The way was hidden in the scroll. Impressed, everyone looked at Jian Qingzhu. He was yet another monstrous figure. However, because he was Jian Qingzhu, the cultivators of the Nine Realms were somewhat mentally prepared and could accept it. After all, before he had proven his way, Jian Qingzhu was already more or less considered the most monstrous figure of this generation in the Central Emperor realm. It was just that back then he had yet to cross paths with others, so he could only be considered one of the most monstrous. However, in the God's Relic, in reality, only he and Yi Futian had managed to open the door of the relic. It was just that no one imagined that he was actually so incredible. The cultivators of the Tianqian Academy stood there, watching all of this happen. Their expressions appeared very calm, but they were wavering inside, especially the members of the Jian clan. The reason why they had let Jian Qingzhu attack was to allow him to display his ability before Princess Donghuang. Currently, the members of the Nine Realms only knew of Yi Futian. It would certainly be the same for Princess Donghuang. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable for her to overlook others. However, with such a fateful encounter, they had to seize an opportunity for Jian Qingzhu. If they could send him over to train with Donghuang the Great and follow Princess Donghuang, then Jian Qingzhu would naturally be even more outstanding in the future. As expected, Jian Qingzhu was the first person to defeat an opponent. The battlefield where he was had also drawn the attention of Princess Donghuang, who was now looking over in his direction. However, those eyes of absolute beauty did not seem to have been stirred. With Princess Donghuang's status, she must have encountered many extraordinary figures. She would naturally not be impressed by this display. After Jian Qingzhu defeated his opponent, he stepped forward and once again walked up to the proud son of the underworld, Qi. The battle between Jian Qingzhu and the other cultivator of the Dark Court had only taken a short while. It was over in an instant, and Qi had yet to attack. Your attack is not bad. It has included many techniques. Its explosive power was as fast as lightning, and its penetration was as sharp as a sword. No wonder your senior intends to send you to be a slave under Princess Donghuang. Qi spoke with an indifferent tone as he stepped forward. His words were demeaning. He actually used the word slave to describe Jian Qingzhu. Qi then continued, "However, you can come to my dark court and serve under me. How about that? You were banished to the lower worlds anyway. You might as well betray your academy and come to the dark court. It is saddening to see a top figure like you lowering your status to beg for help." "Silence!" The college chief of the Tianjin Academy scolded loudly. He naturally saw through that Qi Yi was trying to provoke Jiang Qingzhu and was taking pleasure in doing so. When he heard the other party saying this, Qi Yi smiled and walked slowly over to Jian Qingzhu. He said, "If you want to fight on behalf of Princess Donghuang, I will grant you your wish." Once he said this, darkness enveloped the space. The entire space immediately turned extremely cold. In this dark space, round patterns of light similarly appeared. However, they shone with a jet black hue and enveloped this space. The round light patterns flowed around in the space and were all around. Will of destruction spread out within the space and emanated a heavy pressure. It was as though this space had become the dark world. Behind Qi Yi in the darkness, an illusion of the underworld faintly appeared. It was as though it was the true underworld. It made many people feel despair. Within the dark world, there were countless black holes. From these round black holes, spears of the underworld appeared. Each spear emanated frightening, destructive pressure. Jian Qingzhu's expression was serious. He took a stance, and his scroll of the Great Path shone even more brilliantly. White divine light emanated from it, seemingly countering his opponent's black holes of the underworld. A frenzied, destructive storm swept up. It rampaged over the battlefield where the two of them stood. It was absolutely terrifying. "Go forth," Qi uttered. As soon as he spoke, all the spears sprang out of the black holes of the underworld. They were as fast as lightning. Their speed was unbelievable as they went straight for Jian Qingzhu's body. Beams of dazzling white lightning shot out from Jian Qingzhu's scroll of the Great Path. The white beams and the spears collided. Instantly, black and white intertwined, and an even more menacing, destructive storm erupted. The white beams were everywhere, while the dark spears attacked with great momentum. Moreover, the black holes were still spitting out spears of the underworld continuously. The glint of a malicious smile flashed past in Qi Ye's eyes, while his attacks continued to descend on his opponent. He seemed to be mocking Jian Qingzhu. "Huh." Yi Futian frowned. Something didn't feel right. "Be careful," the college chief of the Tianjin Academy cried. Jian Qingzhu seemed to have noticed something too. The scroll of the Great Path unleashed a divine light. A brilliant light shroud protected his body. He ceased countering Qi Ye's attack. Instead, he aimed to defend himself now. In that instant, among the storm that was surging around his body, a formless flow of air was suddenly released. It had neither form nor shadow and seemed to merge completely into the darkness. Others could not catch sight of it with their vision nor with their wills. It was an invisible attack. Rumble. Jian Qingzhu's body seemed to have been hit. However, the attack seemed to have been blocked by his defenses. Yet, after that, rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Jian Qingzhu's figure was knocked backward. Yi Futian revealed a very frightening gaze. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. In his mind, he saw that Jian Qingzhu was already buried by the spears of the underworld. The attack that was hidden within the darkness seemed to be formless and could not be guarded against. At that moment, the black holes in the dark world also frenziedly shot out spears of the underworld that shot towards Jian Qingzhu. In the blink of an eye, his entire person was buried within the spears. Despicable, a friend of Jian Qingzhu in the Tianqin Academy said. The elders all had ugly expressions. However, they did not say anything. This was the original ability of Qi Yi. Since it was his ability, it naturally could not be considered despicable for him to have used it. Qi Yi walked forward one step at a time and came up to above Jian Qingzhu. He lifted his hand and waved outwards. An even more frightening storm of darkness appeared in the sky above. The black holes spat out endless destructive divine light that rained down in the direction where Jian Qingzhu's figure was buried. A terrifying, destructive light of the underworld erupted. It was more menacing than the dark divine light. It directly slashed downwards at Jian Qingzhu. Rumble. An intense explosion was heard. Jian Qingzhu was knocked down to the ground from the sky. A golden Buddhist light shone, and the darkness dissipated. However, Jian Qingzhu's body was tainted with many destructive auras. His clothes were tattered, and he looked somewhat miserable. Qi Yi cast a glance at him and continued striding forward. He walked towards Princess Donghuang and said, "I think it's still better to have Princess give me some pointers." Princess Donghuang glanced at Qi Yi. Then she turned and looked at Yi Futian, who was standing below. She asked, "Don't you plan to attack?" Yi Futian was surprised. He didn't want to join the fight at all. By watching the face-off between the proud son of darkness and Princess Donghuang, he was hoping to gauge the real capabilities of the top cultivators from the Dark Court and the only child of Donghuang the Great Emperor. It seemed that Jian Qingzhu didn't push Qi Yi hard enough to force him to exert his full strength during the previous encounter. However, Yi Futian didn't expect that the cold and haughty Princess Donghuang would call him out in front of everyone. Yi Futian was curious to see how powerful Princess Donghuang was. Besides, he didn't want to show off his ability in front of these people from the Donghuang Imperial Palace, as he was worried that they could figure him out quickly. Princess Donghuang knew too much about him already. Qi Yi defeated Jian Qingzhu with ease. As formidable as Jian Qingzhu was, Yi Futian would face a strenuous fight if he sparred with Qi Yi. It would be impossible for him to hold back and conceal his strength, which wasn't what he wanted at all. But Princess Donghuang asked him herself. It would be rude and impudent if he declined her request. Yi Futian was caught between a rock and a hard place. Princess Donghuang's eyes fixed on Yi Futian. It was hard to speculate her thoughts based on her standoffish manner. She seemed to be waiting for his answer. "Yes, Princess," Yi Futian nodded and replied. He would appear insensible and ignorant if he didn't follow her order. Yi Futian stepped up and emitted brilliant golden light from his body. Tremendous sword was condensed and released as the trumpets of the divine elephant reverberated in the void. Millions of strings of the sword came into sight in the sky and made a terrifying screeching sound. Hundreds of thousands of swords uttered harsh and ear-piercing shrieks together. Yi Futian hovered in midair. Numerous divine elephants stampeded toward his opponent. Qi Yi shot a glance at Yi Futian. Although this was the first time he met Yi Futian, he had heard about him back in the Hidden Land realm. Rumor had it that Yi Futian was the most talented cultivator in the original realm and was known as the pride of the original realm. On top of that, he obtained God's inheritance in the God's relic. Qi Yi's eyes aimed beams of light of destruction at Yi Futian as soon as Yi Futian made a move. The sky was pitch black as a scary, swirling black hole emerged from the darkness. The black hole shot out spears of the underworld, each of which contained incredible destructive power. Qi Yi moved his hand downward. The swirling storm in the dark void instantly spewed out spears of the underworld toward Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian used the divine elephants as a shield. He strode across the void with great force. Then he applied the pinching sword techniques with his fingers. Suddenly, the brilliant blades of light shone through space as the strings of swords produced a deep, full sound. The immense sword tore up the void and dashed against the spears of the underworld. A dazzling divine sword became visible in front of Yi Futian. He pushed his hand forward and transformed into a flash of lightning. The divine sword slashed through the sky and made an onslaught on Yi. Yi looked directly at Yi Futian. His eyes were like two fathomless abysses that could bring people into the endless darkness. Yi Futian's dazzling divine sword thrust forward and shattered everything around it. However, a terrifying black hole appeared in front of Yi's body. The black hole devoured the sword of the great path of destruction and even attempted to wolf down Yi Futian along with the sword. Yi Futian stepped back. A dark and strong air current was roaring and surging around him. He charged forward while being covered by the golden divine elephants. With booming noise, the invisible spears of the underworld rained on the divine elephants. Yi Futian was pushed back by the unstoppable force. Under ceaseless bombardment, the golden divine elephant that was shielding Yi Futian started to crack. Yi Futian jostled forward and smashed everything to smithereens with the sword will and his fists. In the meantime, however, a ray of light of the underworld shone directly on Yi Futian from above and covered his body completely. As Yi moved his hand downward in the next moment, a dark bolt of lightning from hell struck down and destroyed everything it touched. The area Yi Futian was standing in was buried in darkness and was about to blow out. Bang! The golden divine elephant covering Yi Futian's body kept cracking and disintegrating. With a deafening sound, Yi Futian fell to the ground. As he was groaning, the divine light of the great path of destruction blasted on him again. Bang! The divine elephant exploded. The terrifying divine light faded, but the light of the underworld was still cast upon Yi Futian's body as if it would strike him again at any time. Nothing special. Yi glanced at Yi Futian and said. Then he raised his head to look at Princess Donghuang and asked, "May I ask your highness to try it out with me?" Princess Donghuang darted a meaningful look at Yi Futian. Then she turned her beautiful eyes to Yi standing in front of her. Yi Futian felt a little uneasy. Nevertheless, Yi Futian remained composed. Judging from the way Princess Donghuang looked at him, she might have figured something out. But it was not a big deal, even if she saw through his trick. After all, Yi Futian fought with Yi, just as she requested. She couldn't demand him to win. Yi was the proud son of the underworld, one of the most powerful cultivators of the next generation of the Dark Court. Yi Futian had to spare no effort and put most of his skills and techniques on display if he wanted to defeat Yi. Needless to say, he preferred to prevent that from happening. He didn't really care much about the result of the contest. At this moment, beams of extremely brilliant divine light shone from the sky and penetrated the darkness. The crowd immediately looked at Princess Donghuang and couldn't help but exclaim to themselves about how ravishing she looked. Yi Futian also shifted his eyes to that direction. Princess Donghuang was wearing a pair of divine wings of the phoenix, splendid and large enough to blot out the sun. Every feather on the divine wings seemed to be burning with a dazzling golden light, as though it could incinerate any person it touched. The wings cut through the light of the underworld as she spread them open. A giant shadow of the divine phoenix emerged in the sky and covered the entire area. The shadow of the divine phoenix even appeared in her eyes. Yi felt excruciating pain, as if his body was set on fire when she looked at him. "You're not a match for me. How are you supposed to teach me a thing or two?" Princess Donghuang's voice was cold and unfriendly. She already reached the peak of the lower Renhuang plain, higher than Yi. A shrill caw of the phoenix pierced through the sky and reverberated in the space. Qi Yi was dismayed by the sound. He felt dizzy and wobbly, as though he was about to sink into Princess Donghuang's eyes. The dark and destructive energy surged frantically around his body, trying to summon the darkness again. Princess Donghuang took a step forward, glorious and breathtaking. She seemed like the only person worth attention in the entire world. All the people fighting around them stopped and cast their eyes on Princess Donghuang. The divine wings on her back flapped and shot out scintillating divine light. The dark energy swirling around Qi Ye's body was subdued and eventually dispersed. In the sky, the enormous divine phoenix uttered a caw at Qi Yi as the divine fire engulfed the space. The shadow of the underworld behind Qi Yi wanted to resist, yet the flames slowly consumed it. Facing the raging inferno, Qi Yi transformed into a black shadow and beat a hasty retreat back to the camp of the Dark Court. He looked quite embarrassed. Although Princess Donghuang was at a higher plane, as the proud son of the underworld, he shouldn't sustain a crushing defeat like this. He was puny and fragile when facing Princess Donghuang's attack. While he didn't exert all his strength, he also understood that Princess Donghuang didn't either. It was a casual sparring session for both of them, yet he was overwhelmed by her and couldn't withstand a single blow. Princess Donghuang stepped back as if nothing happened. She quietly returned to her seat as the divine light around her body faded. She cast a disdainful look at Qi Yi and said, "Does the Dark Court plan to start the war right here?" Lord of the Underworld heard her and cracked a smile. Well played. Princess Donghuang is magnificent indeed. You are a true heir to Donghuang the Great Emperor. Qi Yi is not a match for you. We will learn from your highness again if the chance arises in the future. Take care. Cultivators from the Dark Court all moved back into the dark space where the dark energy was churning and swirling. Their bodies disappeared into the darkness in no time. People from the Divine Prefecture were not too excited. It was matter of course for them to win this battle. In fact, they were quite embarrassed since no one could beat the proud son of the underworld, and Princess Donghuang had to join the fight herself. Nevertheless, it might be a good thing to show the enemy how powerful the princess was. Princess Donghuang was expected to reign over the world someday. She couldn't conceal her strength all the time. "We're incompetent and couldn't relieve your highness of your worries," said the college chief of the Tianjin Academy. Princess Donghuang shook her head. Even with Jian Qingzhu's extraordinary talent, it was only normal for him to lose to the proud son of the underworld, one of the 7 proud sons of the Dark Court. On the other hand, Futian. Princess Donghuang darted another look at the silver-haired man standing below and saw that he was staring at her with his clear and seemingly innocent eyes as well. She couldn't tell if he lost to Qi Yi on purpose. Even so, it was highly suspicious for someone who had slaughtered high-level renhuangs to be trounced by Qi Yi. Many top cultivators could tell that Futian didn't put forth his best efforts during the fight before. Why didn't Futian want to show off in front of Princess Donghuang? Cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation and the Shun clan were also confused. Futian could have stepped up and risen to eminence if he seized the opportunity earlier, just like how the college chief of the Tianjin Academy hoped Jian Qingzhu could impress Princess Donghuang and follow her to cultivate in the Divine Prefecture. As long as Futian displayed his ability, he could make Princess Donghuang think highly of him even if he didn't defeat the proud son of the underworld. But he didn't do that. On the contrary, he deliberately held back and lost the fight. Wouldn't it seem impudent and perfunctory in Princess Donghuang's eyes? Gai Qiong narrowed his eyes and stared at Futian. Did Futian not understand who Princess Donghuang was? Futian would never rise to the high society in the Divine Prefecture if the great emperor learned about how he gave Princess Donghuang the runaround. How rude and disrespectful! Gai Qiong said Yi Futian, you obtained God's inheritance and used to show off your impressive divine wheels in the past. Why did you lose this fight? Instead of bluntly accusing Yi Futian of not making an effort, Gai Qiong only insinuated that Yi Futian didn't do his best. But other people certainly understood that Gai Qiong was trying to ruin Yi Futian's future by pointing it out. Princess Donghuang was generous enough not to make a big thing out of Yi Futian's connection with the devil world. Yet he was still behaving in such a brazen and irreverent manner. Gai Qiong couldn't figure out what Yi Futian was thinking. Princess Donghuang obviously heard Gai Qiong's question as well, but she didn't pay him any attention. Standing on top of the stairs, she kept gazing at Yi Futian with her calm and captivating eyes. Your Highness, Qi is a very powerful cultivator. He subdued me after a moment of carelessness. Although I was still capable of fighting back, I saw that your Highness spread the amazing divine wings. I didn't dare to make a fumbling attempt in front of your magnificent presence. Please forgive me, Yi Futian admitted with ease. He couldn't deny what everyone witnessed with their own eyes. The battle was over now. Princess Donghuang couldn't ask him to perform in front of the crowd again. Princess Donghuang still stared at him distantly. She said, "You follow me." Then she turned around and walked toward the palace. The rest of you, please do as you wish. The divine general next to Princess Donghuang took a good look at Yi Futian, then spoke to the others. A strange look flashed across Gai Qiong's face. Princess Donghuang asked Yi Futian to follow her. What did she mean? Princess Donghuang summoned Yi Futian alone. Was she displeased with what happened just now, or was she impressed by Yi Futian for real? With a puzzled look, Yi Futian didn't understand Princess Donghuang's intention either. Her eyes were too inscrutable to reveal her emotions. If only Yi Futian brought Fei Xue with him, then she might be able to tell him if Princess Donghuang's intention was good or bad. I will be right back, Yi Futian said to Huajiu. Jiu nodded slightly. Following a guide, Yi Futian climbed the stairs under everyone's watch. The crowd made a racket after Princess Donghuang, and Yi Futian left. Cultivators from different forces couldn't stop talking and speculating. People from the Heavenly Mandate Academy were a little worried. No one could put their finger on Princess Donghuang's personality. They didn't know if she would be offended by what Yi Futian did before. The college chief of the Tianqin Academy stood in place and stared at Princess Donghuang's receding figure. He sighed to himself. Princess Donghuang didn't mention his request, which meant that she didn't grant it either. Don't be downhearted. Jianqing Zhu is an excellent cultivator and only lost the fight by accident. As the proud son of the underworld, Qi is a formidable opponent. Jianqing Zhu already proved himself to be one of the best. He will certainly assume your mantle and make a name for himself in the divine prefecture in the future, no matter where he cultivates, Xin Gao of the Xin clan said to the college chief of the Tianqin Academy. I hope so. The college chief of the Tianqin Academy nodded and said, Jianqing Zhu does have great talents, but he still needs to work harder. He can only be in awe at Princess Donghuang's unparalleled ability. Xin Gao almost rolled his eyes at the college chief of the Tianqin Academy. This old man laid his reputation on the line to beg for a brighter future for Jianqing Zhu, and he was still praising Princess Donghuang after she was gone. Besides, Princess Donghuang summoned Yi Futian rather than Jianqing Zhu. Did the college chief really have no resentment? Princess Donghuang is going to take over from the great emperor. Of course, she is incomparable, Xin Gao echoed. Cultivators chatted with each other casually. Some left, but the majority of the crowd stayed to see what would happen to Yi Futian. They wanted to know if Princess Donghuang had a positive or negative impression of him. Her attitude was crucial to many forces. At this point, Yi Futian followed Princess Donghuang into the great hall of the empty imperial palace. Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and waved her hands to order the servants to clear out. Some guards stood outside of the hall. Only one attendant remained by the side of Princess Donghuang. Yi Futian stood quietly in the great hall. He was still perplexed when he saw that Princess Donghuang turned around and stared at him. However, Yi Futian maintained an upright posture in front of her elegant figure, as if he didn't want to bend his head to her. "Can I help your highness?" Yi Futian asked. His voice was calm, neither supercilious nor obsequious. "Are you upset at me?" Princess Donghuang looked at him and asked. Her haughty bearing and her blunt question annoyed Yi Futian, yet he still kept a tight rein on his feelings and replied in a low voice, "Your Highness must be joking. I'm only a cultivator from the Heavenly Mandate Academy in the Divine Prefecture. How can I be upset at your Highness?" "Because of your master," Princess Donghuang continued. Yi Futian was surprised. He raised his head and studied her face. So Princess Donghuang knew that Yi Futian was among the disciples of the cottage in the Eastern Barren territory. Yi Futian didn't expect her to remember that incident. He didn't know if she had any recollection of their first meeting. They were much younger back then. He was only 16 years old. Princess Donghuang was around the same age, judging by her appearance. "I didn't realize you remembered," Yi Futian admitted after a short moment of silence. There was no point for him to hide or deny since she already recognized him. He said, "How is my master doing?" "Not well, of course," Princess Donghuang replied coldly. Yi Futian glared at her. His face stiffened. "May I ask your Highness what crimes my master committed?" Yi Futian asked. He was still unaware of the identity of his master in the cottage, nor did he know why Donghuang the Great Emperor sent people to capture him. "Of course he committed crimes. You don't need to know the details," Princess Donghuang said. "So, your Highness summoned me here only to tell me that you recognized me?" Yi Futian asked her. Princess Donghuang still stared at him steadily. Their eyes met after minutes of silence. She still looked composed and arrogant. Unlike Yi Futian, Princess Donghuang was born with blue blood. Yi Futian worked his way up from the bottom, even though his godfather said he was destined to be an emperor. Princess Donghuang, on the other hand, was high above others from the beginning. "You don't need to be so suspicious. He was my father's study attendant," said Princess Donghuang. Yi Futian's eyes narrowed. Mr. Du from the cottage used to follow Donghuang the Great Emperor. On top of that, he probably served the twin Great Emperors at that time. Besides, he was the Great Emperor's study attendant. It seemed like he was familiar with the twin Great Emperors and had a close relationship with the Great Emperor. If that was true, he must have first-hand knowledge of the situation on Sky Mountain back in the days. Why did he stay in the Eastern Barren territory and never display his ability? He probably made some mistakes as the Great Emperor's study attendant, since Princess Donghuang said he was guilty of crimes. "I'm meeting you because your master pleaded with my father and wanted to know how you are doing. I got my answer now. You'd better reach Gai Cheong's level first if you want to see your master again. You're not in a position to hold a bias against me yet." Princess Donghuang looked at Yi Futian and said disdainfully. Yi Futian looked back at her and smiled in silence. He was not good enough indeed. She was the daughter of the sovereign of the Divine Prefecture. Who dared to hold a bias against her? Even the college chief of the Tianjin Academy begged her to let Jian Qingzhu follow her and cultivate in the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian didn't expect that Mr. Du still kept his disciples in mind after being captured. It sounded like that his master was probably imprisoned by Donghuang the Great Emperor and still alive. "You can go back now. I hope you can become stronger the next time I see you. You don't have to hide your strength from me," Princess Donghuang said in an arrogant tone. Yi Futian looked at her and smiled, said, I will do as your highness wish. Goodbye." Then he turned around and left the great hall. After Yi Futian was gone, the divine general next to Princess Donghuang asked, "It seems that your highness look on him with favor. I heard this man's talent is unmatched in the original realm. Should we consider taking him back to the divine prefecture to cultivate?" "The truly talented people can cultivate anywhere," Princess Donghuang replied. "You're right," the divine general nodded in agreement. Princess Donghuang gazed at Yi Futian's retreating figure and cast her mind back to the first time she met him. She figured it was quite difficult for him to achieve his current position. She was only 16 years old when she saw a distressed young man on Mount Tianyao. The crowd stared at Yi Futian when he returned from the great hall. No one dared to sneak a peek at what happened inside, nor did they know what Princess Donghuang said to Yi Futian. Everyone was burning with curiosity, especially people from the Shin clan and the Golden Divine Nation. They had a crucial battle only days ago. Needless to say, they were eager to know Princess Donghuang's attitude toward Yi Futian. However, it appeared that nothing big happened inside. Otherwise, Yi Futian wouldn't come out in such a short time. Yi Futian certainly knew what they were thinking about. He shot them a glance and had no intention of disclosing anything. They should play the guessing game with themselves. To be honest, he and Princess Donghuang didn't discuss much. She summoned him only because of his master. "Let's go," Yi Futian said to Lord Taishian and the others. Lord Taishian nodded and understood that there was no problem between Yi Futian and Princess Donghuang. He felt much relieved. Soon they left the empty imperial palace and prepared to return to the heavenly mandate realm. The cultivators from other forces dispersed after Yi Futian was gone. Princess Donghuang came to the empty imperial palace and made some rules. But it didn't mean the 9 realms would remain peaceful in the future. The path ahead would still be bloody, albeit organized. Chapter 1811 Undercurrent. Yi Futian and other cultivators in the alliance walked back together. Many people were curious about what Princess Donghuang said to Yi Futian when they were alone. Nevertheless, no one asked such an impertinent question. Hua Jiyu and Yi Futian walked ahead, holding hands. She slightly turned sideways and looked at Yi Futian with her clear, beautiful eyes. Then she asked in a soft voice, "What did she want you for?" Hua Jiyu had been innocent and ingenuous ever since she came out of the Brahma's pure sky. Little by little, she started to understand certain things now that she had been around Yi Futian for a while. For example, she became aware of the concept of jealousy. Princess Donghuang was so stunning. If Hua Jiyu were a man, she probably would be attracted to a woman as beautiful as Princess Donghuang. On top of that, as the daughter of Donghuang the Great Emperor, Princess Donghuang was the most prestigious woman in the entire divine prefecture. Taken by surprise, Yi Futian blinked his eyes. He didn't expect Jiyu to ask him about his conversation with Princess Donghuang. Besides, Yi Futian could sense her honest and genuine emotion when he looked into her bright eyes. "You really want to know?" Yi Futian asked her with a smile. "Yes." Hua Jiyu nodded slightly. "Why?" Yi Futian asked mischievously. He was poking fun at her on purpose. From what he could see, Jiyu seemed more and more lively and spirited nowadays, even though he knew she might never be the same person anymore. He started to feel like she could completely forget about the past and fall in love with him one more time. "Am I not your wife?" Hua Jiyu said as a matter of course. Yi Futian was at a loss for words. She was absolutely right. The wind whipped through Hua Jiyu's long, black hair. Yi Futian smoothed out her hair on her forehead and gazed at her familiar face. He said gently, "There was a master who treated me very well when I was in the Eastern Barren territory many years ago. You were in the Eastern Barren territory too at that time, and you used to visit the cottage. I told you about this. The master of you and second sister? Hua Jiu asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and continued. He was taken away later by Princess Donghuang. She said he committed some crimes. That's why she wanted to talk to me. Hua Jiu nodded and asked, Then how is your master doing now? She said he is not well, but he asked her to check on us and see if we are okay. Yi Futian answered in a low voice. Hua Jiu was silent for a while. She tried hard to cast her mind back to that time, yet couldn't remember anything. It sounded vaguely familiar to her, but she still felt like her memory was sealed off somewhere. Lord Taishan and other people were surprised by Yi Futian's story. They didn't think Yi Futian and Princess Donghuang had such a relationship in the past. Futian, who is your master? Lord Taishan asked. I just heard from Princess Donghuang that my master was the great emperor's study attendant, said Yi Futian. Oh, I see. Lord Taishan nodded. No wonder Princess Donghuang summoned Yi Futian alone. Regardless, Lord Taishan never contacted Donghuang the great emperor and didn't know much about the people around the great emperor. It appeared that Yi Futian's master was responsible for some crimes. Such a pity. Otherwise, Yi Futian could have had a connection with the great emperor. Being the great emperor's study attendant might sound insignificant. Still, the person would have a close relationship with the great emperor and might be able to bring Yi Futian directly to the Donghuang imperial palace. So Gu Donglu is also his disciple? Jiang Qingzi from the celestial gate of vast heaven asked. Yes, Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Third brother Gu was the one who taught me most of the time. Our master didn't like to run the show. He must be a fascinating person, Jiang Qingzi commented in a low voice. Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were both his disciples and built such a deep friendship with each other. He truly deserved to be the great emperor's study attendant. Yes, a fascinating person who doesn't know much about cultivation, Yi Futian laughed. Now that he thought about it, his master only demonstrated his skills once in the end. He didn't even give his disciples many lessons. Without any conflict or dispute, cultivators from different forces each returned home. It was almost as if the grudges and animosity between them evaporated all of a sudden. Nonetheless, everyone in the 9 realms understood that the world's division was already determined, and at least one group would be eliminated sooner or later. For instance, the Heavenly Mandate Academy Alliance and the partnership between the Golden Divine Nation and the Shen clan were irreconcilable. After the Battle of the Divine Palace, they would not quit unless the opponent was annihilated. Although Princess Donghuang set up certain rules, they would try their best to find a way to eliminate each other within the rules. Also, the 4 top forces in the Ziwei realm picked different sides. The future clashes were unavoidable. The same thing went for the Central Emperor realm. Unless they could maintain the balance forever, one side would conquer or destroy the other side at some point in the future. The only thing uncertain was the timing. However, both sides had been holding still since Yi Futian and the others returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They both knew that the problem had extended far beyond the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Golden Divine Nation. Even if one group in the Ziwei realm went to the empty Imperial Palace and requested to start a war on another group, everyone would be dragged into the mess immediately. Would the Heavenly Mandate Academy sit idly by if the Dou tribe wanted to launch an attack? Subsequently, would the Golden Divine Nation watch the Dou tribe destroying the school of the Emperor Star? After the Divine Palace's battle, the Golden Divine Nation had no choice but to ally their one. Otherwise, they could be overpowered by the Heavenly Mandate Academy and their allies. Therefore, neither side acted recklessly for now. The 9 realms entered another period of peace. In the meantime, the forces from the Divine Prefecture were also weighing their options. Princess Donghuang dictated a set of rules for them. Any of them involved in the war in the original realm would not be allowed to leave the original realm for 10 years. While it wasn't too long of a time, nobody knew what would happen in 10 years. The master cultivators especially needed to think it over. Their group couldn't afford to have multiple of them staying in the original realm at the same time for 10 years. What if something happened in the divine prefecture? The peace didn't last long. A deep undercurrent was surging underneath the surface in the 9 realms. On this day, Gai Qiong and Gai Tsang were sitting on the thrones in the golden divine nation. Their faces both turned gloomy after hearing a piece of news. You can't figure it out? With a grim expression, Gai Tsang asked the person who reported the news. Your Majesty, we couldn't find anything, the person replied. How many people so far? Gai Tsang's voice was ice cold. 8. The messenger lowered his head. In recent days, several cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation disappeared and later found dead one after the other. Their investigation yielded 0 results, and they had no clue who was targeting them. Moreover, the victims were all key figures in the Golden Divine Nation. To successfully assassinate them without leaving a trace or drawing any attention, the enemy must be exceptionally powerful and well prepared. Useless. Gai Tsang scolded him. Keep investigating. Yes, Your Majesty. The man bowed and left. Gai Qiong and Gai Tsang exchanged a look. Gai Tsang asked, They have been quiet these days. Could it be them attacking us in secret? Princess Donghuang set the rules herself. I don't think they dare to defy her. Gai Qiong's eyebrows knitted tightly. He served under Donghuang the Great Emperor and believed in Princess Donghuang's authority. Yi Futian always does as he pleases with no respect for the rules. We don't know what he and Princess Donghuang talked about when she summoned him alone that day. Perhaps Princess Donghuang was really impressed by him and dropped a hint. Thus, he ignored her rules and assassinated our people secretly? Gai Tsang said suspiciously. Gai Qiong frowned. No one knew what Princess Donghuang and Yi Futian discussed that day. Everyone waiting outside was speculating. Did Princess Donghuang look on Yi Futian with favor? Yi Futian might be bold enough to conduct such operations if Princess Donghuang gave him a hint for real. Besides, I asked around. Only people from our Golden Divine Nation were killed. Gai Tsang's voice was low and hoarse. He continues, I think it's necessary to inform the empty imperial palace about these assassinations. We can only put more pressure on our enemies this way. Actually, the Golden Divine Nation was not the only group that was targeted. Several forces in the 9 realms had lost a handful of cultivators each in the past few days. Their investigations didn't go anywhere either. However, it didn't cause an uproar since most of the forces only had 1 or 2 people killed. Although those groups didn't publicize the issue, there was plenty of internal speculation and discussion. For example, the same thing happened in the Ziwei realm. Many people were wary of each other. If they made it public and communicated with each other, they might realize that it was somewhat similar to when hell resurged. Right now, in the domain of hell, the top force that unified the hidden land realm, Lord of the Underworld sat high in the throne of the Underworld. His eyes scanned the people around him. There weren't many of them, but they were all extremely powerful, like a circle of black shadows. What's going on out there now? Lord of the Underworld asked. They are suspecting each other, one person replied. The 9 realms were already in a muddle. These assassinations would make them distrust each other even more. Lord of the Underworld gazed into the distance. The current situation in the 9 realms provided them an excellent chance. They went to the Central Emperor realm last time in the name of meeting Princess Donghuang, while in fact that was only one of their objects. They also wanted to see how powerful the cultivators who gathered in the empty imperial palace truly were. They could use that information to plan for their actions. What about the empty imperial palace? Lord of the Underworld asked. About the same. Princess Donghuang doesn't seem to be leaving any time soon, the the man replied again. Let's ignore her. She commands 9 realms. Yet our dark court only controls 1. That's not enough, Lord of the Underworld said coldly. Gather our people. Let's do it. Chapter 1812 Apocalypse of Shadow. The Hidden Land Realm and the Shadow Realm bordered each other. The Hidden Land Realm was also known as the Realm of Darkness, and the Shadow Realm was the Realm of Extreme Darkness. It was the opposite of the Solar Realm. The whole Shadow Realm was filled with dark and cold air. The cultivators of this land were skilled at shadow magic. It was said that in the 9 realms, the Solar Realm and the Shadow Realm had been forged and nurtured from divine items. Yuiwe Divine Palace was called the master of the current Shadow Realm, and it was the strongest force there. They had their own force from the upper realms, which was an incredibly powerful force. Now they had come down to the lower realms and were slowly taking over Yuiwe Divine Palace. Moreover, they seemed to want to take over the entire Shadow Realm. On this day, Yuiwe Divine Palace seemed to hang high in the sky like a moon palace. Clear and cold halls surrounded the Divine Mountain. There were many women there. Due to their feminine physiques, women were skilled at shadow magic. Thus, many of the cultivators of Yuiwe Divine Palace were women. This was exactly opposite from the Solar Palace. Most of the cultivators, some men, cultivated sun magic. At that moment, a supremely beautiful woman was sitting upon a practice stage in the palace. Her aura was cold and clear. She sat there cultivating alone, seeming very solitary. A figure approached her from the front. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and said, "Master." This woman was the goddess Chang, she of Yuiwe Divine Palace. Her master looked off into the distance. Making Chang, she asked, "What is wrong, master?" "My heart is troubled. I feel like something is about to happen," said her master. "Right now, the 9 realms are relatively calm. Princess Donghuang has personally commanded the fighting to stop." "There won't be any trouble for the time being," said Changshi. Yuiwe Divine Palace had been gathering its strength and cultivating in secret. They were not displaying their power. If there were any sudden disasters, they would not happen to them. Changshi's master frowned and said, "Given the current disorder, anything could happen. Moreover, there are more powers in the 9 realms than those under the control of the Divine Prefecture." Changshi knew what her master was talking about. Previously, the cultivators of hell had descended upon the empty imperial palace. The dark court had been behind that. Now they had taken over the hidden land realm, which meant that they had designs for the 9 realms. Whoosh! A gray figure flashed towards them off in the distance, moving as swiftly as a bolt of lightning. A voice resonated throughout Yuiwe Divine Palace. "The hidden land realm has attacked the Shadow Realm." The voice rang through the palace. For a time, everyone in the palace trembled fiercely. Many figures shot up into the sky above the palace. In but an instant, many Renhuangs appeared and stood up in the sky. The hidden land realm had invaded. They all knew very clearly what this meant. The hidden land realm was under the control of the Dark Court. If the Dark Army had attacked, this meant that the Dark Court had launched a realm war. They meant to swallow up the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm bordered the Hidden Land Realm and had similar atmospheres. Thus, the Dark Court had sent their army there first. Did they mean to take the whole realm? A figure appeared up in the sky. Moonlight fell, covering the entire area. "Guanghan, go to the empty Imperial Palace right now and ask for help," ordered the figure up in the sky. "Yue-chan, lead the people below the Renhuang level away from here, and send a few groups to other forces to ask them to join together and help us." "Yes, Palace Lord," came the answer. Suddenly, a group of figures flew through the sky as the palace became a scene of chaos. Everyone at low level was beginning to leave. They knew that given Yuiwe Divine Palace's power, they would have no way to resist when the Dark Court invaded. They had to go to the empty Imperial Palace to ask for help. However, they also knew it probably wouldn't come in time. Also, if the Dark Court wanted to occupy the Shadow Realm, they probably would not only attack them. They would attack all the forces in the Shadow Realm and conquer them. Just as the Palace Lord of the Yuiwe Divine Palace gave those orders, darkness began to spread towards them from a distance, like night was falling. It was moving extremely quickly. In a short time, the divine beings within Yuiwe Divine Palace no longer shone with such brilliant moonlight. It was as if they had been infected by a darkness that was suppressing them. A vast army appeared in the dark sky under the moonlight outside of the palace. The Lord of the Underworld, one of the 7 kings of the Dark Court, was among them. He had brought many cultivators with him, and not only that, but some of the other forces of the Dark World had also rushed to the Shadow Realm. Suddenly, many terrifying black holes appeared in the dark sky, like vortexes of the underworld. Destructive underworld spears appeared and shot downward towards Yuiwe Divine Palace. In a flash, many cracking sounds rang out, followed by cries of pain. Many of the people of Yuiwe Divine Palace had been slain by the spears that now pinned them to the ground. "Go!" yelled someone. Terrible, massive dark beasts were charging towards them. They looked like monsters from hell. They had ferocious fangs with which they bit the cultivators on the ground to death. They rampaged through Yuiwe Divine Palace, killing everywhere they went. Everywhere they passed was left in dead silence. Not even the grass was left alive. They were cruel and violent, and they brought endless death and despair to them. This was the Dark Court. There had been a death knell when the Dark World went to war. They brought darkness everywhere they went and left no light. The cultivators of Yuiwe Divine Palace were furious when they saw all this, but the powerful standing up in the air remained calm. Although there was fury in their hearts, they would not let it influence the situation. This was what the world of cultivators was like. It was just that such fierce fighting had not happened in the 9 realms in too long. But several centuries ago, a slaughter like this would not have been out of the ordinary. People everywhere would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. In the previous internal disputes of the Divine Prefecture, there had been rules. The realms under Princess Donghuang could be constrained, but the Dark World would not be so compliant with their invasion. This was not at all like a battle between 2 armies. It was a slaughter. Words paled before a slaughter like this. They would have no meaning. Thus, no one asked for mercy and none was given. Everyone attack, but do not be overzealous in your fighting, ordered the Palace Lord of Yuiwe Divine Palace. The opposing army had come to destroy them. In this situation, it would be suicide to fight them with all their might. None of them would survive it. Today, they would all try to escape. Thus, she had ordered them to fight their way out. Protect the goddess. Her eyes fell upon Changshi, and a mighty aura burst forth from her. Suddenly, the vast area around her turned extremely cold and filled with dark, icy power. A full moon appeared behind her. Moonlight fell upon the army of the Dark Court. Suddenly, many of them were covered in frost. They had been frozen by great path ice seals. At the same time, destructive attacks burst forth under the moonlight, smashing into the icy area. Many of the frozen figures were shattered and killed. More and more people were dying every moment. It was a horrifying scene. The Lord of the Underworld cast his gaze over his opponent. An underworld spear appeared in one of the terrible black vortexes. He stepped forward, and endless airflows of destruction and death swept out from the spear, shooting towards the full moon. Everywhere it went, death swept through the crowds of people. Many people were covered by the death will and died instantly. Several great figures stepped out beside him, walking towards the great figures of Yuiwe Divine Palace. Behind Yuiwe Divine Palace, several cultivators were taking Changshi away, but they were being pursued. "Get her! I want her alive," said the Lord of the Underworld, looking at Changshi. She was a remarkable woman, beautiful and talented, and she was the goddess of Yuiwe Divine Palace. He could leave her alive. Chang, she went pale. Under the dark sky, all of Yuiwe Divine Palace was covered by death will. It was like the god of death had descended upon them. All the ancient halls and palaces crumbled and were destroyed. They had no way to stop the invasion of the Dark Army. Now, all they could hope to do was survive. While Yuiwe Divine Palace was being attacked, the other forces of the Shadow Realm were under attack as well. At this time, the Snow Divine Kingdom, which stood within the Shadow Realm, was facing destruction. Although they were strong, they had no incredibly powerful figures garrisoned there. Thus, even though there was only one great figure in the army from the Dark World that was attacking them, the Snow Divine Kingdom had absolutely no power to withstand them. They would be destroyed in an instant. A group of figures stood before the palace in the Snow Divine Kingdom, watching the battle happening in the air off in the distance. There were hopeless looks on their faces. Yi Man was there as well, watching the battlefield with her beautiful eyes. Her father, the ruler of the Snow Divine Kingdom, had a dark spear pierced through his heart at that moment. Countless hopeless cries rose from below. Yi Man's face went extremely pale. She had no more strength. Why was this happening? In the past, when the one she loved had been killed, she had not had any power to fight. Now, the Snow Divine Kingdom was being destroyed, and she could once again only watch. Since she had not yet reached the Renhuang level, she could not participate in the battle. She did not even have the right to die here. A group of figures descended before her. The people of the Dark World had sinister eyes, and they looked at them as if they were prey. One of them looked at her and said, "Leave this woman alive." One of the others nodded. Yi Man trembled. It was hopeless. She was powerless. The army of hell had invaded the Shadow Realm, destroyed Yuiwe Divine Palace and the other top forces, and conquered the realm. This news spread quickly throughout the 9 realms, shocking all the forces there. Everyone was at risk. The Dark Court had officially embarked upon the path of aggression. This meant that they were truly making a comeback. The chaotic war that had ended more than 300 years ago had started once again. With that background, how could the forces of the 9 realms not worry? Who knew whether or not the Dark Court's next target would be them? Once the Dark Army descended, there was no way that a single force could withstand them. Yuiwe Divine Palace had been mighty, and some of their top cultivators were even from the Divine Prefecture, but they had been destroyed all the same. Their palace lord had fought fiercely, and yet had still been slain. Such an extremely powerful figure had not even been able to escape. Yi Futian and his people received this news relatively early because Changxi, the goddess of Yuiwe Divine Palace, fled to the Heavenly Mandate Realm with a few others. The reason she had been able to survive was that her master had stood before her and drawn the enemy's attention, giving her a chance to flee. A few other cultivators fled with her at that time. They all went to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Yi Futian and the others were all awaiting news in the Heavenly Mandate Palace. When the news came, Yi Futian told Changxi and the others from Yuiwe Divine Palace. The palace had been destroyed and the palace lord was dead. When they heard this, the cultivators of Yuiwe Divine Palace were incredibly downcast. They were so silent that it was a little frightening. "I'm sorry for your loss, goddess." Yi Futian saw that she had not said anything and seemed slightly depressed. He said this to comfort her, but it was of no use. No matter who was facing this kind of situation, they would feel heartsick. It was not something that could be comforted by a few simple words. She looked up at Yi Futian, her face downcast. At that moment, she was not as exquisitely beautiful as in the past, but instead had a look that made people pity her. Her beautiful eyes were lifeless. The 9 realms are shaken. I knew that chaos was coming, but I would never have thought it would be this sudden. Moreover, I never thought it would fall on us first, Changxi whispered. It's like a nightmare. Even if she were a Renhuang, she still would have had this unreal feeling. Yueyue Divine Palace had always stood at the pinnacle of the Shadow Realm. Who would have thought that they would suddenly be destroyed in a single night? Few others could understand what she was feeling. And Chang, she was the goddess of Yueyue Divine Palace. No one had suffered more from this than her. The world changes too quickly. No one knows what is going to happen tomorrow, whispered Yi Futian. He was very emotionally affected by this. Was what happened to the Divine Palace not the same? Nowadays, he was starting to get used to it. In the past, many top forces had been reduced to no more than history in both the Heavenly Mandate realm and the Higher Heavens realm. Now looking back, forces such as the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Divine Sword Leaf family had all been celebrated and stood at the very peak of their realms. But they had both been reduced to no more than ash. Nothing in this world was permanent. Now he was at the Heavenly Mandate Academy and had a powerful sense of danger. The academy itself was the same. They had experienced many trials. Perhaps one day it would no longer exist. If that happened, would he feel like it was strange? The army of hell has invaded the Shadow Realm and will possibly continue to other realms. We should be careful here in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Chang, she reminded Yi Futian, seeming to just think of this. Moreover, the people who fled from the Yueyue Divine Palace have probably already reached all of the other realms. I understand, said Yi Futian with a nod. It is said that Princess Donghuang is still in the empty Imperial Palace. This news will reach her very soon. The Dark Army has made its move, so Princess Donghuang will not just sit by and watch. I think she will move very soon. Said Changshi nodding. The 9 realms lack cohesion, and each has its own motives. Only Princess Donghuang can control them. Yi Futian realized this as well. These days, there were dark undercurrents running through the 9 realms, making many of the forces very nervous. He had heard Do Zhao speak of the Ziwei realm. The atmosphere there was apparently very tense. Now looking back at it, could it be that the Dark Court was behind all of that? After all, the more troubled the forces of the 9 realms became, the more beneficial it would be to the Dark Court. The 9 realms would not be able to coalesce into a strong power. He had not thought that as conflicts continuously erupted while the 9 realms were in such a disordered state, the Dark Army of the Dark Court would invade. Now, given this background and the power of the Dark Army, no realm had the power to resist them. Perhaps only the Central Imperial Realm could hold them back a little bit. After a period of time, a great figure descended from the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The man was armored and bathed in divine light as if he was a god of war. Everyone in the Heavenly Mandate Realm looked up at him, including Yi Futian. He recognized the person who was coming. It was one of the cultivators he had seen beside Princess Donghuang. Orders from the princess, said the man in a clear voice. The Dark Army is invading and now occupies the Shadow Realm and can launch an invasion into other realms at any time. Thus, all the 9 realms must forge a teleportation great matrix with the empty Imperial Palace at the center. All the forces of the 9 realms can use it to teleport to the palace. In this way, all the forces can gather together at short notice and travel to any one of the 9 realms. Do you have any objections? Lord Taishian answered from within the Heavenly Mandate Realm. We will obey. Good. We will send people to help set up the matrix. The Heavenly Mandate Realm will center their matrix on the Heavenly Mandate Academy, said the Divine General up in the air in a clear voice. All of the realms would be connected through the empty Imperial Palace. In this way, the same thing that had happened in the Shadow Realm would not happen to other realms. They would not be directly attacked and destroyed. Very well, said Lord Taishian. Facing the Dark Court was no longer a single realm's affair. If the Dark Court descended upon the Heavenly Mandate Realm, they would not be able to handle it on their own. Princess Donghuang sent people to the other realms as well. They prepared a series of extremely powerful matrices that all connected to the empty imperial palace. At the same time, the Yue divine palace in the Shadow Realm was occupied by the Dark Court. However, the Dark Court seemed to be busy with something. They were setting something up in the recently destroyed Yue divine palace. Stone pillars that led down to hell were implanted in the ground. Endless death, lightning wrapped around the pillars, connecting across the whole city. And not only that, mysterious connections were formed between the stone pillars, forming a terrible force field filled with destructive power. What was even more frightening was that most of the Dark Army that had come from the Hidden Land Realm were busy with this. They seemed never to rest. They kept adding more stone pillars, and the force field grew stronger and stronger until they were so strong it was astonishing. "What are they doing?" asked someone bold enough to watch this happening from a distance. What was the Dark Army doing? As the number of stone pillars increased, they gradually formed a terrifying magnetic field. There were constant, terrible rumbling sounds that probably came from shaking deep beneath the earth. Off in another direction, the leader of the Dark Army, the Lord of the Underworld, was watching everything. The proud son of darkness, Yi, stood behind him. He looked at the Lord of the Underworld and said, "Are there really divine items hidden underground in the Shadow Realm?" "Of course," answered the Lord of the Underworld. "Why else would the 9 supreme realms be at the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path?" "This task seems a bit too arduous," said Chi, staring forward. It would probably not be easy to uncover a divine item. They had already commenced arranging things. At that moment, brilliant divine light flashed in the sky, piercing all the darkness. Everyone looked up and saw a divine general bathed in holy radiance. The great divine general who was always with Princess Donghuang had arrived. He was all alone, and yet he had come to Yue Divine Palace, which was occupied by his enemies. He and the Lord of the Underworld stared at each other, forming a terrible force field. Everyone around them looked on in fear. Whoosh! The divine general acted. Suddenly, countless brilliant, golden divine spears fell from the sky, turning into a divine golden rain. The rain covered a vast area. At that moment, the Dark Army was thrown into disarray. Was this man really so confident in his own power? One person had come here alone. He must have been crazy. The Lord of the Underworld naturally saw this as well. He reached out, and suddenly endless black holes of the underworld appeared, spitting out terrifying vortex storms to block his opponent's attack. This was clearly one of Princess Donghuang's bodyguards, and so his power went without saying. Even the Lord of the Underworld did not dare take this lightly. Boom! The golden spears transformed into golden light, swifter and fiercer than lightning. They pierced into the vast hellish vortexes. Cracking sounds rang out as the light broke out through the other side of the vortexes, shattering them to pieces. Moreover, the golden light spread out, covering a vast area. It was like a golden river of stars was falling like rain. People of lower levels could not withstand it. This divine general had no intention of showing any mercy. He had come with the desire to slaughter in his heart. In the distance, a group of people came from the void and appeared in front of the divine general, while traces of appalling pressure of the great path bloomed and surrounded the others. Suddenly, this dark space became extremely oppressive. Even the giant stone pillars on the ground lit up with brilliant red light at this moment. The blood-colored light permeated the space, shining in this destructive dark world, a frightful sight to behold. "How have you been?" Clearly, the Lord of the Underworld recognized the divine general who appeared. Divine Prefecture and the Dark Court had warred once upon a time, and as both of them were top figures in their respective camps, naturally they knew one another. The divine general glanced at the other and asked, so the Dark Court would completely violate the promise made in the past. As we have already said when we were at the empty imperial palace, times are different now. The gate of hell has been opened, which means that everything is bound to start over again. The Dark Court has only occupied 2 supreme realms, but you, even with the exception of the Mountain Realm, you still have control over 6 other realms, don't you? The Lord of the Underworld said. Mountain Realm was mostly a principality of Buddhism. Because of the close relationship between Dong Huang the Great and the Buddha sect, they had also participated in the previous war. Therefore, the Mountain Realm in the Void Realm was ruled by divine prefecture in name only. It had always been the Buddhist sect that preached in the Mountain Realm. The divine prefecture would never interfere with that. Start over again. The divine general gazed at the opponent, focusing on the stone pillars. The Dark Court never had the intention of controlling the original realm except to continue to plunder its resources. Now, the original realm only has the 9 realms. Do you plan to destroy that too? The people in the original realm didn't really know many things in the past, but as the divine general of the divine prefecture, he would be privy to some of the secrets of the original realm. In time immemorial, the original realm was once the main realm. It had experienced the collapse of the heavenly path, the expansion, and the explosion of the world, and after countless decades, it became the original realm that everyone knew today. But the reality was every realm within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had some hidden secrets. For example, the empty realm that Yi Futian fought for many years ago between Emperor Xiao's realm and Dali was, in fact, a place of resource for cultivation. Naturally, this was also true of the Shadow Realm, which contained the extremely terrifying divine power of the Shadow Realm. Dong Huang the Great unified the divine prefecture and took control over the original realm, but he did not rob these realms of their cultivation resources. Instead, he wanted to maintain the existing structure of the original realm as much as possible and had forbidden any forces to think otherwise. Unless the resources were found in previously undiscovered areas in the 3,000 realm of the Great Path, everything else was off-limit. Like the Solar Realm and the Shadow Realm, many places could only be places for people to cultivate. But now, the Dark Court was making its comeback and wanted to disrupt everything again. They had their eyes first set on the Shadow Realm, preparing to plunder the main realm of the 3,000 realm of the Great Path. If the Dark Court were to be successful, then the entire Shadow Realm would be finished. All beings in the Shadow Realm would suffer greatly, and in the future it would no longer be one of the 9 supreme imperial realms. It would be reduced to the likes of some ancient ruined realms, as in the history of the original realm. Before the unification of the divine prefecture, this kind of fighting was commonplace. At that time, not only the 9 supreme regions, but many other realms were plundered. Therefore, those who had personally experienced that era had a great appreciation for both Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. They both had always held on to their own ideals and pursued their own goals. If the Dark Court intends to do so, then we have no choice but to go to war again. The divine general spoke coldly, with a terrifying look in his eyes as he surveyed the cultivators around him. Once the war started, it would implicate the long-standing dispute between divine prefecture and the Dark Court, and it would be another bloody showdown. Not only that, but if they go to war, would other forces from the upper worlds also participate? We don't ask much. This time, we only want the Hidden Land Realm and the Shadow Realm. The Lord of the Underworld said to the divine general, "You can tell Princess Dong Huang, if our demand was refused, then whether we go to war or not is completely up to you." The attribute power of the Shadow Realm was closer to that of the Dark Court, which was infinitely beneficial to their cultivation. Therefore, in the 9 realms, after they had taken down the Hidden Land Realm, their second goal was the Shadow Realm. The divine general glanced at the opponent coldly, then turned to leave. After all, he was by himself, so that he couldn't contend against the top existences on the opponent's side. "Continue," commanded the Lord of the Underworld. Suddenly, all the cultivators dispersed to continue arranging the stone pillars, as if they were forging a supreme great matrix. Over the years, although they were not in the original realm, the Dark Court had been keeping a lookout for something. Cultivation at this level had the ability to crush sky and earth with a simple wave of the hand. Even an entire world could be shattered. For instance, in many realms of the 3,000 realm of the Great Path, someone like the Lord of the Underworld could smash anything he wished. However, it was a different story in the Great Nine Supreme Imperial Realms. He had tried, but was unable to reach the depths of this realm. He could only draw the power from it with the help of a matrix. Otherwise, if it could be accessed directly, the cultivators from the Shadow Realm would have already tapped into it years ago. Of course, even if they couldn't access it, as long as they were in the Shadow Realm, their natural ability to comprehend the shadow power was stronger. Just like those in the Solar Realm would be more sensitive, comprehend the power of flames. Above the Shadow Realm, there were more stone pillars, radiating into the endless distance, and they were still increasing. It was as if it intended to cover the entire realm. However, this was not realistic. The Shadow Realm spread across a vast area, so it was impossible to be completed covered. But as the great army from the Dark Court working at it tirelessly, an area the size of a city was already covered, and the work hadn't finished. The area covered by the stone pillars exuded a horrific aura. Many cultivators in the Shadow Realm had begun to leave. They dared not stay, fearing facing great disasters in the future. Now, everyone in the entire Shadow Realm was sorely afraid. At the Central Emperor Realm, in the empty Imperial Palace, Princess Donghuang once again summoned the cultivators of the Nine Realms, preparing to gather all the power of the Nine Realms in anticipation of dealing with the Dark Court. After the Divine General brought back the message, she did not even consider the possibility to compromise and give up the Shadow Realm. Although a war may result in more deaths, the struggle between the two could only end in one way. The Dark Court would not stop at the victory of taking over the Shadow Realm. When their strength increased, they might continue to encroach on other realms, just as they had made their comeback despite their previous defeat and subsequent retreat from the original realm many years back. Such a situation could only be resolved by war. If they could eliminate the opponent, they would wipe them out without reservation. Oftentimes, war was a necessary means in the pursuit of peace. If there were no victory for the divine prefecture, the peace that had been enjoyed for more than 300 years would not have been possible. The 3,000 realm of the Great Path would still be in chaos without order. Therefore, Princess Donghuang immediately summoned all the cultivators and prepared to send troops to the Shadow Realm. It was a matter that could not be delayed. With each moment, the great army of darkness that occupied the Shadow Realm would only become stronger and more dangerous. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Futian and the others gathered when they received news from the empty Imperial Palace. They had been called to depart immediately to empty Imperial Palace, in preparation for going to the Shadow Realm. Currently, they were discussing which of their cultivators should be dispatched. Princess Donghuang had summoned us to convene, and that the top figures must attend. "What has happened in the Shadow Realm?" asked Futian. "The Dark Court is preparing to refine the Shadow Realm," replied the Palace Lord of the Divine Palace. "Refining the Shadow Realm?" Futian was taken by surprise. "Do you remember the stone tablet at the ancestral land in the Divine Palace?" asked the Palace Lord. Futian nodded. The tablet was now at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. That was the divine item left over from the time when Heavenly Path collapsed. In fact, the 3,000 realm of the Great Path itself is a leftover from the ancient times when the Heavenly Path collapsed. Some realms had its cultivation resources plundered and consumed, but others didn't. The Shadow Realm was probably one of them, explained the Palace Lord. Futian was astounded. He didn't expect that there were such secrets. Could this be the essence of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? Judging from that, the entire Shadow Realm is a great treasure trove of divine items. Futian asked, One can say that the closure of the passage to the original realm by Donghuang the Great was to protect the original realm. Its land can no longer withstand plundering, and its resources for cultivation are few. Many years ago, it had been plundered and cleaned out for generations. The palace lord continued. Yi Futian had heard about this before. The original realm was once the origin of the world. The reason for its weakened state was precisely because of countless years of plunder. All of its top figures had all gone to the outer realms to seek their fortunes. Once the dark court draws on the power of the shadow realm, it will make them stronger. That is why Princess Donghuang ordered the leaders from all the principalities to meet there. The palace master continued, "But I am a little worried." "Worried about what?" Yi Futian asked. "All the principalities from the 9 realms are now plotting against one another. How much effort will they really exert? Don't forget, many of them are mortal enemies of one another, just like the Golden Divine Nation and us. If this battle were to erupt, once a top figure falls, the elimination of the Dark Court might mean that eventually these forces from the 9 realms would wipe each other out." The palace lord continued, "Therefore, I am worried that many of these principalities will reserve their strength and not give their all in the battle. Furthermore, the battlefield can change rapidly, with everyone looking out for themselves. Who knows what will happen during the battle? Even if we participate in it, we can't be too careful, and we have to rely on ourselves." "This time, Futian shouldn't go," Lord Taishan said, not wanting Yi Futian to participate. The dark court aside, he was worried about possibly being ambushed by those from the 9 realms. "Let's go to the empty imperial palace first as ordered. See what the princess has in mind." "Donghuang princess should have some specific strategies," said Yi Futian. It was unlikely that anyone could stay outside of this great battle, after all. Chapter 18:15 The Descent. At the empty imperial palace, cultivators from all over the 9 realms gathered once again. Donghuang the Great, who had unified the divine prefecture, was the master of the original realm. No matter how the other forces secretly viewed Donghuang the Great, they still had to obey his orders, at least outwardly. Of course, in peaceful times, the great emperor would never order the various forces in divine prefecture to do anything. After the 2 emperors unified the land, everything they had done was always in the hope that the cultivators of the divine prefecture would be stronger. Their attitude toward the original realm was also a protective one, demonstrated by closing off the passageway to the original realm. Now that the Dark Court had invaded the Shadow Realm, this had threatened the safety of the 9 realms. After all, if they could invade the Shadow Realm, they could invade other realms as well. At this time, it was a reasonable request that the Princess Donghuang had summoned all the cultivators of the 9 realms. After all, to the forces of the original realm, they were fighting for themselves too. The forces of the Central Emperor realm were the first to arrive, and after them, the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They had directly gone to the Shao clan through the teleportation Grand Matrix and came together, so they traveled with incredible speed. Inside the empty imperial palace were Yi Futian and the others. Many other top forces were standing not too far away, such as the Shun clan, the Martial God clan, and the Celestial Worthy Temple. However, they just glanced at one another as if they did not know each other. Neither did they try to provoke anyone. Now was not the time to rekindle old grudges. Other forces arrived successively. During the wait, the cultivators of the empty imperial palace were also there, chatting casually with everyone while continuing waiting for the others. At this time, the palace lord of empty imperial palace came to the side of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work." "As we should." Just as Futian said before, no one from any of the forces in the original realm could escape this catastrophe, Lord Taishan said, and the palace lord of the empty imperial palace smiled and nodded. He glanced at Yi Futian and thought that he wasn't too sure what the princess had talked about last time with Yi Futian. But Yi Futian as the premier genius talent in the original realm, who was summoned by the princess and who had inherited the will of the great emperor in God's relic. Anyone would take note of him. His future was limitless, and the princess should remember his existence. "Will our little friend be going along as well?" the palace lord of empty imperial palace asked. "I am afraid that a fierce battle will be inevitable on this trip to the Shadow Realm. The princess only required those at the very top to go. Based on Emperor Ye's realm, you don't really need to go." The palace lord of empty imperial palace said what he said out of kindness. This battle involved divine prefecture and the Dark Court. If the two sides were to go to war, one could only imagine just how strong the participants would be. It was not that he doubted Yi Futian's talent and combat effectiveness, but his realm was still slightly lower. No one can guarantee his safety in this kind of major battle. "Let me take a look first. If the princess needs us to join the battle, we will naturally oblige," Yi Futian replied. If all the participants in the battle were the topmost characters, then there would be no point for him to go anyway. But if the army of all realms were to depart for the battle, he would also follow along. Chang, she was among the crowd from the Heaven Mandate Academy and wanted to join the battle in person. In the destruction of Yuiwe Divine Palace, Changxi, as its goddess, had lost many of her elders and friends. It was a pity that she had no ability to avenge them on her own. "That'll work. In that case, let's see what the princess has in mind," said the palace lord of the empty imperial palace. Although he was the master of the empty imperial palace, it was Princess Donghuang who had come to the lower world in person, whose order ought to be followed by everyone. Same with any decision made for this battle. The princess would determine what to do, and his role was to execute. With the arrival of many cultivators, Princess Donghuang appeared once again. She was bathed in dazzling divine light as her eyes looked at the people below, asking, "Is everyone here?" "Your Royal Highness, everyone who was here last time has arrived," answered the palace lord of the empty imperial palace. At this time in the distance, the light of Buddha blazed with a lingering sound of Buddha. There was a peaceful harmony that filled the air. Instantly, many people raised their heads to look into the distance and saw that the great army of Buddhists had materialized. All of them sat on golden praying mats, like Buddhas that had descended from the heavens. People of the mountain realm had arrived. When Princess Donghuang summoned all the cultivators, she did not include the Buddhist monks from the mountain realm. Princess Donghuang acknowledged that the mountain realm had absolute autonomy and was not subject to the rule of the divine prefecture. This was a consensus reached centuries ago. Every cultivator in the divine prefecture knew that Donghuang the Great held Buddhism in the highest regard. Even after becoming the great emperor, he would still go to the West occasionally to seek advice on Buddhist doctrines. In the divine prefecture, there were reports on and off of when Donghuang the Great had gone to the West and listened to Buddhist preaching, as well as listened to the Buddha Lord reciting and discussing the sutras. Whenever these reports were heard, they were talked about in favorable lights. That even as the great emperor ruled the divine prefecture, he did not forget favors bestowed in the old days, which impressed everyone. Therefore, the emergence of Buddhist monks from the mountain realm at this time was unexpected, but also completely as it should be. Yi Futian had seen the cultivator in the lead. He was the abbot of Tianxian Temple, and behind him was Master Pudu. In addition, there were several young monks next to them. Guizong, who had been to the god's relic with Yi Futian, was among them. There was also a Buddhist monk in a white robe, pure and spotless. His eyes were particularly beautiful, and he seemed to be out of this world. Many couldn't help but exclaimed how handsome of a monk that was before them. Such a handsome monk was a rarity. The monk was smiling, with his left palm at his chest. Those unusually beautiful eyes looked ahead. They seemed to fall on Princess Donghuang. Princess Donghuang cast a glance his way as well. Among the group of monks, This one was the most unusual. He easily stood out in the crowd. Abbot of Tianxian Temple from the Mountain Realm, here to greet Her Royal Highness. The old monk put his hands together and bowed to Princess Donghuang in the usual Buddhist salute. The abbot need not be so formal. Princess Donghuang nodded slightly and said, "Is the abbot here as our reinforcement?" The abbot nodded and said, "Back then, my senior brother, the Vajra Buddha, had suppressed the king of hell and expelled the force of darkness. Now that the force of darkness threatens to make its comeback once again, us Buddhist monks ought to take a stand against it. The abbot is most thoughtful." Princess Donghuang nodded slightly. "I was about to discuss this matter with everyone just as you arrived. This time the invasion by the Dark Court caused great atrocities in the Shadow Realm, along with the obliteration of several major forces inside the realm. As far as I know, the Dark Court is currently extracting the power from the core of the Shadow Realm, intending on refining its power for their use. If the Dark Court succeeds in doing so, I'm afraid they will only intensify their aggression in the future and continue to invade other realms, and they will be much harder to control by then. Therefore, I ask the empty Imperial Palace to gather all of you here in preparation to go to the Shadow Realm together and confront the army of darkness." Princess Donghuang said, "If this matter is not settled, peace will be impossible for the original realm. Of course, if you don't want to go, I could cease this operation, but you must accept whatever happens in the future. Your Royal Highness, in the land of the 9 realms, when the Dark Court invaded and slaughtered the Shadow Realm, all cultivators share the same destiny, for no one can be spared." Gai Qiong said, "We will wait on the princess order. We also support the princess taking action. We will follow the princess order." All the principalities responded. Now that Princess Donghuang had spoken, if there were really some who said they wouldn't go, it would sound idiotic. They had to be involved in this battle no matter what, or else there would not be much of an original realm for them in the future. They were not so foolish to think that the young princess was someone who was easily deceived. As the most beloved princess by Donghuang the Great, she herself was also a Renhuang, and so she was not someone who they dared to trifle with. "Very well. If so, let's set off together." Princess Donghuang said, "Let's expel the force of darkness once again from the original realm." "Aye." Everyone nodded at the same time, spoke in booming unison. "Depart," Princess Donghuang commanded. As soon as her voice fell, she was the first one to step out. She did not ask which realm would go and which wouldn't, however, since the princess was leading them herself. Yi Futian understood and also followed behind. In the empty imperial palace, the mighty army moved together, which was extremely spectacular. At this time, the Shadow Realm became gloomier, especially the vast area that radiated from where Yuiwe Divine Palace used to be. Looking down from the firmament, it resembled an apocalyptic world, with an expanse spanning thousands of miles. The area was enveloped by a curious atmosphere, while numerous stone pillars were erected on this land, as currents of destruction raged. The cultivators from the Dark Court were busy working and had no time to pay attention to the happening in other realms. Their focus was on building this grand supermatrix that required the coordination of many cultivators. Though it looked simple enough, the overall structure was much too complicated, and the task was overwhelming. They had to seize whatever time they had left, so that when it was time for war, they would have more of a chance. At this time, a dazzling light suddenly lit up above this destructive space, piercing through the darkness, so that the light appeared once again, and even the blazing glory of Buddhism could be seen. At this moment, the cultivators from all sides in the Dark Court looked up. High above the sky, Princess Donghuang seemed to lead a heavenly army coming at them. The cultivators of the lower worlds were greatly impacted by what they were seeing. They got here fast. Sitting on the throne, Lord of the Underworld looked up into the sky above. He didn't think that they would be here so quickly. Now it seemed that the princess, whom Dong Huang the Great doted upon, was decisive and moved like lightning, more effective than he had imagined. Furthermore, the Buddhists had also joined in the war. These bald donkeys had always favored Dong Huang the Great and went along with him, no questions asked. These hypocrites probably regarded the achievements of Dong Huang the Great as their own pride and joy. The lord of the underworld rose from his throne. A terrifying aura emanated from his body and spread outward. In the dark world below, cultivators stood at various locations. The stone pillars in an area of tens of thousands of miles lit up with a dark red glow. From the ground, layers of cold and sinister dark, destructive air flows rose and flooded the space. Princess Dong Huang stood high in the sky and said, "Top figures attack." Yes. Silhouettes stepped forward, and frightening auras of the great path pressed down on the space. The scorching light from the halo of Buddha radiated outwards. In the sky above, the sound of Buddhist chants sounded, forming a powerful resonance. This made it as though various Buddhas were descending from the sky above the shadow realm. Tens of thousands of Buddhas chanted their mantras in unison. Peerless halos of Buddha rained down from the heavens, attempting to suppress the dark air flows. However, the dark air flows immediately corroded the light of Buddha and tainted the divine golden halos of Buddha. They continued advancing and were everywhere. The abbot of Tianxian Temple and the other cultivators sensed a peculiar aura. It was as though their way was being suppressed. It was not just them. All the other cultivators also sensed it. Down below, it was as though the dark air flows surged throughout the entire shadow realm. They reached upwards to envelop the sky itself. The lord of the underworld closed his eyes. It was as though he wanted to merge into this darkness. In the end, darkness enveloped the entire world. Everyone seemed to be buried within another dark space. Endless dark air flows gathered and formed a tall, majestic figure. It was the figure of the lord of the underworld. However, he was 10,000 jongs tall. It was as though the real lord of the underworld had appeared. A body of Wei. The various cultivators looked at the figure that had appeared. At this moment, the lord of the underworld seemed to be extremely powerful. The huge body of Wei of the lord of the underworld stared at the figures in the space. He raised his arm and reached out to grab them. The frightening power of the underworld emanated from his arm. Dark red and black lights were mixed together. It was as though destructive dark flames of the Wei were attacking the crowd. If this palm strike were to hit them, the cultivators would most likely be immediately destroyed, turning into nothingness. The various cultivators of Tianxian Temple recited the name of Buddha. The various figures of the Buddhas gradually took solid form. Divine light of Buddha rained down. Down below, a huge ancient Buddha appeared. Golden light filled the sky. This huge ancient Buddha raised his palm and slammed it downwards. Endless symbols of Wan and light of Buddha burst forth, and its pressure swept down onto the world below. Rumble. Beneath the huge dark handprint, the symbols of Wan that shone with the light of Buddha were decimated. However, the huge handprint of Buddha crashed down towards the dark palm. An intense rumbling could be heard all around. The huge handprint of Buddha seemed to be forged from pure gold and appeared indestructible. It also emanated a divine aura that could eradicate all powers of evil. It was the demon-conquering giant palm of Vajra. Many cultivators were astonished when they saw this handprint. Back then, the ability of the Vajra Buddha was powerful. Many cultivators from the dark forces had perished to the demon-conquering giant palm of Vajra. Now, the Buddhas of Tianxian Temple had sent out this huge handprint at the same time. Its might was astonishing. In the heavens above, two huge, endless handprints stirred up a terrifying storm and then collided with each other. The world trembled violently. The two huge handprints shattered at the same time. Destructive air flows and golden light of Buddha rampaged all around them. However, the gigantic body of Wei continued upwards. Destructive divine fire of the underworld suddenly appeared everywhere in the dark world. The crowd looked around them, and it was as though they were actually in the real underworld. Top figures stepped forward one by one. Green divine light descended from the heavens. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. Everywhere divine Sword Chingha passed by, its green light turned everything into nothingness. Everything turned to dust and smoke. It was a divine sort of destruction that could pierce the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the green light slaughtered its way to the gigantic body of Wei of the Lord of the Underworld. The light immediately pierced through it. At that moment, the huge body of Wei was penetrated by endless green divine light. Green light covered the 10,000 zhangtal body of Wei. The huge figure dissipated into nothingness bit by bit. Many people stared in that direction. Was it destroyed? Naturally, it wasn't. In the dark world, illusory faces appeared. They were all the faces of the Lord of the Underworld. It was as though he was everywhere in this spatial world. The various cultivators were not surprised at this. Those who had come were all not weak. They were at least at the Renhuang Plain. They were also almost all above the middle-level Renhuang Plain. There were even quite a number of top figures. They were well experienced in cultivation. The ability of the Lord of the Underworld had already broken the shackles of the Renhuang Plain. He had reached the level of a fake emperor. This independent world was formed from his Wei. He was everywhere and could easily coalesce a body of Wei. He was the king of this world. Of course, he was still just a fake emperor. The level of a fake emperor could only be reached when one had no hopes of becoming an emperor. If he was a true great emperor, he could destroy everyone within this world with just a thought. They would not have any hopes of surviving. The two existences were not on the same level at all. However, true great emperors were considered deities. Among the countless worlds of the vast universe, few people could reach this plane. After the collapse of the heavenly path, also known as the Age of Godfall, wanting to become a deity was as difficult as wanting to scale the heavens. Currently, across the extremes of the cosmos, there were only a mere 7 great emperors that the world knew of. These 7 figures were existences that stood at the top of the universe. Among them were Dong Huang the Great, the master of the Dark Court, and the Buddha, Lord of Western Heaven. They were beings who had already transcended the world. They seldom made a move first. If they were to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. The world order would be rewritten. Hence, it was difficult for people nowadays to imagine how the previous age was. Before the collapse of the heavenly path, when the deities had yet to fall, the ancient age was prosperous. Unfortunately, they could no longer see it now. It only existed in the realm of legends. However, the various large forces at the peak of the realms still had a few fake emperors. Even in the original realm, there were a number of them. At that moment, the illusory faces of the Lord of the Underworld were staring at the crowd. In the dark world, destructive will spread out. Endless divine fire of the underworld appeared in this independent space. It burned and caused this dark space to become a realm of death. With the divine fire of the underworld burning, no one here could escape. Flames completely surrounded them. This independent space was burning and was buried within the divine fire of the underworld. The top figures frowned when they saw this scene. They then released a frightening will from their bodies. Princess Donghuang still stood in the heavens above. Yi Futian and the Renhuangs of the other forces stood behind her and did not take part in the battle. They could not participate in a battle of the highest level. With the divine fire of the underworld burning, them joining in would only be suicide. The divine general beside Princess Donghuang released a brilliant golden divine light, forming a light shroud. It formed another independent space that protected Princess Donghuang and the rest of the cultivators in it. Rumble. An extremely violent dark storm charged towards Princess Donghuang. The destructive dark storm churned and roared. It destroyed all within its path. Emperor Nan took a step forward, and divine sword Qinghe released green light that shot out tens of thousands of zhang. He formed a seal with his hands, and light immediately exploded out of divine sword Qinghe. Endless green light destroyed everything and shot straight towards the dark storm. Divine sword Qinghe pierced directly into the storm. A huge illusory face appeared in the dark storm. A spear of the underworld stabbed out and collided with divine sword Qinghe. Destructive power swept out to the surroundings. The momentum of divine sword Qinghe dwindled. Terrifying winds consumed it, seemingly wanting to swallow it up. Emperor Nan waved his palm, and divine sword Qinghe returned to his side. The terrifying storm flooded towards Emperor Nan. He was unmoved. The green light around him formed a world of the sword. The terrifying storm directly swept past him as it continued to advance. The hearts of the surrounding cultivators were all trembling. This aura was really menacing. The roaring dark storm charged straight towards Princess Donghuang. The divine general stood in front of her. The golden light shroud enveloped this part of the world. With his figure as the center, a dazzling, three-dimensional pattern appeared. This golden pattern contained many runes within it. Instantly, endless divine light shot out. From within the pattern, a terrifying aura surged out. Golden spears shot out from within it like bolts of destructive golden lightning. They pierced the heavens and the earth and bolted across the sky towards the dark air flow that was roaring and churning its way over. Bang, bang, bang. The long spears pierced out and actually seemed to burst into golden divine flames. It caused the masses of dark air flow to shatter into dust. When the countless spears descended at the same time, the might of the roaring dark storm kept dwindling. The divine general extended his hand. Within the three-dimensional pattern, unparalleled, dazzling divine light coalesced into a divine spear that stabbed out towards the roaring storm. In that instant, frightening fissures seemed to appear in the space. Golden cracks propagated outwards. It tore apart the space and also shredded the frightening dark storm to pieces. A majestic scene appeared in the heavens above. The long spear formed golden cracks that shattered and penetrated the space. It continued to shoot out into the surrounding space. It pierced straight through the dark world towards the outside. Rumble. The dark world was crumbling. An illusory figure coalesced. It was none other than the Lord of the Underworld. He stood in the air while staring at the divine general who stood guard in front of Princess Donghuang. The Lord of the Underworld revealed a glint of approval. "You are undoubtedly the heir of Donghuang the Great," the Lord of the Underworld exclaimed while staring straight ahead. The brilliant three-dimensional pattern was a divine wheel of the Great Path. Halos of light radiated from the divine wheel. The area covered by the light expanded as the might of the light intensified. The golden divine light was flawless. Each and every halo of the divine light was permeated with unparalleled power. The divine general, who served under Donghuang the Great, was crowned the #1 spear in the divine prefecture. He was Spear Emperor Diu. He was also a disciple of Donghuang the Great. His divine will had 9 tiers, and each and every tier was flawless. He was qualified to seek the way of the emperor. He was the inheritor of Donghuang the Great's teachings. If Princess Donghuang did not exist, he had a high possibility of becoming the heir of Donghuang the Great. However, due to the existence of Princess Donghuang, Spear Emperor Diu could only be her right-hand man. Even though he was an assistant, it did not affect Diu's position in the divine prefecture. In the divine prefecture, this Spear Emperor was highly regarded. Countless talented maidens from various top forces were willing to marry him. However, the Spear Emperor had no intention of getting married. He was focused on studying the way of the spear. Beneath where the Lord of the Underworld stood, across the vast expanse of land, crimson dark light flowed up the stone pillars. The light grew brighter and brighter. An intense, rumbling sound could be heard coming from the ground. Following the stone pillars, the crimson dark light flowed towards the heavens. In an instant, it flooded the sky. Silhouettes rose into the sky. They were all top figures of the dark world. They seemed to be consuming the power that flowed out from the stone pillars. The masses of crimson light enveloped the top figures within them. Right now, tens of thousands of miles of land was flooded and buried beneath frightening dark red light. Even in the heavens above, the army of the divine prefecture felt the extremely sinister aura. This frightening power seemed to want to smelt them within it. Divine fire of the underworld enveloped this part of the world. In the heavens above, countless dark lotuses appeared like flames of hell. These countless dark lotuses flew out. Their petals of death opened and closed as they surrounded the cultivators in the heavens above. Hell flowers blossom. The Lord of the Underworld uttered these words. One by one, the hell flowers of the underworld blossomed and enveloped the crowd. Be careful, Diyu reminded everyone when he felt the alarming will. The top figures of the divine prefecture headed down and charged towards the various cultivators in the matrix. Relying on the power of the matrix, the destructive power of the divine fire within the hell flowers grew even more powerful. It seemed as though one would perish with just a single touch. Powerful will burst forth from their bodies and became the defensive power that enveloped them. The various cultivators of the mountain realm advanced. The light of Buddha shone brightly, and the various Buddhas appeared. The scorching light of Buddha cleansed the world. However, when the hell flowers reached it, the light of Buddha was similarly consumed. It was corroded by the hell flowers. The petals of the hell flowers blossomed, and they became huge beyond comparison. The flowers kept advancing towards the cultivators of the mountain realm. The destructive divine flames of hell were like fires of the end times, extinguishing the light of Buddha. The power of Buddha originally could subdue the power of evil. However, right now, it was instead being suppressed by the other party. This proved how terrifying the other party's way was now. Relying on the divine item in the core of the shadow realm and using a matrix to harness its power, the hell flowers evolved and became even more powerful. The entire sky was covered in hell flowers. The Buddhas all had serious expressions. The abbot of Tianxian Temple put his hands together. Endless light of Buddha burst forth from his body. Behind him, the other members of Tianxian Temple also did the same. They chanted the sound of Buddha. The sound of Buddha immediately circled the place and generated resonance. Around them, huge golden ancient Buddhas appeared. These ancient Buddhas enveloped all the members within them, becoming indestructible golden bodies. When the hell flowers reached them, they flowed over the golden bodies of the ancient Buddhas, attempting to consume them. However, by merely touching the golden bodies, the power of the hell flowers was weakened, and they could not corrode the golden bodies. The other cultivators also displayed various miraculous powers. Emperor Nan's body flashed with green divine light. His sword hummed in front of him. Under the destructive green divine light, the hell flowers could not approach him. However, he was frowning slightly. He never imagined that these people could utilize the divine power of the shadow realm so quickly. Of course, he knew of the divine item in the core of the shadow realm. However, after so many years, even Yue Divine Palace could merely utilize a fraction of its power in their cultivation. Now, with the arrival of the dark forces, they immediately could refine and use this power. This was very dangerous. They had clearly made preparations all these years. Invading the shadow realm was not a spur-of-the-moment plan. The cultivators of the divine prefecture that were charging towards the opponent were caught within the hell flowers. Many of them could not attack the other party. In the heavens above, when Diyu saw this scene, he wielded his golden divine spear and took a step forward. "Protect the princess," Du said to the group of people next to him. Aside from him, the empty Imperial Palace Lord was also standing guard beside Princess Donghuang. She was Donghuang the Great's only daughter. Her safety was of the utmost importance. Even though the Dark Court did not dare to attack her, they could not lower their guard. "All right," empty Imperial Palace Lord replied as he nodded his head. Du stepped forward. The brilliant three-dimensional pattern on his body grew brighter and brighter. In an instant, it blocked out the sky and the sun. Across the vast sky, with his body as the center, a huge pattern appeared. It seemed to be a matrix. From within it, the unparalleled power of the great path surged forth. He pointed the spear in his hand forwards. Immediately, from within the pattern, countless golden spears swept across the sky and massacred their way down. Spears rained down from the heavens above. Each divine spear contained invincible destructive power that showered down on the cultivators below. The top figures of the Dark Court raised their heads and looked into the sky. The disciple of Donghuang the Great, Spear Emperor Du, had a flawless 9th-tier divine wheel. How powerful was he? In the previous clash, even the Lord of the Underworld, who had become a fake emperor, found it hard to best Du. "Be careful. All of you retreat," some top figures of the Dark Court shouted loudly to their juniors. A divine spear carved with the brilliant light of runes descended from the sky. With a loud rumble, it immediately pierced through a stone spear and turned it to dust. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Stone pillars kept shattering and turning to dust. Not only that, but countless divine spears also stabbed into the matrix on the ground, destroying the foundations of the matrix. The divine spears that were stabbed into the ground actually generated some sort of resonance and lit up with brilliant light. The ground split apart and cracks appeared. The matrix was destroyed. Du himself took a step forward. The next moment, his silhouette immediately disappeared from his spot. The crowd only saw a dazzling golden divine light penetrate the space and shoot down to the sky below. Blooming hell flowers were disintegrated and returned to nothingness. The divine spear descended. Under the golden divine spear, divine light ripped the space apart. Scary-looking cracks appeared. The tip of the spear was laced with unparalleled destructive power. Buzz! A dark air flow surged out. The Lord of the Underworld did not receive the spear. He actually avoided it. The dark air flow receded. The divine spear stabbed into midair. Bang! There was a huge explosion. The instant the divine spear touched the ground, destructive spatial cracks propagated outwards. The Lord of the Underworld raised his palm and sent it crashing out, blocking the terrifying power that tore the space apart. The land frenziedly split apart. The cracks propagated far and wide. It seemed as though the world was falling apart. Du's actions had not stopped. His arm swept out, and the divine spear instantly cleaved down. Its speed was extremely fast. The afterimage of the spear immediately consumed the space. It was as though it was opening its big, bloody mouth to swallow the figure of the Lord of the Underworld. Terrifying spatial fissures appeared, seemingly sealing off the escape route of his opponent. The attack of the Spear Emperor was invincible. His long spear was like a dragon, slaughtering its way forward. It destroyed all within its path with astonishing momentum. No matter how powerful the existence was, they absolutely did not want to face Du's divine spear. The gaze of the Lord of the Underworld was frightening as he stared at Du's movements. With a single thought, the dark world of the Underworld appeared. The figure of the Lord of the Underworld directly became an independent space. His figure became a body of way. He became a menacing illusion of the god of the Underworld. A terrifying head tried to swallow Du directly. Du swept his long spear out horizontally. Golden divine light swept out, and the head exploded. However, many faces appeared in the space. They were all the faces of the Lord of the Underworld. Do you, even though you have a flawless divine wheel, I have transcended the Runhuang plane for many years. You are no match for me. Voices filled the heavens and the earth. They seemed to be everywhere. He was the master of this spatial world. He had a body of Wei and was omnipresent in this space. Do you frowned? If it was purely a contest of attack power, he believed that the Lord of the Underworld absolutely could not withstand his divine spear. However, the Lord of the Underworld had dwelled at the fake Emperor plane for many years. He had a body of Wei, and it was indeed hard to handle. Wanting to kill him would be extremely difficult. Slowly, Diyu's body floated in the sky. Even more brilliant divine light burst forth from the patterns on his body. The divine spear in his hand floated in the sky. Diyu formed a seal with both his hands. His divine will pattern immediately exploded with endless light. Go! He cried out. In an instant, innumerable golden divine spears shot forth and tore apart huge cracks. They attacked in all directions. Even if the Lord of the Underworld had a body of Wei, Diyu would still shatter it. Outside, frightening battles had also erupted in other battlefields. It seemed as though the endless space was falling apart. The cracks in the ground grew more and more shocking. The divine light that exploded out of the stone pillars became more and more powerful. The land seemed to be unable to withstand the tremors from these clashes. The power of these clashes was also growing more powerful. Huge rumbles could be heard. Within tens of thousands of miles, all cultivators could sense this frightening earthquake. The cultivators of the dark court stood frowning on the ground. What was going on? In the heavens above, Princess Donghuang gazed down at the ground below. She also sensed the intense vibrations which seemed to originate from deep underground. At that moment, the crimson divine light from the stone pillars intensified. It was a shocking sight. Extreme power of the shadow realm flowed out and spread throughout the sky. The divine item had been disturbed? Princess Donghuang frowned. If that were the case, earthquakes would erupt over the entire shadow realm. There were countless living beings in the shadow realm. They numbered in the billions. Now, all of them had come out of their homes. In a city far from the battlefield, many people were frantically flying up into the sky. The earth shook, and various buildings kept trembling. An extremely negative power emanated from the ground. Everyone could sense this aura. What was going on? The crowd was shocked and felt that it was inexplicable. The dark court had invaded the shadow realm. However, the shadow realm was too large. The dark court couldn't control all of it. They only took control of the regions of a few top forces and had now gathered over at Yue Divine Palace. Rumor has it that there might be a war occurring over there. However, how is it that such changes had also appeared over here? The aura intensified. Many people felt cold sweat down their backs. Some people with weaker cultivation were already trembling. Many children were wailing. They seemed to have been startled. Even more cultivators flew up into the sky. There were existences at the Runhuang plain, standing high above the city. When they felt the aura coming from below, their hearts shuddered violently. Everywhere the will enveloped, a similar scene could be seen in the cities. Some people took in this power when they sensed it. A cultivator in the air extended his hand. A mass of flame immediately appeared in his palm. The surrounding air was drawn to the flame. In an instant, it became the flames of the underworld. The expression of the cultivator changed drastically. As a cultivator of the shadow realm, who had reached the Runhuang plain, he naturally heard some rumors. Currently, there seemed to be changes occurring all over the shadow realm. Was this caused by the core of the shadow realm? Rumor has it that some people had wanted to investigate the mystery of the core of the shadow realm. Unfortunately, some people had fallen before they even reached it. Many gave up. No matter how powerful their cultivations were, no one had managed to do so. However, today the aura from the core was spreading out and growing stronger. It gradually enveloped the shadow realm. Some cultivators were calmly absorbing this power. They wanted to use this power to aid in their cultivation. There were also people frantically making their way across the sky, preparing to escape from this place. They had a bad premonition. This would most likely escalate into a catastrophe. Such scenes were playing out all over the Shadow Realm right now. The ocean of the Shadow Realm began to boil. Tsunamis burst forth, sealing everywhere they passed in ice. Many people did not manage to escape before they were permanently sealed in ice. Some volcanoes in the Shadow Realm also roared. They released extremely charged fire. Everywhere it passed, nothing else grew. It burned away all existences. The entire world was undergoing a huge transformation. Such a change was naturally the most intense at the center of the battlefield. Now, at Yuyue Divine Palace, the armies of the Dark Court and the Divine Prefecture were in the midst of waging war. The power of the Shadow Realm had already flooded this place. Everyone could sense that this frightening power was affecting this realm. Even the Lord of the Underworld was shocked at these changes. Before this, he had also never imagined that such a scene would play out. He merely wanted to use the power of the Matrix to refine the power of the Shadow Realm bit by bit. When the Matrix covered the entire Shadow Realm, he would refine the entire realm and consume it. However, now, everything seemed to have occurred earlier than he had anticipated. The Shadow Realm began to revolt. Deep and frightening chasms appeared in the ground. The power of the Shadow Realm that emanated from these chasms caused everyone to take in deep breaths. Was this the aura of the source of the Great Path? It was too rich and thick. What kind of era was the time before the collapse of the Heavenly Path? Princess, please let me lead you away from here, the empty Imperial Palace Lord beseeched Princess Donghuang. He naturally also sensed this power. In such a chaotic situation, he did not know whether those who stayed behind would be in danger. Currently, everything was gradually going out of control. There is no need, Princess Donghuang said, refusing his proposal. She gazed down below. Darkness enveloped the entire space, and it became even colder. The fires of the underworld burned more violently. Hell flowers flourished even more than before, blocking out the sky and the sun. The hell flowers consumed everything as they made their way up into the sky. Silhouettes dashed out to avoid these calamities. Many cultivators of the Divine Prefecture took shelter from all this. This power was beneficial for the cultivators of the Dark Court. Otherwise, they would not have come to the Shadow Realm to cause trouble. If this was the Solar Realm, they had no way of reaping any benefits. Frightening, destructive winds appeared around the figure of the Lord of the Underworld. Each air flow of destruction became dark spears that frenziedly rampaged around the area. They swept up into the sky with astonishing, destructive power. It was as though they were everywhere and were charging towards everyone at the same time. I advise you all to leave. The divine item has appeared. This is its own choice. Don't forcibly interfere, the Lord of the Underworld said. Endless, destructive divine light became dark spears that shot out, flooding towards Diyu's body. The divine wheel pattern behind Diyu shone to its brightest. His body spiraled upwards, and illusions of spears swept out throughout the sky. Then he stabbed forward with his spear, and instantly a brilliant light shot out from it. This scene was astonishing. The spear ripped apart a golden crack that pierced straight towards the figure of the Lord of the Underworld. Everywhere it passed, cracks appeared. Huge rumbling sounds could be heard. The figure of the Lord of the Underworld consumed the power of the Shadow Realm and refined it within his body. It merged with his great path of destruction. The god of the Underworld appeared, wielding the spear of the Underworld. It pierced out, accompanied by dark, destructive light. The space split apart and dark cracks appeared. The two cracks met in midair. Terrifying light marks exploded outwards. At the same time, dark cracks ran amok. With their bodies as the center, the surrounding space collapsed. It was as though the space was going to be shattered. Du Yu's movements had not stopped. He stabbed his spear again and again. It pierced out in all directions. These golden spears ripped apart the space. The cracks became more and more menacing. It seemed that this space was about to collapse and be destroyed. The Lord of the Underworld frowned, seemingly sensing that something was off. The space where he and Du Yu were in had already collapsed and shattered. However, powerful light was still bursting forth from Du Yu. It penetrated the darkness and completely shattered the space. It seemed like Du Yu had another goal in mind. These spears also did not disappear. They were positioned in different locations and formed a pattern of spear light. "What are you planning to do?" the Lord of the Underworld asked as he seemed to realize something. He raised his palm and sent it crashing out. He charged out of the encirclement and attempted to escape from this space. "Your Highness, I will lead him away. Please be careful," Du Yu said loudly. "All right," Princess Dongwang responded as she nodded her head in midair. The next moment, dazzling divine light burst forth from the spears positioned in various places at the same time. They instantly shattered the space. A gaping hole appeared. Du Yu's figure flashed, and the golden divine spears pierced the heavens, slaughtering their way over to the Lord of the Underworld. The space was sealed off by a pressure. The Lord of the Underworld shielded himself with a roar. The golden divine spears led his body towards the cracks. They were accompanied by powerful light shooting out from the pattern. Both of their figures immediately disappeared without a trace. After they vanished, the divine light of the spears dimmed. The cracks also sealed themselves shut. However, the figures of the Lord of the Underworld and Du Yu were no longer here. Futian was astonished as he saw this scene. What was happening? Where had Du Yu brought the Lord of the Underworld? Du Yu had actually pushed him through the crack. He also seemed to have broken through the spatial barrier and entered an independent space. "Your Highness, where have they disappeared to?" Futian asked Princess Donghuang. "They have gone to the real world," Princess Donghuang replied. "The original realm is currently the void realm that exists as an illusion within the world. Here, the threat of the Lord of the Underworld is great. With the power of the Shadow Realm, he would be even more powerful. So Du Yu has led him away from this place. By shattering the spatial barrier, one could reach the real world." Futian was somewhat shocked. This was the origin of the Void Realm. Everything in this world was fake, hence it was known as the Void Realm. The Great Path here was a remnant of the collapse of the Heavenly Path. However, the collapse of the Heavenly Path also left behind some things in this original realm. For instance, everything that was occurring before his eyes was due to the Shadow Realm. Hence, various forces from the outside wanted to establish their footholds in the Void Realm. This vast world was both the Void Realm as well as the original realm. The people from the outside looked down at this place. Yet they also wanted to seize control of it because it still had some value. At that moment, empty Imperial Palace, Lord seemed to have sensed something. He frowned slightly and looked into the distance and said, "Princess, another army is coming." Princess Donghuang shifted her gaze towards the direction he was looking in. The clouds in the sky above churned. A terrifying aura spread out, causing others to feel palpitations. Beams of divine light descended from the sky. The next moment, a group of silhouettes descended. The group of silhouettes was bathed in divine light. Their auras were alarming. Each person that arrived possessed extremely powerful auras. When Princess Donghuang saw these people appear, a sharp gaze flashed past in her beautiful eyes. As expected, now, everyone wanted to claim the Void Realm. The Dark Court was not the only one to return. They had also come. "Princess Donghuang, The leading youth among the people who arrived cried out as they landed before Princess Donghuang. An evil aura emanated from the body of this youth. His handsome face also emanated a sense of evil. His eyes were exceptionally bright. However, they similarly contained an evil look. The evil emperor realm also wishes to be involved in the matters of the original realm. Princess Donghuang questioned in a cold tone as her gaze swept towards the army. For the past 300 years, the original realm had always been at peace. Now that the Dark Court had returned, the evil emperor realm had actually also arrived here as well. They seemed to intend to interfere in the dispute over the original realm. The divine prefectures of the East have ruled the original realm for more than 300 years, the youth said. Now, they should cede control over the original realm. In the future, the original realm should not belong to the divine prefecture anymore. It should instead be an independent region that is not ruled by any force. The resources of the original realm had been pillaged for countless years. It already did not have many precious resources left. However, the top figures still wanted this source of the heavenly path. There had even been great prophets who prophesied that the changes of the universe would begin from the original realm. The current world order was formed due to the collapse of the original realm. Future changes would probably also begin here. Hence, the various forces were unwilling to let the divine prefecture continue to rule this land. After the arrival of the Dark Court, the evil emperor realm always had their eyes on this place. It was just that they had only meaningfully appeared at this moment. In the future, the original realm had to be opened up to all forces. Princess Donghuang turned her gaze to the youth who was speaking. She had figured out who he was. The cultivators of the evil emperor realm had arrived. A youth was giving commands. His cultivation was not too high. From his appearance and temperament, Princess Donghuang knew who this person was. He was a legendary figure who was extremely prestigious in the current evil emperor realm. He was the direct disciple of the evil emperor Shurxia. Rumor has it that Shurxia had a divine body of the great path. When he was born, divine phenomena appeared. Later, he displayed extremely powerful talent in the great path of space and was accepted as the direct disciple of the evil emperor. In the empty divine realm, his standing was extremely high. Many top figures would pay him due respect when they encountered him. Rumor also had it that Shurxia's character was extremely wicked and that he had inherited the antics of the evil emperor. Many people believed that Shurxia would have the opportunity to inherit the position of the evil emperor in the future. Whenever the empty divine realm decides to open its boundaries, the original realm shall also do the same. Princess Donghuang responded indifferently. The empty divine realm referred to the evil emperor realm. The evil emperor ruled it, so some people called it the evil emperor realm. Others also preferred to call it the empty divine realm. Princess Donghuang, claiming that the empty divine realm would open its boundaries, was clearly impossible. That was the territory of the evil emperor. This also meant that, from Princess Donghuang's perspective, the original realm couldn't be opened to the outside. The divine prefecture had to control it within its grasp. In the surroundings, the power of Yin flooded the vast heaven and earth. Everyone was enveloped in this icy and sinister power of Yin. Many cultivators felt slightly uncomfortable. This sensation made them feel extremely unwell. Even Princess Donghuang's entourage was similarly enveloped within this power. Each of their silhouettes appeared to become somewhat blurry. Shurxia's eyes were staring at Princess Donghuang. An evil aura emanated from them. His thin lips curled into a smile, which was even more evil-looking. I have heard that Donghuang the Great dotes on you, Princess. If I can capture you, I am certain that the great emperor would not mind opening a mere divine prefecture to the outside, Shurxia said as he stared at Princess Donghuang. His courage was quite something. Before this, the Lord of the Underworld had never even thought about touching Princess Donghuang. After all, actually angering Dong Huang the Great was no small matter. If that happened, no one would be able to control the situation. However, this Xia seemed to be unafraid. From this, one could gauge his courage and insight. "Protect Her Highness!" the empty Imperial Palace, Lord ordered. Some figures who were fighting below rose into the sky and also arrived beside Princess Donghuang. They stood around her. Spear Emperor Du was initially the strongest person beside Princess Donghuang. However, he had led the Lord of the Underworld away. He was naturally unable to take care of this side of the battlefield. Now, the evil Emperor Realm cultivators had arrived, and they actually wanted to make a move on Princess Donghuang. If Spear Emperor Du knew that this would happen, he would not have left. However, there were still top figures who came in this direction. They had even given up on the battlefield below. When Princess Donghuang encountered danger, protecting her was naturally their top priority. First, it was to showcase themselves. Secondly, it was because if anything actually happened to Princess Donghuang, no one knew whether the Great Emperor would get involved or not. If he was angry, anything could happen. What if he came to settle the score with them? If the princess was all right, there was no harm in them making a few mistakes. However, if anything happened to her, no one could escape the blame. "The princess is prestigious. Do not harm her," Xia ordered. Under the power of Yin, figures stepped out and headed over towards Princess Donghuang. For a moment, this caused the members of the Divine Prefecture to be under a lot of pressure. They were facing the armies of two forces on two fronts. A silhouette moved forward. In front of this person, a golden divine sword was floating. From within his sword, unparalleled golden spatial divine light was emitted. Swoosh! The divine sword flew out. Countless divine swords suddenly appeared all around and generated resonance. The cultivator then pointed his finger forward, and countless spatial divine swords immediately ripped apart the space as they advanced and slaughtered their way forward. In an instant, it was as though the sky was being divided into infinite pieces by spatial divine swords. Divide the space. The swords would divide up this world. A brilliant divine light radiated outwards. A golden cauldron of unparalleled divinity enveloped the various cultivators. It contained everyone within it. The divine swords slaughtered their way over, tore apart the space of the great path, and crashed into the precious cauldron. Loud clanging could be heard. Cracks appeared on the cauldron, and it then shattered into dust. "Princess, please leave first," a voice cried out. A cultivator of celestial Worthy Mountain had said this. As he uttered the last word, he extended his palm forward. Immediately there was a loud clang. A gigantic divine cauldron appeared in the sky above. Dazzling destructive light was released from within it. Everywhere the light touched, everything in the world seemed to be suppressed and destroyed by it. The light intended to envelop the entire space where the opponents were. A figure stepped forward in the sky. He was yet another top figure. He grabbed the air, and instantly fissures appeared in the space. A terrifying storm of the great path of space was formed from the fissures. The cracks opened wide and savagely pounced on the precious cauldron, intending to engulf it. However, the precious cauldron spun, and myriads of divine halos sprinkled down, destroying everything. A vacuum space was temporarily formed around the cauldron. Princess Donghuang glanced down at the ground. When they were exchanging blows, quite a number of cultivators of the dark court rushed into the crack underground. It seemed like they wanted to enter the core region of the Shadow Realm and locate the divine item. Right now, the divine item went berserk and showed signs of appearing. If the divine item really appeared, who wouldn't want it? This divine item alone had shaped a supreme realm, the Shadow Realm. Its might was undoubtedly terrifying. At the same time, an aura that caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble permeated the air from underground. One by one, Cultivators dashed underground, causing the entire shadow realm to shake even more violently. The entire world was quaking. If the divine item fell into the hands of the cultivators of the Dark Court, a catastrophe would surely follow. From the ground, a mysterious, cold light gushed forth. Everywhere the light covered, the power of Een was activated to its utmost limit. Everyone was freezing when they were exposed to the light. Frost slowly covered their bodies as they trembled in the cold. Some cultivators who had weak cultivation turned into ice sculptures right away. They were frozen on their spots. They couldn't resist the cold at all. This scene caused everyone on the battlefield to reveal strange expressions. Was the divine item still shaking? The abnormality was getting more intense and had reached a point where it could threaten the cultivators at the Renhuang Plain. "Be careful," Emperor Nen warned. Even he felt slightly threatened by this aura. The battle, which happened on the ground, had barely started, and it was brought to a halt due to the abnormality. All the cultivators moved higher up into the sky and spread out. All of them released their will to defend against the aura. In the blink of an eye, everyone was enveloped by the light. Buzz! Yet another terrifying aura descended. There were still cultivators fighting each other at this moment. Even under such circumstances, they still would not give up. Yi Futian appeared. He seemed to have turned into a tree, with his body as the tree trunk. When the cold light shone in his direction, he absorbed the energy into his body bit by bit, merging the energy into his. Yi Futian could sense that the power of his great path was strengthening. The world tree was indeed omnipotent, Yi Futian thought to himself. It could even absorb and refine the power of Een for its own use. From the looks of it, the way, which was born from his world tree, was indeed what he had expected. It was a flawless, great path. Hence, his combat ability was stronger than that of cultivators who were at the same level. He could even kill middle-level Renhuangs. With the help of divine arms and the will of the Emperor, he had killed a 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang. Under the corrosion of the power of Een, everyone was soaked in this power. However, the battle still persisted despite the crowd getting further apart from each other. Yi Futian looked in the direction where Princess Donghuang was. Some cultivators launched a sneak attack at her. The enemy attacked all the cultivators who were protecting Princess Donghuang. They were locked in their respective places. Behind the princess, there were many upper-level Renhuangs and middle-level Renhuangs. Even though they were dispersed, they still made their way towards the princess when they saw her in danger. Right at this moment, a sinister figure moved towards Princess Donghuang. It was none other than Xie. As Xie approached Princess Donghuang, a few cultivators blocked in front of her and stared at Xie with cold gazes filled with murderous intent. Xie shifted his will, and instantly an abnormal phenomenon occurred. A dazzling pattern appeared above his body. Divine halos poured down endlessly. The light shot directly at the cultivators who stood in front of the princess. In an instant, the space twisted. Those cultivators were seemingly thrown into a distorted space. When Xie stepped forward, the space warped and shifted as the divine light showered down. The ground was covered by the light of the great path of space. The space twisted and overlapped. Screams could be heard everywhere. Many cultivators revealed painful expressions as their bodies contorted uncontrollably. It was as though their body parts were in different spaces. "Die!" Xie uttered a word, and the divine light slashed downwards. Swooshing sounds could be heard, accompanied by the sound of blood splashing outwards. Many cultivators were torn apart by the great path of space. The scene was gruesome. He was so powerful. Yi Futian, who had witnessed everything from afar, exclaimed internally. He didn't know Xie, but he could sense that the great path of space, which Xie was proficient in, was similarly a flawless great path. His great path was at a much higher level than other ordinary great paths. Shursia merely shifted his will, and the space contorted. Many Renhuangs were helpless against him. This person's understanding of the usage of the great path of space was practically terrifying. It had already merged into his every movement. Yi Futian did not know that this Shursia was known as an existence with a divine body of the great path. He was a natural-born possessor of the spatial divine power. He had been accepted as a direct disciple by the master of the empty divine realm, the evil emperor. The power of Een flooded the space. Everyone could sense a sinister aura. In the cold, dark world, faint and cold moonlight shone down on the land. Beneath the light of the moon, Shursia walked in midair. Many cultivators followed behind him and dashed over to where Princess Donghuang was. Streaks of divine light of space emanated from Shursia. Everywhere he passed, the space was ripped apart. The battlefield soon turned even more chaotic. An upper-level Renhuang stepped forward and advanced in the direction of Shursia. Sword will burst forth from the Renhuang, transforming into a terrifying storm of sword chi. Blazing solar divine light rained down and cast away the cold aura. The sword will emanated by the Renhuang was hot. One could faintly make out a sun appearing in the sky. The sun-like divine sword sprang straight ahead and dashed toward Shursia. The sword traversed the sky and left behind streaks of flame of the great path. Shursia cast a glance at his opponent. A sword similarly appeared in front of him. It was a golden spatial divine sword. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He raised a finger and pointed outwards. The sword darted forward. Buzz! A dazzling divine light of space penetrated the sky. Everywhere it passed, the flame of the great path left behind by the opponent's sword disappeared without a trace. The facial expression of the upper-level Renhuang changed slightly. He activated his divine wheel of the great path up to its utmost limit. The solar divine sword radiated divine light. It burned everything around him as it guarded the Renhuang. Shursia's spatial divine sword appeared from thin air and flew past the upper-level Renhuang. In a split second, the spatial divine sword had penetrated through the space countless times. The upper-level Renhuang felt that the surrounding space had contorted his attacks. The space of the great path, which he was currently in, was a mess. Shursia's divine sword approached the Renhuang. The Renhuang wielded his sword to block the attack. His solar divine sword came face to face with Shursia's divine sword, yet the two swords did not collide. It was as though the two swords were in different dimensions of space. A beam of solar divine light was shot into the distance, causing a brilliant solar flame to explode in midair. However, the cultivator with a seventh-tier divine will revealed a fearful expression. The next moment, the spatial divine sword flashed past and sliced through the throat of the cultivator. Blood splashed out and sparkled under the divine light of space. The head of the cultivator disappeared right away as his soul was shattered into pieces. He was so powerful. This thought flashed past in the minds of all the Renhuangs from the divine prefecture when they saw what Shursia had done. Moreover, it seemed like Shursia had not demonstrated his true ability with his previous attack. He raised his finger and pointed downwards. Instantaneously, myriads of divine swords traversed space and slashed their way downwards. Each sword contained a powerful great path of space, and they were activated to their utmost limit. Shursia seemed to be able to casually unleash any techniques that were related to the great path of space. "Be careful!" someone shouted. Swooshing sounds could be heard continuously as many Renhuangs from the divine prefecture were stabbed by the swords. They were killed instantly. Even Princess Donghuang was slightly shocked when she looked at the silhouette, who stood proudly in the sky. Shursia, the divine body of space, was worthy of his title as the direct disciple of evil emperor, the lord of the empty divine realm. His ability was monstrous. Right now, he was surrounded by the divine light of space. The light enveloped the heavens and earth. Everywhere his will covered, he could take on everyone and everything with his great path of space. Many Renhuangs from the divine prefecture headed over to Shirxia at the same time. All of them had powerful cultivation. The two armies began to approach each other and clash. There were even instances of close-quarter combat. The goal of the other party was to capture Princess Donghuang. Yi Futian was also on the battlefield. The forces who had participated in today's battle were all forces at the peak of the realms. Though they were powerful Renhuangs, now they seemed so humble and low. This scene gave Yi Futian mixed feelings. Anyone on this battlefield could be a huge figure in the outside world. However, on this battlefield they were nothing special. Sword will flowed over Yi Futian's body as he advanced. A divine sword appeared in his hand. It was a powerful ritual implement. On this battlefield, there were originally no rules. He would naturally give it his all. His body still consumed the power of Yin, causing this power to circulate around him. It surged into his body and was directly absorbed into it. His deed of thorough comprehension burst forth, and his figure became a furnace of the great path, refining the great path around him. This caused the power of Yin to be refined into his body even faster. A silhouette walked over towards him. It was a middle-level Renhuang. When he sensed the aura on Yi Futian's body, a bizarre expression flashed past in the eyes of the other party. Yi Futian seemed unique to him. Yi Futian's plane was not very high, only having a second-tier divine wheel. On this battlefield, Yi Futian was definitely a lowly existence, yet the aura flowing within him gave off an extraordinary impression. That was why this middle-level Renhuang felt Yi Futian was strange. However, he merely thought about it for a moment before attacking. His speed was breakneck, and he directly traversed the space. The great path of space descended and imprisoned Yi Futian's figure. At that moment, the space where Yi Futian was seemed to have frozen over. The great path seemed to flow slower. His figure instead appeared directly in front of Yi Futian. He struck out with one finger, and an attack of the great path instantly burst forth. A golden roulette sliced through the space towards Yi Futian. As it spun, it produced a frightening sonic boom that tore apart all existence. Yi Futian swept a glance at his opponent as he took a step forward. The frozen great path of space seemed to shatter instantly. Sword will swept out and filled the air. The power of his divine will burst forth. Divine light shone everywhere and pressed down on the space. This caused his opponent to be stunned. He actually felt his way being suppressed by this lower-level Renhuang. The sword in Yi Futian's hand stabbed forward. The spinning roulette that was rapidly ripping apart space immediately exploded into pieces. The divine sword flew out and swept across the sky. Yi Futian's opponent sent out a palm strike, forging a spatial wall. A menacing spatial swirl appeared before him, attempting to consume the divine sword. The divine sword directly penetrated into the swirl. The next moment, it flew out of the swirl and pierced through the opponent's body. The middle-level Renhuang stared at Yi Futian. He had a somewhat confused look in his eyes. Was this how a cultivator of the original realm was like? With a second-tier divine will, Yi Futian had instantly killed him with one sword. Rumble. His silhouette instantly exploded into pieces and dissipated. Yi Futian continued to advance. He saw a few silhouettes approaching him, secretly surrounding him. They were all staring at the divine sword in Yi Futian's hand. There was more to this sword than met the eye. Their auras radiated from their bodies. They were all proficient in the power of the great path of space. This made Yi Futian feel strange. Could it be that all the members of the army that had arrived were proficient in the great path of space? These people were from the empty divine realm. The divine sword flew up high into the sky. Guqin strings of the great path appeared around Yi Futian, seemingly forming an ancient Guqin. Yi Futian's fingers plucked the strings from afar. Sword will immediately rain down. A flawless divine wheel. Yi Futian's opponents glanced over at him. Although they were cultivators from the empty divine realm, those who could forge flawless divine wheels were still a minority. There were even fewer people who could maintain a flawless divine wheel at the middle-level Renhuang plane. Among upper-level Renhuangs, it was even rarer. Anyone with a flawless divine wheel at the upper-level Renhuang plane could become a top figure. Buzz! The divine sword flew up high into the sky, and the great path resonated. Endless sword will flowed, seemingly pouring into the divine sword. In the heavens above, countless sword illusions appeared. They flowed down the Guqin strings of the great path. Go! Once Yi Futian uttered this word, the divine swords flew out and slaughtered their way towards one of the cultivators. A door of space appeared behind that cultivator, and he immediately stepped through it. A cold look flashed past in Yi Futian's eyes. Cold, murderous sword will exploded. His will enveloped the space of the great path, forming a terrifying turbulence. The silhouette of the cultivator who had disappeared reappeared amidst the turbulence. He was frowning slightly. He had actually been unable to traverse the space. Swoosh! Swoosh! Extremely sharp aura descended. His expression changed drastically. The divine swords turned everything in their path to dust, returning them to nothingness. The cultivator continued to retreat, attempting to pass through space to escape. However, the divine swords arrived first. They immediately penetrated the space and shattered the great path. The light of the divine swords pierced through everything. The cultivator had yet to escape when he was killed by the swords on the spot. Yi Futian continued to wave his finger. The divine swords changed directions and slaughtered their way towards another 2 Renhuangs. They were all middle-level Renhuangs. The one with the highest cultivation had a 5th-tier divine wheel. They must have assumed that Yi Futian would be easy to deal with. After all, for them, those with 2nd-tier divine wheels were too weak. Very quickly, the bodies of the 2 cultivators were pierced by the divine swords. They died on the spot, their souls dispersing as they fell. At that moment, another cultivator stood in the sky above Yi Futian. His entire body released rings of golden halos. His entire body was resplendent and extremely overbearing. What was even more terrifying was that this person had a flawless divine wheel. He was a middle-level Renhuang with a 6th-tier flawless divine wheel. That person is dangerous, Yi Futian thought to himself. He was in existence at the 6th-tier Renhuang plane. He also had a flawless divine wheel. His cultivation was truly 4 planes higher than that of Yi Futian. Clang! The other party stepped forward. Golden light patterns from his divine wheel of the great path pressed down on Yi Futian. Divine light flooded the space and directly bashed against Yi Futian's body. It caused Yi Futian to feel extremely terrifying shocks. In an instant, Yi Futian sensed that this person's combat ability was far stronger than that of the 2 existences with 7th-tier divine wheels that he had just killed. This meant that even if he released the Emperor's will, he would still not necessarily be able to defeat this person. Buzz! The other party immediately walked over, raising his fists and sending them punching towards Yi Futian. Golden divine light instantly pierced the heavens. Resplendent light from his fists appeared in the sky above. Before his person arrived, the will of his fists had already come crashing over. Yi Futian's divine sword flew out, and everything was turned to dust. It crashed towards the will of the fists. A loud clang could be heard. The will of the fists was torn apart by the sword. However, the divine sword was vibrating and was being pushed down. The beam of light in mid-air descended. The divine fists came crashing down with frightening divine light. They actually collided directly with the divine sword with a body of flesh and blood. Clang! The divine sword seemed to have collided with an indestructible divine item. It was sent flying backward. The opponent's speed suddenly sped up as he directly traversed the sky. The two divine fists came crashing down again. A terrifying storm of the great path swept out, causing Yi Futian to feel like his body was being crushed. The spear of the war god appeared in Yi Futian's hand again. He took a step forward and thrust out his spear, splitting the space apart as it met the golden divine fists crashing down on him. Bang! There was a huge sound, and Yi Futian felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him. The will of the fists was channeled through his spear and crashed into his body. An intense, rumbling sound came from within his body. He felt his organs tremble intensely. He used this power to retreat backward as bloodstains appeared in the corner of his mouth. Both of them had flawless divine wheels. However, the opponent was a middle-level Renhuang with a flawless divine wheel. The difference between their planes was too great. Yi Futian raised his head. In the sky, a gigantic illusory figure slowly appeared in front of the domineering silhouette, which was enveloped by the golden divine light of space. The two figures overlapped. The figure raised his arm, and instantly the air in the heavens and earth rampaged. Rumble! The will of the fists burst forth. Endless auroras from the fists covered the sky. The entire sky was dazzling as punches from the spatial divine fists traversed the space and struck towards Yi Futian's body. Even before the attacks arrived, Yi Futian could sense an overwhelming pressure suppressing him. Buzz! A golden gale swept past, and a pair of bright wings appeared above Yi Futian. The wings covered the sky and separated the space, blocking the punches from reaching Yi Futian. Rumbling sounds exploded as the fists that densely covered the sky were all impeded by the wings. A dazzling Peng bird appeared in the sky above Yi Futian. His cultivation was frightening. He was an upper-level demon emperor with an 8th-tier divine wheel. He spread his wings, and immediately an astonishing spatial storm swept up into the heavens. The silhouette in midair was not afraid in the slightest. The gigantic, illusory figure was like a deity. It enveloped the silhouette within it. His figure dashed out and became a beam of light. He immediately disappeared from his original position. The next moment, he was charging in front of his opponent. The Peng bird's sharp talons ripped apart the space and met the divine light. His wings blocked out the sky and covered this space of the great path. Rumble! There was a huge sound, and the opponent's silhouette disappeared. The next moment, he had appeared in another location and sent out another golden divine fist of flowing light that pierced the heavens and the earth. In the heavens above, divine fists continuously came from all directions. It was as though countless silhouettes and illusions of the divine fists had appeared. The figure of the golden-winged giant Peng bird shook. More and more golden divine feathers fell to the ground. Bang! Finally, a golden divine fist punched a hole through its opponent's gigantic body. The fist punched through the Peng bird's body from the top and came out from the bottom. Countless tears appeared on the Peng bird. An explosion then followed it. The bird let out a wail. An 8th-tier demon emperor was killed on the spot. The opponent looked like a deity as his golden eyes pierced through the sky. One could make out how terrifying a flawless 6th-tier divine will cultivator was. At the very least, in the Void Realm, Yi Futian could not find someone at the same level who could contend with this figure. Not a single cultivator was on par with him. In reality, the identity of this person was extraordinary too. The evil emperor ruled over the empty divine realm and held the fort at Empty Mountain. Empty Mountain was the training ground of the evil emperor. Only the most talented figures in the empty divine realm were qualified to train on Empty Mountain. The figure who attacked just now was a disciple of Empty Mountain. Even though he was not a direct disciple of the evil emperor, he was more experienced, and Xia would need to address him as older brother. This cultivator looked down from where he was high in the sky and locked his gaze on Yi Futian. A look of indifference flashed past his golden eyes, as though Yi Futian was already dead to him. Perhaps from his point of view, Yi Futian would surely die. He targeted Yi Futian because he noticed that Yi Futian was a possessor of a flawless divine wheel. Besides that, Yi Futian had killed quite a few cultivators just now. Naturally, he stood out as compared to the rest. The cultivator from Empty Mountain strode downwards and was ready to attack again. Buzz, a golden light, flashed across the sky. This time, he intended to punch a hole through Yi Futian up close. The light traveled at an astonishing speed. However, right at this moment, a celestial light shimmered, and a palm strike went up against the light with overwhelming momentum. The palm strike collided with the fist. A scorching light radiated. This time, the opponent's silhouette was pushed back. Head over to where the princess is. The person who appeared was Hua Jiangshan from the celestial gate of vast heaven. His cultivation was also at the 8th tier. However, just a while ago, Yi Futian's opponent had killed an existence at the 8th tier right before his eyes. This caused Yi Futian some concern. He reminded Hua Jiangshan and said, "Senior, please be careful." "I know," Hua Jiangshan replied as he nodded his head. As one of the previous leaders of the celestial gate of vast heaven, his combat ability was naturally more powerful than that of Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced around. The power of Yin had already flooded this part of the world. Everywhere his will swept across was covered in the power of Yin. A heart-wrenching aura came from down below. Before this, many cultivators from the Dark Court had already delved deep underground. They could faintly sense that the divine item was about to emerge. After hesitating for a short while, Yi Futian headed down below instead of where Princess Dongwang was. Very few people could remain unscathed in the power of Yin. The deeper he went, the harder it would be. Yi Futian could do it. He would naturally not want to miss such an opportunity. Kill him. At that moment, the cultivator who was battling fiercely with Hua Jiangshan in the sky above said this as he swept a glance at Yi Futian. It seemed that he did not want to let Yi Futian live. After he said this, a few cultivators immediately dashed towards Yi Futian. As a cultivator of Empty Mountain, the cultivator had a high rank in this army from the empty divine realm. Yi Futian frowned and felt somewhat dispirited. He sped up and dashed downwards at high speed. The cultivators who came after him became beams of flowing light and chased after Yi Futian. One of them raised his hand and grabbed out into thin air. A powerful force of the great path of space immediately attempted to imprison Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian's divine sword tore apart the power of the great path of space, trying to imprison him as he continued downwards. He was as fast as lightning. "Stop!" a silhouette cried out. Divine swords that tore apart space rained down, forming a spatial storm of divine swords. Yi Futian avoided the onslaught of divine swords, his speed decreasing. In that short interval, the other party caught up with him. 3 cultivators appeared around Yi Futian. 2 of them were middle-level Renhuangs. The last one was an upper-level Renhuang with a 7th tier divine wheel. He had a menacing aura. They were also all cultivators from the empty divine realm. Their abilities would certainly be more powerful than the cultivators Yi Futian encountered in the Sea of the Path. Swoosh! Swoosh! Frightening golden lightning flashed and unleashed a high-pitched sound. The lightning was everywhere, flooding the space and surrounding Yi Futian's figure within it. As Yi Futian glanced around, his figure was flooded by the golden lightning. Yi Futian's opponent pointed a finger at him. Golden light of the great path that tore apart the space came cleaving down. The divine elephant divine will appeared. The golden divine elephant enveloped Yi Futian's figure. However, the terrifying lightning struck the figure of the divine elephant and tore apart its body. An illusory figure sparkled. The cultivator immediately appeared within the endless lightning storm. A divine halberd appeared in his hand. Menacing spatial halos flowed over the halberd. Golden lightning circled it, filling it with devastating destructive power. The cultivator lifted the divine halberd. The next moment, his silhouette disappeared without a trace. It was as though he had merged into the endless lightning and was moving with it. The cultivator who was attacking had a sixth-tier divine wheel. When he attacked, he made Yi Futian feel an enormous pressure. The divine swords around Yi Futian resonated and rang. 10,000 elephants stormed, and the divine sword in his hand sprang out. When the lightning landed, Yi Futian's divine sword hit the opponent's halberd accurately. The sword wheel and the lightning flowed past each other and slashed towards their respective targets. The divine elephants which were protecting Yi Futian were constantly being torn apart. Bang! His body was sent flying backward as he was pushed downwards. The other two cultivators followed behind the upper-level Renhuang. They were guarding at the sides to prevent Yi Futian from escaping. Before this, the cultivators from the Dark Court were fighting with the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. After the empty Divine Realm joined the battle, the Divine Prefecture was naturally at a disadvantage. Yi Futian was surrounded by golden lightning. His facial expression was ugly. Not far away from them, a group of cultivators passed by. The leader of the group was the college chief of Tianshan Academy. His group was pursuing a cultivator from the Dark Court. Beside the college chief were a few Renhuangs who were at their peak. All of them noticed Yi Futian, and they glanced at the college chief. The college chief of Tianshan Academy did not turn around. His gaze didn't even flicker as he strode downwards to pursue his target. He completely ignored Yi Futian. The cultivators beside him naturally understood what the college chief meant by that. They left together with him. Yi Futian did not look in their direction, but he knew that they passed by. However, he did not dwell on their intentions. They were from different forces to begin with. Even though he had trained in Tianshan Academy for a period of time, his stay last time was more of a collaboration between two parties. He was not a disciple of Tianshan Academy. Hence, regardless of whether Tianshan Academy helped him or not, it was their choice. Yi Futian had nothing to say about it. However, judging from their actions, it seemed like the college chief of Tianshan Academy did not really like him. In the sky, another attack landed. Yi Futian utilized the momentum from the other party's attack to move further downwards. He slipped into the crack and entered the underground. The three cultivators followed closely after him. One of them said, "Kill him." As soon as he spoke, the other two cultivators did not waste time standing around. Other than the terrifying lightning halberd, another brilliant divine sword joined in the attack. The sword will flooded the space as all the attacks were aimed directly at Yi Futian. Buzz! A spatial sacred hall appeared, enveloping Yi Futian in it. The precious item warded off most of the attacks. An intense, rumbling sound rang. The sacred hall hit the ground frenziedly, moving underground. This scene caused the three cultivators to frown. A powerful will surrounded them. They were slightly hesitant. The terrifying power of Een could be clearly sensed from the spot where they were now. Even though they had a high plane of cultivation, they were still greatly affected by the power of Een. Their eyes emitted beams of golden divine light as they scanned the core. They could see that Yi Futian had emerged from the sacred hall precious item and was advancing further underground. He even turned around and glanced at them. His gaze was provocative. When the three cultivators saw his gaze, their facial expressions turned ugly. Their gazes were sharp. Yi Futian's gaze. Was he challenging them? However, Yi Futian seemed to have an extremely powerful defense treasure item with him. They could not crush the item with their attacks, but they could capture Yi Futian along with the treasure. Should they pursue him? They were hesitating. The other two looked at the upper-level Renhuang. The upper-level Renhuang stared at the ground, then he strode downward, saying, "Go and have a look." The three of them were also interested in checking out what was happening underground. Since it had come to this, they would make a trip underground and capture Yi Futian along the way. This space underground had been destroyed. Many powerful Renhuangs had come here. As Yi Futian moved deeper underground, his body was absorbing the terrifying power of Yin. Some cultivators were frozen solid. When the power of Yin caressed Yi Futian's body, he also felt an extreme chill eating away at his body. However, he continued to move further down and advanced in the direction of the core. As he headed towards the core, Yi Futian slowed down. It was not just him. All those who came here were exceptionally cautious. In this underground region, magma flowed and merged with the power of Yin, forming flames of Yin. It caused people to sense a terror that stemmed from deep within their soul. Flames of Yang were domineering and tyrannical. Flames of Yin were exactly the opposite. If the flames of Yin corroded one's body, they could not be extinguished. They would corrode bone and seep into the spirit, consuming both body and soul. Hence, all the cultivators avoided the flames carefully. Aside from that, the power of Yin itself gave off a bone-chilling cold that could corrode the way of cultivators and was very dangerous. Even Yi Futian's will was restricted. It was very difficult for him to release his will across a long distance. He was not the only one. It was the same for the other cultivators who came here. The people who dared to come here either had powerful cultivation, were proficient in similar types of powers, or had special methods to cope with the power of Yin. Aura radiated from Yi Futian's body. His aura was like leaves and branches that extended out into the surrounding space. At that moment, Yi Futian's meridian, skeleton, and even his blood became an ancient tree and branches. His deed of thorough comprehension was unleashed. With the ancient world tree as his foundation, he refined the great path. The leaves and branches that flowed out were like countless tentacles. They absorbed and consumed the power of Yin little by little, merging it into his body. This made him feel a bone-chilling sensation all over his body. However, with the presence of his life spirit, he could still consume it. 3 cultivators followed behind him. They were also exceptionally careful as they released auras of the Great Path. Their bodies were bathed in halos of the Great Path that resisted the corrosion of the power of Yin. They looked over at where Yi Futian was, and they frowned slightly. This fellow was heading deeper and deeper underground. With his plane of cultivation, by right he should have stopped a long time ago. They clearly realized that Yi Futian had special methods to resist the corrosion of the power of Yin in order for him to have continued descending so deep underground. Yi Futian was truly cunning. He had actually used their surroundings to evade their onslaught. In this place, it was indeed inconvenient for them to make a move. If they caused too much of a ruckus, they might trigger a disaster in the core. Hence, they had also been very wary. The divine light of space flowed around their bodies. The light seemed to form a spatial passageway that kept the power of Yin at bay. As they continued downwards, they felt the pressure acting on them increase. The air currents corroded the power of the great path around them. Wanting to reach the core was most likely going to be very difficult. At the same time, they still felt an extremely cold chill. They were somewhat perplexed. How could Yi Futian, who only had a second-tier divine wheel, reach such a depth? Could it be that he had some sort of ritual implement on him? After considering this, golden lightning shot downwards from the body of one of the cultivators. A murderous look flashed past in his eyes. They could not wait any longer. "We cannot head down any further," he said to the other 2 cultivators. They already felt a very intense sense of danger here. If they continued downwards, they would most likely be unable to withstand the environment. Kill him, the cultivator with a seventh-tier divine will said. Since they could not head down any further, then they would eliminate Yi Futian here. All right, the other person replied as he nodded his head in agreement. As he said this, terrifying lightning pierced through the underground and cleaved towards Yi Futian. There was a huge disturbance. Lightning rained down from above. The power of Yin around them seemed to merge directly with the lightning. It caused the lightning to be even more terrifying. In an instant, it blotted out the space above them and covered this underground space. The cultivator was also slightly surprised. This space was filled with the power of Yin. It seemed that attacks of all attributes would be corroded by the power of Yin. Even if he did not actively absorb the power of Yin, the attack he released would still be laced with its power. No wonder the cultivators of the Dark Court wanted to refine the Shadow Realm. If the cultivation methods of the Dark Court incorporated the power of Yin, their powers of the underworld, death and destruction would become much more frightening. Yi Futian's figure flashed as he dodged the attacks. However, the lightning that descended was everywhere. It cleaved down on his defenses. Then, the other party's halberd stabbed out. A frightening divine light immediately shot downwards. Sword will rampaged around them, generating resonance. Yi Futian's sword stabbed forward. The surrounding space seemed to turn into a vacuum. Both of their attacks collided. Yi Futian's figure was knocked backwards. It appeared as though he was about to be knocked down into the frightening magma. At that exact moment, a spatial handprint came crashing down and continued to pressure him. They wanted to destroy and kill him. Around Yi Futian's figure, the ancient runes of Qian, Kun, Li, and encircled. A pattern of the Great Path appeared. The power of Yin around him merged into his body. The furnace of the Great Path that his body had become was even more frightening now. His divine sword floated in midair. Then Yi Futian pointed his finger to the sky. With the pattern of the Great Path circling it, the divine sword slashed out, accompanied by terrifying lightning. Rumble. A dull sound could be heard. Aside from its sword will, lightning also flowed along the divine sword. It actually shattered the spatial handprint. The frightening lightning continued upwards and slaughtered its way towards the silhouette in midair. This caused the other party to frown and reveal a strange look. The divine light of space on his body flashed. The lightning struck his body but was unable to break through his defense. When Yi Futian saw this, he understood that by just absorbing and refining such a small amount of the power of Yin, the increase in his attack power was limited. It was still far from being able to eradicate the other party. It seemed like he could only use that technique. Since he started cultivating, he had never used it before, not even once. After all, the risk was too great. Once he unleashed the technique, he had a high chance of crippling himself. It was very dangerous. The seventh-tier divine will cultivator, who was in midair, attacked. He made a grab in the air in the direction where Yi Futian was. Immediately, a terrifying divine light of space flowed. Yi Futian could sense the surrounding space contorting. A glint of cold light flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. He shifted his will, and suddenly, the ancient characters of the Great Path moved in a reverse direction. On his body, the Great Path reversed and moved towards the sky. With his body as the center, a menacing aura spiraled upwards in the opposite direction. Yi Futian's body seemingly transformed into a real tree. This tree was inflating at a high speed, producing countless branches and leaves. All the aura of the Great Path in his body was refined into the heavens and earth. It was as though he had lost control of his own body. His silver-colored hair danced in the wind. His body turned extremely weak. At this moment, it was as though he was not himself. Instead, he was one with the space. His body gradually turned more and more illusory. However, illusions of Yi Futian's face appeared in the space, as though he was omnipresent. Even though it was not his first time experiencing the sensation, Yi Futian could still feel his heart tremble. It was a feeling of losing control of oneself. However, in return, he felt like this part of the space was completely within his control. This was the reverse cultivation of the deed of thorough comprehension. This technique was useless during normal times. It could only be activated under some special circumstances. The Grand Master fell into the demonic way as he consumed the power of the world when he used this technique. Right now, Yi Futian wanted to borrow the power of Yin so he could use this technique too. This power of Yin was originally not his power. However, right now he refined his will and his way into the power of Yin. The heavens and earth turned into the furnace as he became the fire to catalyze the process. What's happening? The facial expressions of the three cultivators changed. They had not expected Yi Futian to have this kind of ability. The power of Yin covered the sky and diffused in the surroundings, enveloping the three cultivators in it. The sun and the moon appeared at the same time in this part of the space. The moon shone exceptionally bright. When the moonlight covered the space, the air around them froze. The power of Yin was being absorbed by the moon. Moonlight kept beaming down. A powerful halo of the great path of space appeared around them, sealing them off in an independent space. Yi Futian's illusory figure appeared in midair. He stared at the three of them. It was as though he was the master of the power of Yin in this part of the space. He shifted his will, and rumbling sounds thundered. A Yin-charged lightning slashed downwards, completely enveloping the space where the three cultivators were. Kacha! The spatial shroud was shattered by the lightning. Ritual implements appeared in the hands of the cultivators. In an instant, doors of space appeared around them as they sealed themselves within the doors. Rustling sounds could be heard. Amidst the menacing, Yin-charged lightning, tree branches extended and curled around the space where they were in. Then the branches swung out and swept the enclosed space into the magma ocean. The facial expressions of the three cultivators changed drastically as they revealed fearful gazes. They saw how they were being thrown into the magma ocean. The horrifying magma flooded the doors of space right away and melted them. Yi Futian saw a beam of divine light of space shooting out from the ocean. The seventh-tier divine will cultivator struggled and attempted to escape. However, as soon as he got out of the enclosed space, his body was melted into liquids and was washed away by the magma currents. Such an overbearing attack. Yi Futian's gaze was indifferent. He continued advancing further down. Right now, he had an illusion that he was the master of this shadow realm. However, he knew that it was but a delusion. If it wasn't for the fact that he possessed the world tree life spirit, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. He might even face the backlash of his technique right away. Hence, even though the Grand Master knew that the deed of thorough comprehension could be unleashed in a reverse manner, he didn't tell Yi Futian until the moment when he fell into the demonic way. The risk of this technique was too great. It could only be used under special circumstances. For example, now would be a suitable time. This space was enveloped in the power of Yin. The power of Yin was everywhere. When he refined his way into the heavens and earth now, he could utilize the ultra-strong power around him. However, at this moment, Yi Futian himself was also experiencing a huge pressure. His willpower was not strong enough for him to withstand it for too long. When he realized this, he quickly moved forwards and headed towards the core with increased speed. At that moment, the power of Yin was no longer a resisting force. It could even be considered an assisting force. As he kept delving deeper towards the core, the power of Yin became even more terrifying. Yi Futian faintly sensed that he was at his limit. Very few people could make it this far. Those who could were all figures with peak cultivation. There were a few members of the Dark Court here. Yi Futian's figure became an afterimage as he traversed the sinister winds that blew. Finally, he sensed an extremely terrifying aura coming from the core ahead of him. He could faintly make out a storm that was like a black hole. Endless yin-chi circled and flowed around the core, forming a menacing swirl. The aura that emanated from it caused the hearts of those who saw it to tremble. Right at this moment, Yi Futian's gaze was suddenly glued to something. He revealed an astonished look. He stared straight ahead. A silhouette actually emerged from the depths of the terrifying, swirling black hole. Yi Futian was stunned. Was someone there? Shadow currents were flowing and surrounding that area, and could freeze to death any divine consciousness that tried to enter it. Just by looking from afar, one could feel the bone-chilling cold air that seemed to freeze time and space, blood, breathing even the soul. Yi Futian felt that even with his possession of the ancient tree as life spirit, it would be difficult for him to get close to that area. Over the years, there must have been other top figures who tried, such as the Palace Lord of Yue Divine Palace, but clearly no one was really able to take away the divine item. However, at this moment, someone was cultivating inside the shadow vortex. Who could this be? The man seemingly turned his gaze toward Yi Futian. It was the darkest pair of eyes that he had ever seen, enough to make his soul tremble with just one glance. It was as if it was about to be frozen by those pitch-black eyes. This man wore all black and looked to be about only 30 years in age. His hair was black as ink, and an immense chill exuded from him, like the power of the shadow. His eyes were devoid of any emotions and ignored everything else. After he saw Yi Futian, he made a grabbing motion toward him. In an instant, the power of the shadow eclipsed heaven and earth in an extremely violent manner. It turned into a terrifying whirlpool with wisps of shadow currents grabbing at Yi Futian so that the area he was in now moved involuntarily toward the man in black. What? Yi Futian didn't expect the man would suddenly attack him. At the moment, everything around him seemed to be slowing down. As if he wasn't able to resist that power, his body couldn't help but moved toward the man. Boom! Yi Futian realized that something was amiss. With the deed of thorough comprehension now deployed to counter the attack, he surrounded himself with ancient characters, and the meaning of the great path merged into the heaven and the earth. All the power of the shadow in the surrounding space seemed to be at his disposal. Buzz, a storm rose and tossed his body far away as he retreated out of this area. That mysterious man was hazardous. When the man saw that Yi Futian had escaped his control, there was a slight uncertainty in his eyes. Then his body floated up, and a terrible shadow vortex churning frantically. At this moment, the power of the shadow at the center of the earth was running wildly, flowing with madness, raging through every area it passed. At the same time, there was a man of great ability, armed with the level of divine Will Ninth Order, who was from the Dark Court. He frowned at what he saw at this moment while looking around him. What was happening? The surrounding shadow currents were unusually violent, flowing frantically. At this moment, a terrifying current of the shadow vortex emitted from the core of the shadow power, swallowing toward him. The expression on his face changed slightly. The great path changed direction, trying to overcome this powerful force. Seeing that the shadow storm would simply overwhelm him, he felt that everything had stopped, and his spiritual soul was frozen as his will had ceased. The blood inside his body, as well as the power of the great path, had all stopped flowing and became absolutely still. A cold and shadowy glory sprinkled on him. The body of this great existence of the Nine Order actually started to disappear little by little, as if his whole person had become extremely fragile, like some rotten deadwood that could turn to dust under a blow of the wind, quickly dissipating in the air. Once his spiritual soul was annihilated, it slowly dissipated as his consciousness was gradually lost to him. A vague visage seemed to appear in the void, distorted and fearful. Then it, too, went with the dissipating shadow storm. Such was the ending of a greatly capable existence who perished right on the spot. At this moment, there were still other great and capable figures from the top level of the Dark Court. Those above Renhuang had felt the storm, as they all quickly retreated, moving directly outer bounds of the center. What just happened here? Suddenly, the shadow power began to mobilize. When the shadow power moved violently, many Renhuang who had entered the core of the earth couldn't escape it fast enough and were wiped out instantaneously. Under the shadow power, they had all turned into dust. Those who were higher in their realm were closer to it, thus died even faster. Yi Futian was also on the run, but he was too late. The shadow storm turned into a horrific vortex, drowning everything in its path. His face changed as he deployed the spatial implement to cover his body, but the power of the shadow was overwhelming. That implement from the spatial temple seemed extremely fragile by contrast, slowly decaying under the shadow currents, turning into dust like everything else, and was simply blown away. According to legend, under extreme yang and extreme yin energies, no object was strong enough to withstand either one. Even the most powerful implement could be easily melted or corrupted. Those mighty treasures have no resistance to these energies at all. Yi Futian could see that this power was not only magnificent, but also terrifying. It was hard to imagine that someone could cultivate inside. Was he naturally compatible with the power of the shadow? Yi Futian didn't think much about it because he didn't have the time to contemplate the matter. The space that he was in was also directly submerged by the power of the shadow. At this time, in the center of the earth, the man in black slowly levitated, moving all the way up. An extremely fearsome shadow storm was flowing about, surrounded him, as the area around him turned into a vacuum so that all must make way for him. The space of the outer realms was beginning to be volatile, as the power of the shadow moving about uncontrollably, affecting the entire shadow realm. The world was undergoing major changes, and where Yue Divine Palace was, shadows burst out from the ground underneath and rose above toward the sky. Those who were fighting now stopped as well. They felt that those confusing currents had begun to spread out as the will of the way flowed around, surrounding them. All their attention was fixed on the violent shadow power below. Was there a change in the divine item? At this moment, they felt a horrific breath coming toward the surface, invading the outer realms little by little. The power of the shadow became more terrifying, and as the figure in black reappeared, the shadow storm surrounded him like a gigantic pattern. When they saw this man, Shirxie and the others revealed a surprised look, especially Shirxie. His eyes sharpened slightly. He stared at this mysterious cultivator, blurted out, "It's you!" He recognized the man. He was an individual who rarely showed himself to the outside world, but was extremely famous. Not many would recognize him, but there were definitely very few who had never heard of him. In the greater world of the universe, the 7 great emperors were the most powerful existence in it, and they controlled the 7 most powerful forces in this world. Now, among them, a force was gradually declining and became the weakest existence among the 7. This force was known as the Heaven Realm. The Lord of the Heaven Realm was called Heavenly Emperor. If Donghuang the Great could be considered the most brilliant figure of his time, then with heaven in his title, one could venture just how majestic this man was. It was reasonable to assume, then, that before Donghuang the Great, Heavenly Emperor must have been the most dazzling existence in the world. However, the Heavenly Emperor fell. His fall led to the collapse of Heaven Realm and its subsequent decline. Now, the current Lord of the Heaven Realm, even as an emperor, did not use the title of Heavenly Emperor. The cultivator who appeared in front of them was precisely the current heir of Heaven Realm. It was said that his talent was extraordinary. In the future, he might embark on the path of the previous Heaven Emperor and become an unparalleled existence in history. Princess Donghuang focused her attention on him, for she also became aware of who he was. She did not expect that he would be here, much less beneath the Shadow Realm. This meant that after the passageway was opened, he had come to the empty realm and descended directly into the Shadow Realm, went straight to its underground to cultivate. The change in the shadow realm was not a complete coincidence, then, but was because he was cultivating inside. When the Dark Court came to set up the Matrix, they probably disturbed his cultivation. However, Princess Dongwang was a little surprised at the strength he displayed. Could the current heir of the Heaven Realm really possess the ability to cultivate in the heart of the Shadow Realm directly? There was not much known about him, just that he was mighty and very dangerous. Her father had said once that he would be one of the top figures in the future. After Xia saw him, he stepped out with the divine sword high in the air and smashed it down without hesitation. Suddenly, the space around the man was distorted as the sword fell on it, intending to shatter it. Boom! The power of the shadow that surrounded his opponent swept out, and everything slowed down. Even the space seemed to stand still. The distorted great path of space was unable to affect the other. The man raised his head and glanced up as the light of the divine sword fell down. Wisps of shadow currents rolled toward the sky and collided with the divine sword, shattering it. Xia stared at the man, slightly frowning at the sight. But the man didn't seem to have any intention of fighting. He glanced at Xia, then turned to walk away. The mighty power of the shadow still surrounded him. The storm was terrifying, which made Xia hesitated for a moment. Let him go. Next to Xia, someone spoke. Upon hearing those words, Xia did not pursue the other any longer, but allowed the other to step away. The shadow storm had gone away with the man who was walking away, gradually disappearing. It was as if he had come just to cultivate with the power of the shadow, and now that the cultivation was done, he didn't bother to stay any longer than he had to. Many who went below couldn't come up. The Dark Court will probably suffer considerable loss, someone said to Xia. The Dark Court had the most cultivators who went down below. It was bound to suffer the greatest loss. Futian, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy, became alarmed. They had noticed that Futian had gone down as well, but did not come back out. Princess Donghuang frowned, and her beautiful eyes looked downward as well. Was he still down there? Heir of the Heaven Realm, the disciples of the evil emperor, and even the cultivators of the Dark Court had all made their appearances one after another. It seemed that, starting from the original realm, some turbulent times were ahead. At that moment, in the core of the Shadow Realm, the area that Futian was in seemed to have become absolutely still and silent. Everything had gone quiet. The core had frozen under the divine radiance of the great shadow. Time had stopped flowing, and things stopped moving through space. Other than the stream of shadow chi that was still flowing, everything else had turned to dust and disappeared. However, there was still a place with a bit of life left in this absolutely destroyed realm. Lines of chi appeared there, like leaves floating through the void. Faint light flashed as the chi flickered, filling the area. This seemed to be the only place in the silent core where there was motion. The power of the shadow had flowed into this place, but it had not immediately destroyed it like the other places. Instead, it had flowed along with the area's own currents, as if they were working in tandem. Futian stood there in the center of the area, unmoving. His eyes had been open all along, but he had not moved. He had seen everything turn to dust. It seemed that nothing could exist under the power of shadow, including extremely powerful ritual implements. Invincible ritual implements were as weak as paper here and could be easily destroyed. He felt that he was the same. He had felt his body, his divine spirit, and even his spiritual will all stop as the shadow infected him. They had all become incredibly weak and easy to destroy. But he was still alive. He had not fallen. He even discovered that the power of the shadow was flowing along with the world tree's currents. It seemed that the world tree had saved his life. There was a rustling sound as the soul of the world tree was unleashed. He even activated the will of the emperor just to be safe. Sacred radiance flowed over him and lines of dazzling light stretched out. A huge, Holy tree appeared with him at its base. Endless leaves and branches appeared around him and stretched out for a vast distance. Yi Futian thought of the treasure he had obtained in Emperor Kwa's ruins in the Crimson Dragon Realm. It was a fire spirit orb that could destroy anything. It seemed to be an item of the sun, something from the world of flames, but it had still been refined by the world tree. Now, the power of shadow was the same. With the world tree protecting him, it could not destroy him. It seemed that the world had the power to protect the whole world. Time and time again, it forged miracles and turned the impossible into the possible. All was silent for a moment. Then Yi Futian suddenly moved. He seemed to have transformed into a tree himself, and he began hovering. The power of the sun flowed towards him, warming up the area. It merged with the puer of the world tree and was not as destructive as it would have been elsewhere. He floated forward, moving further into the core of the shadow realm. In this place, the power of shadow became a howling vortex. The youth he had seen earlier had walked out of this place. He had cultivated in the heart of a shadow storm, and Yi Futian could sense that although he was very powerful, he was not a top-level figure. In fact, he was far from it. He was only so strong because he had drawn upon the power of shadow. Thus, this man obviously had some special tricks that allowed him to come here. The core of the shadow realm was a place that even the greatest figures could not come to. The Dark Court wanted to use this power for themselves. When Donghuang the Great had unified the divine prefecture and conquered the original realm, he had not tried to use this power, but had left it there and closed up the roads to the original realm in order to let the people of that realm have their own cultivation resources. Otherwise, Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing would have taken the power away. Great figures could not seize that power, but true great emperors could. They were the ones who stood above all others. Yi Futian looked at the shadow vortex before him. He hesitated a bit. Should he go into it? The secrets of the shadow realm might be within it. If he went in, could he withstand it? His mind raced. Then there was a flash of resolution in his dark eyes. If someone else was able to go in there to cultivate, and he had such a fate-altering life spirit, why couldn't he go in there too? The will of the emperor burned within him and flowed through his veins. The world tree shone with divine radiance. He flashed towards the center of the shadow storm. In a flash, he was swallowed up by a stream of endless shadow. Anyone watching from outside would no longer have been able to see him. He stepped into the storm. The shadow energy was extremely thick here. It flowed over him endlessly and entered the space where his world tree was, spreading over his body and giving him a feeling of utter cold. Even with the will of the emperor, his divine spirit still seemed to freeze. Everything was silent within the shadow storm. Nothing could exist in here besides the stream of shadow chi. Only he and his life spirit were in here. He slowed down, seeming to respond to the power he was facing. He continued on, step by step. Soon, he realized that the world surrounded by the shadow storm was actually a cavernous sky. The storm had filled a vast area and flowed around the center of the shadow realm. It formed strands of shadow power that flowed towards the surface. It was as if this was the reason the shadow realm had been created. Yuiwe Divine Palace was the place in the shadow realm that bloomed with the most shadow energy and thus occupied the highest position within the realm. This place was directly under the palace. He did not dare to move any faster. He seemed to have forgotten about time. He just continued forward through the storm. He could feel his thoughts becoming slow and simple. He may not have been killed by the power of shadow, but he had still been greatly affected. His blood flowed slowly, and the will within his body was obstructed. Everything seemed almost still. If it hadn't been for his world tree, his life would have stopped as well. After he did not know how long, the storm outside gradually subsided. It seemed as if the violence of the previous storm had been because of that youth. After he had left, the storm calmed down. More people once again entered the shadow realm. More people used this power to cultivate. More people tried to find the divine item. Others tried to find Yi Futian. These were people from the Heavenly Mandate Palace. Lord Taishian, Emperor Nan, and other top figures went underground personally. They went in complete silence, troubled looks on their faces. They could not find him. Yi Futian seemed to have truly disappeared. If he had fallen, it would without a doubt be a disaster for the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Not only would they have lost an absolute genius, it would cause a series of chain reactions. But Lord Taishian was not willing to believe that Yi Futian could have fallen like this without a sound. "I didn't find him," Lord Taishian said to Emperor Nan. As they went deeper into the storm, he was growing more worried and his face grew paler. "Let's look some more," said Emperor Nan. "Other than them. There are many others entering the storm." But as they continued on, they saw no one ahead of them. Everything seemed to have turned to dust. There was no sign of life. That is, Lord Taishuan's eyes flashed. He moved forward, reaching out with his hand. He grabbed something. Once he saw what it was, his face went pale. "What is it?" Jiang Qingzi asked him. "A piece of a ritual implement." Lord Taishian rubbed it gently, and the shard crumbled into dust. It seemed impossibly fragile. It had been infected. If when something as strong as a ritual implement was infected by shadow it was destroyed, how could one's body withstand it? They all had a bad feeling. Had the foremost talent in all the 9 realms perished like this, with no one to see or hear? They were stricken with fear. It was hard for them to bear, but whether they could accept it or not, it was reality. They continued onward, going deeper and deeper. After a time, they could finally see the shadow storm. They could feel how dangerous it was and did not dare get any closer to it. They looked at each other, looks of despair on their faces. There was even pain in their eyes. If they had not found him by now, there was almost no hope that they ever would. "Is he dead?" came a voice. The voice was that of Gaitsong of the Golden Divine Nation. He seemed pleased by this, although he was also a little bit regretful that he had not killed Yi Futian himself. Everyone looked at him coldly, but Gaitsong did not care about them at all. He said indifferently, "Now that Yi Futian is dead, how long can the alliance between all the powers last?" He really wanted to see what the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be like after that and what would happen to it. "The princess is here," came a telepathic voice. Princess Dongwang had come herself as well. Divine light flashed all around her. She had not brought anyone to protect her, but had come all alone. She looked at Lord Taishian and the others, then looked at the storm of shadow. No one could see the slightest hint of disturbance in her beautiful eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Princess, it is dangerous here. We should all leave this place at once," said the headmaster of Tianqin Academy. The princess looked at him and stopped, saying, "That is no obstacle to me." The headmaster of the Tianqin Academy did not say anything more. He just stepped beside her to protect her. At that moment, Yi Futian had reached the core within the storm. He looked all around him. He did not know how vast the storm that wrapped around the whole area was, but he seemed to have traveled very far before he reached this place. At that moment, he looked forward and saw a terrifying airflow that was revolving wildly around something. The storm seemed to have formed around it. Terrifying dark lightning flashed within the airflow. The lightning was filled with the same kind of power that was creating the shadow storm. Terrible shadow radiance spread out in all directions, illuminating the entire space. Yi Futian watched the light. It seemed like an ancient, divine stone was sitting calmly there in the center of it all, giving birth to the shadow storm. The original realm was the origin of the entire world. After the heavenly path had collapsed, the original had inflated, then collapsed as well. Was this an origin stone left behind when the heavenly path collapsed? Yi Futian was extremely shocked. Black lightning brewed within the shadow storm. The power that it contained was very menacing. He felt the intense shock waves even though he was standing in the outer region. Even the world tree trembled and kept rustling as it swayed. The Emperor's light was no longer blinding. It was merely a speck of light in this world of shadows. It appeared insignificant and exceptionally minuscule. However, it was also this speck of light that was supporting him. In this storm, it still remained unextinguished. Otherwise, even the figures at the peak of the realm would not have been able to withstand this storm. Their great paths would be sealed, their spiritual soul frozen, and their flesh destroyed. If his guess was correct, this origin stone was most likely the source of the Shadow Realm before the collapse of the heavenly path. After the collapse, it formed a shadow origin stone and fell here. Gradually, it gave birth to the cultivation environment of the Shadow Realm. The solar realm was exactly the opposite. The difference between the two realms was like night and day. The solar divine palace was located there. Sun God Mountain from the divine prefecture were believed to be the descendants of the sun god. Currently, they had occupied the solar realm, and they also claimed to only want the solar realm. Yi Futian recalled the previous metamorphosis of Di Wu of the solar divine palace. His divine wheel evolved and became even more powerful. That had occurred after the cultivators of Sun God Mountain arrived. This occurrence was most likely related to the solar realm. Di Wu had probably gone through a baptism. However, Sun God Mountain was a force from the divine prefecture. They would not dare to destroy the source of the solar realm. They also did not have the ability to do so. Only a top force like the Dark Court that stood at the peak of the realms had such ambitions. Yi Futian was once again hesitant. The divine item that caused the shadow storm was right in front of him. It could be the origin stone of the great path forged by the source of the Shadow Realm. It was a divine item. Did he dare to retrieve it? The world tree could absorb the power of Yin and merge with it. This made Yi Futian feel that the power of Yin and the power of Yang might be able to make the world tree even more complete. Was he willing to bet on this? If he truly gave it a try, there was the possibility of him being consumed instead. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would not survive the ordeal. Hence, Yi Futian was hesitant. The youth who went before him had been able to borrow the power of the shadow storm to cultivate. He had even been able to control the power within it. However, he still had not been able to retrieve the origin stone of the Shadow Realm. Was Yi Futian going to give it a try? Yi Futian's gaze was indecisive. He seemed to be hesitating. Thinking about the correct isolation of the 9 realms and the changes of the original realm, a ruthless look flashed past in his deep gaze. He needed to develop faster. This was a very good opportunity to do so. If he missed it, he might not have another chance like this next time. He had already come all this way. Was he going to try again next time? After he considered this, Yi Futian advanced towards the astonishing storm. Rustling could be heard. A towering giant tree of unparalleled divinity frenziedly extended outwards. The divine tree kept growing bigger and bigger. It seemed to grow endlessly and became an ancient world tree that could encompass the entire world. The aura that flowed in the world tree merged with the power of Yin in the surroundings. Yi Futian's body appeared to be on fire. His blood churned and bellowed, seemingly attempting to get rid of the corrosion of the power of Yin. Leaves from the ancient world tree were swept into the storm. The shadow storm swept out and rattled the leaves of the ancient world tree. Endless rustling sounds could be heard. The leaves of the ancient world tree kept changing. They seemed to freeze, wither, and die. However, the life force of the ancient world tree was unbelievably resilient. Its vigorous life force seemed endless. Every time it seemed to be at its end, it would reinvigorate itself and revive. The ancient world tree even merged the power of Yin into itself. Yi Futian's body instantly turned white. The power of Yin flowed along the world tree and invaded his body. It flowed into his blood, meridians, organs, and even his spiritual soul. Although he had not faced the storm head-on, the power of Yin still flowed into his body in the end. Everything then seemed to stop flowing. His meridians were frozen, and his blood stopped circulating. His organs also ceased functioning. He also stopped breathing. His spiritual soul was trembling, and he seemed to have stopped thinking. His body appeared as though it had been completely frozen in ice, and he had become a lifeless object. However, the ancient world tree was connected to him. A faint glow was still circulating within his body, stubbornly supporting his life and causing Yi Futian to not completely lose consciousness. He felt himself descend into absolute quiet. Even time and space had halted. He could sense every fiber of his being, as well as everything in the outside world. This sensation was miraculous. Everything had stopped in their tracks. This was the power of the source of the Shadow Realm. If it wasn't for the protection of the world tree right now, Yi Futian would have dissipated into nothingness with just a whiff of wind. Yi Futian seemed to have entered a frozen cocoon as he quietly lay there. However, the world tree gradually enveloped the shadow storm. It penetrated the shadow storm and merged together with it. Time and space inside the cocoon seemed to have grinded to a halt. Yi Futian's life had also similarly come to a paused state. It was as though he had fallen into an eternal slumber. All signs of life gradually disappeared. If there were other people around, they would truly believe that he had already died. The flowing divine halo of the ancient world tree seemed to be the only proof that Yi Futian was still alive. Outside, many people wanted to get closer and also enter into the storm. However, with the menacing shadow storm circulating, no one could enter. No one dared to do so either. Some of the top figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy continued to search for Yi Futian's whereabouts in various locations underground, but they still did not find him. It was not just Yi Futian. Aside from those who had come after, all of the previous cultivators could not be found. It was as though they had been eradicated by the power of Yin. Even Lord Taishan was slowly accepting the fact that Yi Futian had perished, though it was difficult for that to happen. However, Yi Futian was truly no longer here as the shadow storm disappeared. No one could withstand the shadow storm. It was the same for even Yi Futian. Even though he was a peerless genius, in the end he was still only a lower-level Renhuang with a second-tier divine will. It might have been that, because he had created so many miracles, many people believed that Yi Futian could make them possible time and time again. The underground world is too large. Let us look elsewhere, Emperor Nin said to Lord Taishan and the others at that moment. His voice still remained calm. However, in reality, even he was slowly beginning to lose hope. Emperor Nin had very high hopes for Yi Futian. He believed that Yi Futian was a figure that could launch a new era. The world was in utter chaos, and the divine prefecture, as well as the forces from the outside world, had continued to descend upon the 9 realms. From his point of view, the original realm needed someone to become the symbol of the original realm. He believed that Yi Futian could be such a person. Unfortunately, Yi Futian had disappeared in the storm of the Shadow Realm. Even Emperor Nen cannot accept the reality of the situation. The clan leader of Shin Clan spoke up at that moment. He is dead. Why do you still seek him? Emperor Nan rules Nantian Divine Kingdom and is one of the most powerful figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Why do you need to do all this? He could not understand why Emperor Nan wanted to get involved with helping Yi Futian. With Emperor Nan's status and ability, there was no need for him to do so. Even if the world was in utter chaos, if Emperor Nan wanted some stability, he could just leave the chaos behind. This was unless Emperor Nan had his eye on Yi Futian and was looking for his son-in-law. After all, everyone knew that Emperor Nan doted on Nan Luotian. However, very few people were worthy of Nan Luoshin in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. You wouldn't understand. Emperor Nan replied without explaining. It doesn't matter whether I understand or not. Regardless, Yi Futian has already perished here. In the future, Emperor Nan will no longer be involved in the matters of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, right? The clan leader of Shun clan continued. He still hoped that Emperor Nan would not interfere with the matters of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After all, Emperor Nan's existence itself was an extremely huge threat to Shin clan. With Emperor Nan's abilities, if he did not interfere, no one would dare touch him now. Emperor Nan did not answer this time. He looked silently into the distance. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. In a low voice, he said, "The power of Een is weakening." When they heard what Emperor Nan said, the cultivators were stunned as they sensed their surroundings quietly. Very quickly, their expressions all changed. Indeed, the power of Een was weakening. They had also sensed it. In front of them, the swirling shadow storm also gradually weakened. As the storm slowly returned to a peaceful calm, the power of Een dissipated without any pattern. It was as though it would not rampage again. What has happened? Many people were astonished as they stared straight ahead. As time passed slowly, they discovered that the power of Een was weakening. The shadow air flows dissipated and kept thinning out. It was as though no more new shadow air flows were being created. As the shadow storm before them weakened, someone stepped forward and said, "Let's go in and take a look." One by one, the top figures headed forward and walked into the encircling shadow storm. As expected, they did not face the previous corrosion. It was already very difficult for the shadow storm to affect these top figures. When the people behind saw this, they also followed suit and all stepped forward. There seemed to be changes occurring where the core was. Princess Dongwang also stepped forward. A strange look flashed past in her beautiful eyes. Buzz, buzz. The silhouettes were all extremely fast. Not long after, they arrived at the core underground. Here, the storm was also subsiding. Although there were still powerful shadow winds flowing about, they were already dissipating in various directions and were no longer as lethal as they were before. Everyone's gazes were staring inside. They all believed that there was certainly a divine item in the Shadow Realm. It might have been a divine item that was formed from the power of the source of the Shadow Realm during the collapse of the Heavenly Path. Now that the power of Een had dissipated, it seemed that the divine item no longer existed. "That is," someone said as he looked into the distance. His heart was slightly trembling. Buzz! The speed of the figures were exceedingly fast. They dashed over in an instant. There, a silhouette dressed in white robes was lying, floating within the core. It was as though he no longer had any life aura and had fallen into an absolute, deep slumber. This person was Yi Futian, who had vanished. Futian! Lord Taishian, Emperor Nan, and the others exclaimed as they stepped forward. Their expressions all changed. Although they had found him, they actually could not sense him breathing. They could not even sense the existence of his life aura. Could it be that he had still perished in the end? Why is he the only one here? The other cultivators revealed bizarre expressions. The divine item was not here, and the storm had also vanished. What exactly had occurred here? Lord Taishian, Emperor Nan, and the others came to Yi Futian's aid right away. He seemed to be in an absolute suspended state, no breathing and no heartbeat or even blood flow. It was as if he had indeed perished. At this moment, Lord Taishian noticed that the shadow currents seemed to flow into Yi Futian's body. It seemed as if that was a natural occurrence. Emperor Nan obviously noticed it too and said, "Take him back." They all realized that something might have happened here. In this area, no one else was alive except Yi Futian. The shadow storm had disappeared, so something must have happened. Although Yi Futian had ceased all signs of movement, it didn't necessarily mean that he had perished. There might still be a possibility of him being alive. At the very least, this shadow current. Lord Taishan nodded and left with Yi Futian in a flash. In the distance, quite a few of the cultivators looked in their direction, and many of them could feel that there were no vital signs coming from Yi Futian. Were they taking his corpse away? Or rather, was it possible that Yi Futian could still be alive? And could everything that had happened here had anything to do with Yi Futian? However, even though Yi Futian was known as the most enchanting genius of his generation in the original realm, the possibility of this kind of extreme situation was almost impossible to have anything to do with him. They knew very well that this was a place where even top character found it hard to set foot into. So how could Yi Futian possibly have any influence on anything here? The fact that he was still in one piece was probably just pure luck. Lord Taishan was fast. They passed by Princess Donghuang as she glanced at them. Lord Taishan said, "Your Royal Highness, I will take him back to see if there is still a chance to revive him." Princess Donghuang looked at the Yi Futian, who was motionless, and nodded gently. "Go, you don't need to be here." "Thank you, Princess," said Lord Taishan. He then levitated directly into the sky, continued hurrying along to take Yi Futian away from this place of contention as soon as possible. From a rational perspective, he also thought that everything that had happened here had nothing to do with Yi Futian. However, he was the only one who remained, even if he had no vital signs. But the shadow currents were able to enter his body. Was it a coincidence? Maybe, just maybe, it really had something to do with him. Therefore, he definitely wanted to take Yi Futian away from here to see if there was any chance for a turnaround. People from the Heavenly Mandate Academy began to evacuate the area. With Princess Donghuang here, even the Xin clan and the Golden Divine Nation, who had a grudge against Yi Futian, could not possibly intercept Lord Taishan, so they could only watch them leave. Furthermore, they thought that Yi Futian was dead. It was impossible for anyone to survive in this core area of the Shadow World. The Dark Court had suffered heavy losses, with many who possessed great power died in the Shadow Storm. Yi Futian came to this core area without adequate power. He was asking for it. Xie and the other cultivators from the Evil Emperor realm had also come to this site and did not bother with the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture for the time being. Instead, they looked ahead at the shadow storm that was dissipating. He was curious what had happened here. Was it related to that man? All this seemed to be caused by the departure of that man. He was hailed as the heir of the Heaven Realm, someone who was extremely talented. But was he really that terrifying? Your Royal Highness, it seems that this Shadow Realm is about to have its name changed. Xie looked at Princess Donghuang and continued. The Shadow Realm is one of the 9 realms of the original realm. Now that it's been pillaged by others, does the princess not planning on pursuing them? He obviously didn't think that this matter had anything to do with Yi Futian. He didn't know Yi Futian at all. If the dissipation of the shadow storm was caused by someone, then it could only be that person. Princess Donghuang didn't respond, but seemed to be contemplating something else. As for what she was thinking, no one knew. However, the Shadow Realm, as it stood now, would definitely be different than before. The power of the shadow would eventually dissipate completely, and the Shadow Realm would become an ordinary realm, with those living inside this realm no longer affected by the force of the shadow. This, however, would be detrimental to cultivation. The land of the original realm is ruled by my divine prefecture, and I don't want to see contentions in the original realm. If the Evil Emperor realm wants to touch the original realm, then we will meet on the battlefield, Princess Donghuang said coldly as she looked at Xie. On the battlefield? Xie's handsome eyes glowed with evil as he stared at Princess Donghuang. This woman, known as the noblest woman of the next generation, was astonishingly beautiful, who was like none other in the world. If he could capture her, he would be the envy of everyone. Aren't we already in the battlefield now? Xia stepped forward, and the space around Princess Donghuang was distorted immediately. Shadows flickered, appearing next to Princess Donghuang. The forces of the Dark Court were greatly impacted by the shadow storm, thus reducing the pressure exerted on the Divine Prefecture's army, allowing them to spare some of their strength to deal with the evil Emperor world. In this dispute, the Dark Court was undoubtedly the biggest loser. They invaded the Shadow Realm, but gained nothing in the end. The crisis had passed, but they suffered heavy casualties with many of their cultivators wiped out by the Shadow Storm. If the Lord of the Underworld knew everything that happened here, what would he think? The army from the Divine Prefecture converged one after another, and so did the cultivators from the Dark Court. The three parties seemed to be in an impasse, with the Dark Court being the weakest. Take her down, and the Divine Prefecture will withdraw from the original realm. What say you? Said Xia as he looked at the cultivators from the Dark Court, proposing to join hands with the Dark Court. Divine Prefecture was the master of this world, so if they want to gain entry to the original realm, they must first deal with the Divine Prefecture. The cultivators of the Dark Court hesitated, and their eyes fell on one person. The Lord of the Underworld was taken away by the Spear Emperor, so now there was no leader in the Dark Court. Although the proud son of the Underworld was the rightful heir, compared to the likes of Xia and Princess Donghuang, he was still falling short. But at this time he spoke up, looking at the two camps, and said, "Retreat." The cultivators from the Dark Court nodded. They had suffered major losses, and it would be unwise to fight again. They ought to retreat back to the hidden land realm. Moreover, what kind of man was the evil emperor? His disciple, Xia, was said to be quite similar to the evil emperor in their temperament. Joining hands with him was undoubtedly a risky proposition at best. In the circumstances where their strength was at a disadvantage, any little carelessness could be used to cause their own demise. It was better to proceed with caution at a time such as this. The cultivators from the Dark Court gradually withdrew. Seeing this, an evilness touched Xia's eyes, and he sneered, "You captured the Shadow Realm, but now you retreat with your tail between your legs." The Dark Court didn't pay much attention to him. The Shadow Realm had lost its previous value, but most importantly, their own strength was not enough to guard this place. For the sake of safety, it was best to retreat to the Hidden Land realm first, and wait for the Lord of the Underworld to arrive, and judge whether the Dark Court could spare anyone to be dispatched to the original realm. Once the Dark Court withdrew, the evil Emperor realm would have no advantage. The two armies faced each other, while Xia seemed to be weighing the situation. Then he smiled and said, "I will exchange with the princess some other time then." Having said that, he also turned to leave. If he started a war here, he would definitely lose, and both sides had already suffered heavy losses. After all, the original realm was the territory of the Divine Prefecture, and there were still those monks to think about. Therefore, it was much better to conserve his strength for now. They did not leave this area at the center of the earth right away, but were searching for any other secrets here. However, their search yielded nothing. The cultivators from Divine Prefecture had also searched, but without results. The Shadow Storm had the ability to destroy everything, so no treasures could remain here. Although the land of the Shadow Realm would still retain some power of the shadow, it would no longer be the same as it was before. In the end, the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture departed as well. A crisis like this had been neutralized into nothing, and the Dark Court's intention to refine the Shadow Realm had ultimately failed. It had even directly led to the changes that occurred in the entire Shadow Realm. In the endless territory of the Shadow Realm, the cold currents dissipated, and the landscape of a frozen world no longer existed. The terrible shadow fire had lost its previous power, and everything returned to how it was before. Many mysterious places began to dry up and wither, losing the appeal they once had. The Shadow Realm was changing all the time, as felt by some Renhuang with superior cultivation, and they were quite shaken by it. In Heavenly Mandate Realm, at Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yi Futian was still deeply asleep. There were many people outside the palace where he was, but they were those who were at the core of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Go back now, all of you, tend to your own cultivation. At this time, Lord Taishan spoke to everyone who was there, but they were reluctant to leave. Do, Zhao, Xiaomuyu, and the others wanted to stay here. I will inform you as soon as I have anything new. Now, there are some things we need to discuss, Lord Taishan continued. Zhuge Mingyue caught his drift and urged the others, let's go. The others nodded and left successively. Only a handful of the top figures remained. Hua Jiu stayed. Xia Qingyuan stood not far away looking at Yi Futian, but when she saw Hua Jiu by his side, she left as well. The place quieted down. Shen Luoshua looked at Lord Taishan and said, There are no vital signs, but the body is full of the power of shadow which integrated everywhere into his meridians and his blood and froze his life force. Lord Taishan nodded. This power had destroyed many top figures, but not him. There must be some reason for that. Moreover, the power of shadow was still flowing in his body. I believe this in itself is also a sign of life. We can only wait, said Shen Luoshua. In this situation, they had no other choice but to wait. I'll stay and watch him, Huajiu said to Shen Luoshua and Lord Taishan. Very well. Shen Luoshua nodded and left with Lord Taishan and the others. Now, only Huajiu remained by Yi Futian's side. Huajiu clutched Yi Futian's hand and looked at the man who was lying there quietly. She leaned down and gently lay her head on Yi Futian. Before she knew it, tears were streaming down her face. She was supposed to be unfeeling. Why was she crying? At this time, inside Yi Futian's body, in the world of the Life Palace, the world's ancient tree was swaying madly. In this world, the full moon that hung in the void released a terrible shadow radiance. The full moon seemed to be morphed from the divine stone as its brilliance turned into shadow currents, flowing everywhere.